What's going on here? What is this? What's happening? Is this... Hold on. This isn't Magic the Gathering. What is happening? I opened bottles to play Moto, and all of a sudden I'm streaming Eve. Okay. Linux is weird. Linux is very weird. Fish says you can't hear me. Can anybody hear me? Alright, we're gonna ban Fish. Fucking guy. He almost got my scumbag counter to 3 for the week. He almost did, but I didn't do it because I'm learning. Got an hour left on the Overlord clock, and I'm all yours. Just looking for now. Hear you, son. Hell yeah. I love that. What's going on, folks? The Overlord clock. Anybody know what we did before capitalism? Anybody know what it is? What's going on, YouTube? Eddie says, thought you said you don't like industry. True, I don't. Scott says, none of your business. I got a feeling I'm going to die FK on this gas site. Good luck. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Pleasure. Fish, first chatter. Retro, second chatter. Good to see. Oven Rash, third. CZ, fourth. CZ says he's feeling lonely. I think CZ might be suffering from something called depression, which I've been experienced with in my life many times. You know, CZ, I'm not your dad. I'm not your doctor. But there's things that can help that. And it's not just making friends, right? Anyway, good luck, brother. You can always share your feelings here. What's up, T-Cougs? Mr. Gravy's here. Harvey Chan is here. What's going on? Famil. Dark Twin says, ship buff when a ride high. We can buff the ship today. I'm down. Let's tinker later. Zerk is here. DQ says I'm extremist adjacent. Fine. My litmus test is very simple. Do you think genocide is bad? I don't even kick people out of this chat for being Zionists. I mean, why would I do that? Quite frankly, you know, most people don't even understand the term. Is that a pacifier? It's not one, it's actually two. In 2 different wormholes. That's right. We're going to double scan today. Before capitalism, real freedom, pre-fake democracy. What's up, P9? What's up, Affinity? How we doing today, folks and bots? Nah, it's not fair to call AI a bot, is it? We'll call it a sexy bot. That's what we'll call it. Got my EVE account set up for a nice weekend, says Retro. Hell yeah. I love setting up stuff. FG is here. Oh. I was wondering if I would see you again, young man, now that you're busy with the famille. Hope you're having a good time, dude. Still down to chit-chat when the stars align here. Probably hit you up this weekend and see if you're around. Mr. Blitzrage. Howdy doody dandy. Crops Vent says auf geht's. Mir geht es gut, dankeschön. Et tu, mon ami? Comment ça va? Como estás, motherfucker? Good to see everybody. A couple of smiling faces in chat. You know what it is. Dank Gravy, Grank Davy. Dank Gravy telling me to dribble the ball. Fair enough. Emmy's here. What's up, Emmy? I think I said hi to you already, but that's all right. You can take 2. That's cool. We cool with that. Better safe than sorry. You know what I'm saying? We talking about passies today? Of course. Come huff with you? I can't. I'm antisocial. I refuse. One time, one of my Discord mods came into my wormhole by accident. I was like, get the fuck out of here. And he's like, no. And I'm like, get out of here. And he's like, fine. They're even cloaked. Somebody sort of learned some stuff in Tabby. Oh, Dwayne. Wonder how much, like, streamer lore you have tucked away up there. Because let's just be honest, like, it's not just me you know all these, like, tidbits about. It's a bunch of other streamers, too. He's like a fucking... he's like a blackmail machine. But he uses his powers for good instead of going the Epstein route. Good for him. So I asked earlier, what came before capitalism? Does anybody know? Well, that's cheating. Just delete that message. Anybody know what it was before that? Somebody said hunting gathering, barter hunting gathering. Somebody said before capitalism, pre-fake democracy. Well, we don't even really have to go back that far, right? Like, when did capitalism start, right? Capitalism, it's not that new of a thing. Well, stop. Leftist needs to stop. Stop with the... This is for libs only. God damn it. All right, well, it's feudalism. What is feudalism? All the leftists are like, this is my time to shine. So what did we do before capitalism? We did feudalism. Kings, right? Royalties. What was before kind of the quasi-landowning peasantry, the serfs? What was before that? Anybody? Nobody? Yeah, I know. You're right. I was going to milk it, but... The best part is, like, when I delete shit, it's still here. You can still see it. Before feudalism, you know, from like a Marxist-Leninist viewpoint, not necessarily your own studies, from my viewpoint, right? Monarchy. Well, monarchy encompassed, you know, under multiple modes of production. What was the mode of production before feudalism? Well, unfortunately, it was that bad one, right? The one we all know is bad. It's a slavery, right? Anybody know what we did before slavery? Before, like, an army took over a country and enslaved their people and used them for production? Anybody know what we did before that? Self-sustainism? That looks like a German guy taking a guess at how an English person would say spell the word. I love it. It makes more sense than the way we phrased it. We ate rocks. Well, what's the word for it? Or a compound word. Like, what did we used to do before we took each other as slaves? Because there was like a long period of time. Someone said hunter-gatherer. Right, but what is that mode of production called? Is really what I'm challenging you guys on. I didn't know it was going to be a quiz. Well, this isn't really so hard. This isn't like a point-based system. This is just a discussion before we start. Nomadism, farming. You know, so farming has multiple phases, right? Before tillage, before silage, right? And then after iron tools, etc. Stone Age-ism. No, really, what it is, what we're looking for, and, you know, what Marxist-Leninists believe is, no, there was a civilization, but what it was called primitive communes, right? You had people that basically made their own tools and then did things and worked with other people with no government, right? I mean, anarchists right now are going nuts, but you basically had the primitive communes. Communism. A primitive commune has a lot of similarities to what Marxists understand the concept, the notion of communism to be, but you gotta understand, communism is not primitive communes. Each one of these modes of production was born from the previous one. Slavery was born from primitive communes, and feudalism was born from slavery. Capitalism was born from feudalism, and guess what, folks? Guess what's born from capitalism? Guess what? Take a wild guess. Every time one of those modes of production was out-fashioned, it wasn't like a revolution. It was actually a change in technology that disincentivized the previous mode of production. It's really important to understand that. There wasn't some like massive slave rebellion that got slaves, you know, to be freed. It's that we found another way to do production. You know, the reason slavery caught on in the primitive commune world was because you could conquer people and make them do things at knife point. That's pretty powerful production, right? That's slavery. Why did feudalism replace slavery, though? Because, simply put, the people making the things realized that slaves don't want to work. But serfs do, because they ostensibly own the implements of their slice of production, and you tithe them, and they have some form of autonomy, and essentially they could still be bought and sold, but they felt like people, unlike slaves, so they wanted to work more and be a part of the process. Why the fuck did capitalism replace feudalism, though? Because guess what? The proletariat, the workers in capitalism, want to work a hell of a lot more than feudal serfs. And why is that? That is a question that'll lead you down a path of studying Marxism. I won't answer for you. Feudalism is kind of symbiotic. You talking about the tithing and the protection idea? Or didn't know his history? No, I'm just talking about modes of production. It's just a fascinating topic. I just reread a book I've read like 3 times. Capitalism lies to you and tells you can be rich like the rich people. Sure. It feels like we're playing Stellaris right now. No, what we're gonna do today, in case you're wondering, is we're gonna scan down 2 wormholes. We're gonna look for stuff to do, and then we're gonna do it. And if there's nothing to do, we'll move on to something else. We'll look at some industry and eventually move on to chlorobattle or something later. What's it called? Yellow Pages? Tough. No, it's a book by this guy named Joseph Stalin. Called Dialectical and Historical Materialism. It's like 4 pages long. You can read it in one night. It's worth reading multiple times if you're curious about Marxist-Leninism, because it really does put it all together for you. Feudalism as a symbiotic and organized crime and rackets. Yeah. Well, quite frankly, all of the modes of production are symbiotic. Every last one of them, from communes to slavery to feudalism to capitalism to socialism, right? It's always 2 classes kind of at odds with each other, right? Is that even a book? It sounds like a pamphlet. Nah, I don't know. It's like 40 pages. A lot of the introductory Marxist works are pamphlets. Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet. Principles of Communism is a pamphlet, right? You can read them in one hour. The book I just talked about, it's like 40 pages, and it basically gives you an understanding of... You should read like books like that before you read Capital to have an understanding of what you're about to read. And there's Das Kapital, yeah. I actually convinced the chatter to listen to the audiobooks of Capital. I'm actually rereading through Capital Volume 1 right now as a way to kind of apply what I've learned the past couple of years to it, but there's almost a certain like arrogance in reading Capital before you understand the principles that it's about to talk about, which is backwards. I know Capital came long before many of these Marxist-Leninist works, but I digress. Communism in its purest form was never evil. It's just that all forms of government will always become corrupt. So this is, you know, the thing that's wrong with this idea is that, you know, this isn't how the universe works. Saying that like all governments will become corrupt is like an idealistic approach to the world. You have an idea and therefore it will express itself into the world. Marxism stresses that you can't think like that. It is the conditions of the world, the societies, the universe, and the people that compose it that dictate what the government is going to be through natural forces. And we know governments don't always become corrupt. Like, we know that. Look at China's huge, like, insane anti-corruption campaigns, like uncovering actual corruption. We have a MAGA guy here. What's up, dude? Hey, buddy. We have an Asmongold viewer. Let's go, baby. All right, pause the Eve stream. What's up, anti-clergy? How are you, friend? I'm a socialist. What do you believe in? Let me chief up on the Lord's lettuce, and I'm going to show you my man bun and establish dominance. Hold on. You know what's interesting is I actually kind of agree with MAGA. So here's the deal. I think we should make America great again. We should remove all the European settler colonialists and give it back to the indigenous people. Wait, anti-clergy says he's trolling? Oh, really? Oh, you got me good. I thought we had a reactionary. Damn it. All right, well, we'll extend the intro then. Anti-clergy, I love you, bro. Dude, we get reactionaries in chat and I just milk them these days. Not a leftist using the word chief. You gotta understand, I'm a passing chud. You can say whatever you want about that fact. I could pass as a chud in my sleep. Like, they have no idea. What's up, Dr. Choppa? Good to see you. Hope everybody's doing well. We're just taking a long intro here. I was gonna talk to this guy, but he was trolling me, and I feel like dumb as hell. Love you, anti-clergy. I've read Capital back in '98. No shit. The part about money is also interesting. I mean, most of that book is about the idea of money. Power attracts the corruptible. Exactly. Now, you see, that's why communism always fails. Well, again, you know, I'm not really dealing with a real coherent thought here when you say this, because we know communism doesn't always fail, right? That's not really what mode of production is. You know, saying communism always fails is like saying feudalism always fails, right? First of all, we don't even have communist countries. We have socialist countries with communist parties, right? So by saying that communism always fails, it's just immediately flagging you as somebody that doesn't really know what you're talking about, right? So let's just be clear here, Nautical Phoenix. Socialism doesn't always fail, if that's what you meant, right? Look at China. It is literally going to overtake the US in terms of global superpower in the next 10 years. Like that, the writing is on the wall. The writing is Israel and America are going to drag down all of the vassal states into the depths of hell economically. And the proletariat is going to struggle to form a revolution. And meanwhile, China is just going to be sitting there continuing to empower its neighbors and take care of its proletariat. It's like, it's very obvious that people are panicking when even like the goddamn Wall Street Journal is like constantly writing op-eds about how China bad in 2026. So anyway, I just want to be clear here. Communism doesn't always fail. Communism is very often not something that socialists even talk about when we talk about mode of production. It's just not there. China is socialist or China is socialist, right? I suspect that you don't have any idea what you're talking about. So China is socialist with Chinese characteristics, right? All modes of production are born from the previous mode of production, right? So, for example, when a society is born out of slavery, right, some of the government, some of the people still use that until it's stamped out. China understands that to birth socialism from a capitalist state, you have to use it against it. You have to take over the means of production, give them to the people, distribute the surplus properly, empower your neighbors instead of bombing them and raping them and pillaging them, and you'll grow. They understand that. They looked at Marxist-Leninism and they adapted it to their Chinese society, right? China is socialist. You don't know what you're talking about. But you know what? I appreciate you trying, Nautical Phoenix. I do. You know, like many kind of liberals, you've been raised to think that socialism and communists is like this weird utopian hellscape where people wait for bread, right? That's all you know about it based on what you're telling me here. And I'd be happy to be wrong, but quite frankly, my friend, you're totally out of your depth here. I'm like a nascent, dumbass, Westoid leftist, and I could run circles around what I'm seeing here. The Chinese government fully controls everything. So wait a second, does the government control everything or is it capitalist? The government owns all the land. If you're a company, you don't buy property, you lease it from the government. Congratulations, you're describing socialism, not capitalism. Congratulations, you're describing one of the two principal purposes, characteristics of socialism, which is a principal interest in public ownership, Nautical Phoenix. You are describing socialism and you don't know it. What I'd recommend you to do is to stop talking in my YouTube chat, go read a book, and shut the fuck up. Well, to be fair, you said China is socialist or communist and then said not. Brother, just save yourself the pain. You're not gonna convince anybody in this chat that you have any clue what you're talking about. The fact that you know this about China is fascinating. You say communist always fails, but you somehow know China is socialist. You're a very confused person. Can you give me an example of a communist state that failed? Not a socialist one, a communist one. Can you give me an example of that off the top of your head instead of asking Grok? He made a typo and corrected it. Yeah, but which one? What is not? Is it not socialist, not communist? It's not. I read this as China is not socialist or communist. That's why I responded the way I did. But he meant China is socialist, not communist, which is fair. He's right. Yeah. No, but you misunderstand, Harvey. I know he made a typo and I know what he meant, but I read this originally as China is not socialist or communist. That's why I responded the way I did. And quite frankly, this doesn't even tell me what it is, right? Yes, this is what he meant, and I see that now. But when you're going to make a bunch of reactionary statements and then butcher a sentence and fail to correct it properly, that's on you. I'm happy to respond and jump all over you for that. Quite frankly, you should get your message straight before presenting it. This wasn't a typo of no consequence. This wasn't a your. This was a which one was not. It's on you, G. If this was just me misinterpreting a typo in bad faith, sure. But I truly read that China is not socialist or communist, so fair enough. I can't even think of another example of a typo that I jump into a tirade. If you can give me another example, I'll give more credence to this. I can't even think of a time somebody typoed something and I use it against them. So I don't think this is fair criticism of me at all. I watched yesterday about a term called rat people use for a good portion of China's youth. Yeah, I've heard of people using this. What's up, Ziggy? There's all types of amazing, terms we use for Chinese culture that, people really don't quite understand, and perhaps I don't understand. But like when you talk about like rat people and people working 996s and one-child policies and stuff, like you largely get into like this whole web of xenophobia. But if people actually want to discuss criticisms of China, like that's kind of cool too. China did the same thing with Buddhism, adapted to the culture. Lord, I see what you've done for the other chatters. Power does corrupt, keeping that in check. Power does corrupt, yes, and that is a material observation, right? Not necessarily typo, could be a badly phrased argument. Obviously, won't be able to bring up an example. Yeah. You assume bad faith more than not. So I don't think it's fair to say a lot of the times I assume bad faith and then have no ability to actually like articulate when or why that is. I've already explained to you that I was in the wrong and I misinterpreted his message, and I told you how I did interpret it, right? So clearly this is an example of doing it in bad faith intentionally. Let's get some examples of how I do it in bad faith before we criticize me like this, because I'm really struggling to see how I'm supposed to simultaneously field reactionary fucks, but also give nothing but charity to people when they can't even type their messages properly. This is the part I'm missing, Harvey. If you can help me figure out what to do there, I'd be appreciative. China has a lot of issues, like any large country. Their foreign policy is much more respectable than the West's. Well, because they're socialist. They can't waste money on wars of imperial aggression. That's like the point. Main difference between the two types of systems, I guess, is only the modern idea that serving the youth is about passive income. What? The main difference between these two types of systems, I guess, is that the modern idea is... What are you saying? It's going to be passionate. Some people skew this as bad faith, I think. Well, he's right. I did read a typo and argued against something he didn't mean. He's right there. I just don't think I do that a lot. Maybe I do, and I want to stop, and I want to see how it looks. I just don't think that I did that here, but maybe I did. Sometimes I accidentally ordered on purpose. We got to ease tension with chlorobattle. No, it's okay. I mean, part of being politically involved is being willing to confront people. And I've got a guy who knows a little bit about Chinese government, obviously through the lens of a leftist, but he also knows nothing about Marxism. Like, to say that communism always fails is to admit that you've never understood even the basic tenets of Marxism. You don't know what mode of production is. That's why this person doesn't get any charity, is because he or she entered my chat with something that was really wrong. And I patiently explained why this is idealistic and not material and dissected it, right? Then they decided to typo their sentence about China is socialist or communist, and then said not. Listen, miss me with that, for real. Made a mistake of coming to the stream. I enjoy your Nomad Tail videos, so I'll stick to those. Didn't realize you assumed bad faith and jumped down people's throat over typos. That's wild. If you want to mischaracterize everything that just happened and cop out, that's fine. No worries. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm a socialist. You came in here and said that communism never works, and then you said China is not socialist or communist. I responded to that because I thought that's what you meant, and now you're upset that I was not civil to you. Here's the deal, friend. I think that truly you know nothing about mode of production. You've never studied Marxism. Fine, that's normal. But what I don't think you deserve is any charity when you're going to opine about things you don't understand. If you do not take the time to investigate, you are not capable of giving an opinion that others should react to, right? So if you're going to take away from this that I was unfair to you, and that I didn't analyze the fact that I misinterpreted the typo and that I walked it back and then addressed what you meant, that's fine. You can go away. But for the rest of us, we're fine to see what happened here. It's not an issue. You are somebody who is a reactionary, who is dealing with a socialist, who is going to clutch pearls now about misinterpreted sentences when I've already walked it back and already jumped on the right thing. So goodbye. Go enjoy Nomad Tale. We'll be talking about actual world issues here like adults. Wouldn't China say they are a socialist society working towards communism? It's not communist yet, but it's their intent. Well, this is a good question. What is communism? Let's start there. Is communism an idea? Is it a utopia? Is it a return to primitive communes? What is it? It's very simple. You know, you really shouldn't study communism or even worry about it until you understand what socialism is. This is my idea to you. Like, you shouldn't worry about this. When you hear about communist parties, understand they're trying to enact socialism. Affinity says, I need to be dissected. Well, you don't have shitty takes. You don't have shitty reactionary takes. How about that? Yeah, go enjoy Nomad Tale. I owe you absolutely nothing. You're going to come here with reactionary kind of anti-China sentiments. Go fuck yourself. And sorry about the typo. It happens. But maybe if you're going to jump in a real conversation, you should take some time and clarify your message. Not everybody's going to be as calm as me and walk it back and realize what you meant. Didn't mean to start shit. No. This always happens with reactionaries. I cut my stream from like, 100 plus viewers to like 40 by doing this. And I'm going to do it forever. I can't back up my opinion because my memory's not great, but it happens. I also do it because more often than not, it's bad faith. But I always feel bad when it's not because it's easier to catch the fly. How about this, Harvey? I don't know if I'm doing that. I think in this instance, it looked like I was, but I fixed it. Next time that happens, why don't you tell me? And let's have a real conversation about it, because I don't want to take arguments, even from like reactionaries, in bad faith. That's not really helpful. So if that's what I'm doing, I want to change the behavior. I just don't think that's what happened here. I think it looked like it, though. I think it looked a lot like that. Anyway, let's move past it. Listen, Nautical Phoenix friend, my advice to you, if you're still watching, is maybe lurk a little bit more, read the room, and then open your fat mouth. By the way, I'm fat, I can say it. So the idea is, why not go for communists right out of, why not intend for communism? The idea is socialism is born from capitalism. That's kind of the premise. Communism is when you have so much surplus that like it's you can't describe it like this, but I'm just going to be very blunt and just very boil it down, and so it's nothing left. But it's when you have too much to where you don't even have to worry about anything. That's when socialists would investigate communism.
Distracted. I am almost on top of one of his pacifiers.
Poggies.
I am coming for those fancy anime probes he has.
The means of production, resources, factory, businesses, and the land, right? And the people. And the workers themselves, the laborers themselves should be owned by the people, not the state. Ziggy says, what is socialism? Oh, okay. So socialism is, there's a couple parts of it. It's a really handsome question to ask. Honestly, asking what socialism is like the first step to like actually wanting to know what's going on around you. So thank you. But on this stream, I like to describe socialism as kind of defined as like two things, right? When the workers own the means of production in society, after capitalism, it's characteristic of socialism. What does that mean? It means that if you're at work in a factory, you own the factory along with the other workers. How does that work? Well, don't worry about it for now. Just hear me out. Let's say you run a landscaping business. Well, like the van, the mower, everything would be co-owned. Kind of like a co-op. Well, yeah, kind of like a co-op. Let's just say kind of like a co-op. But instead of like somebody owning the stuff, it would be owned by everybody collectively, and the surplus, aka what we call profit, would be democratically distributed among other people in the people. It would also be democratically reinvested in the business, right? But there's also another mode, there's also another characteristic of socialism, the mode of production of socialism, that goes beyond workers owning their means of production, and that is a government with a principal interest in having public ownership. Now, what does this mean? It means that like one of the core functions of government is to reduce the dependency on corporations. That means publicly owned, everything you can imagine. Why? Because socialism understands that things are made by people, and they always have been, and they always will be. And to ignore that social contract of the people make the things is to throw away a lot of motivation. Remember we talked about motivation earlier? Why would you go from slave owning to feudalism? Why would you give them freedom? Because they want to work more. Why would you go from feudalism to capitalism? Because the people want to work even more. Why would you go from capitalism to socialism? Because the people really want to work. They really want to work in socialism because they can actually live a good life if they work. That's the idea. So the idea is you have all these public-owned services from transportation to agriculture. Everything's centrally planned. Everything, the economies of scales are out of control. You have everything you need taken care of, and you can actually devote your time to working with your comrades and your fellow coworkers to do a good thing instead of just producing a bottom line for some schmuck you'll never meet that's going to lay you off in a day. Socialism unlocks more motivation in people at the expense of profit for private ownership. That is what socialism intends to do. Now, people look at China and say, well, wait a second, there's still private ownership there. You can still own a business. And they also say, like, well, wait a second, the government isn't just solely interested in public ownership. And to both of those points, I say, remember, socialism is born from capitalism. It would be foolish. It would be absolutely foolish to not leverage the existing forces from a position of a dictatorship of the proletariat to ease this transition. It just so happens that China has been working on this for a long time since, we won't go into history, but recent history shows that they were willing to take a huge number of sacrifices to get to this point. They're not going to let it go. They're not going to give up. They're not going to stop employing socialism and continuing to push back on private ownership and diminishing it out until they don't need it as a function anymore. Now, in terms of the principal, interest in public ownership, I mean, for fuck's sake, that describes China to a T. To a T. I don't really have to elaborate, but I can if you'd like. Scotty, no, don't worry. It's okay. Reactionaries do not last long here. May I give an example that still exists on the other side of the world from the China? I mean, China's, like, we talk about China virtually every stream. Israeli kibbutz system. We love kibbutz here. What's up, Jerry? How you doing? I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drums all day. Yo, shut up and dribble the ball, asshole. What's a good path to take to learn about these topics more deeply? Well, the topic is Marxism. It studies mode of production throughout time. That's what Marxism is. It breaks into a science. So the question is, how do you learn about Marxism? You just start reading some books. That's it. I recommend, finding a reading list, or if you say, fuck a reading list, I'll never do that. Read a book called The Communist Manifesto. It's like 4 pages. I think it's like literally the size of your thumb, right? I don't even know if I have it. Yeah, look at this. This book, it's not even a book. This is something you would give like a child when you want to keep them busy for a few hours. Look at the size of this. It's like 1 page. 1 page. If you can't read this in a day, well, you're probably not going to be very much used to the revolution anyway. So don't worry about it. Read this online. So this isn't even straight to the manifesto. What this is Marx and Engels essentially just like talking to you from the 1800s. And what's so fucking weird about it, and one of the reasons I got hooked on like learning about this, was I read this and I was like, excuse me? It's been 150 years and we haven't fucking learned? That's what pissed me off. Read this and tell me, come back and tell me that you are not extremely disturbed by what they were saying in the 1800s versus what we're seeing now with the technology boom. That's my challenge. And if you come back and tell me that it was a good read and you enjoyed it, I'll give you a whole reading list. I don't want to just give you a reading list, though. Go get a PDF. It's so quick. Yeah, of course. Another one, if you want to read something after that, you can read Principles of Communism, very short. And if you want to read a real book, I recommend Black Shirts and Reds from Michael Parenti. What was the book? It's called The Communist Manifesto. It's basically Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels talking to you directly about what the problem is with capitalism. And you decide. You decide what you want to do. You don't have to agree, but you should read it. Once you read it, you can look into different strains of leftist thought, not nihilism. Well, here I'm going to probably straight line promote Marxist-Leninist line of thinking, but the idea is I'm happy to let my leftist comrades spit their fire, right? Like, obviously, you know, it would have to be leftism for me to be interested in having you talk about your ideas and try to sway somebody, but if you're to the left of capitalism, I'm good. Nihilism is too dark. Nihilism is not useful. This is like, you know, Marxist-Leninists are very high on their horse in the leftist sphere. Other leftists hate them because they're so cocky. But the concept is like Marxist-Leninists have done the thing a couple times. So it's worth listening to them, even if you're an anarchist. We can all have an Autobahn. I'm okay with whatever. Have you ever been on the Autobahn? I've never done that. Right now, if my car goes over 60 miles an hour, it shakes because the engine mount broke and it goes the motor. It's going to break one day. Pretty far left-leaning already, but like to intelligently codify my position, if that makes sense. I mean, let's just say this. I wish that when I started learning about this, I would have just called myself a reactionary. Instead of like, oh, I'm already leaning this way. Read Manifesto and enjoy. And if it's not your cup of tea, cool. We'll still be friends. But intelligently codify your position. I think you have a lot of learning to do, just like me. We're not really looking to like say like, oh, this makes my position make sense. We want to go into it open-minded when we read leftist stuff. And so for you, I think just go into open-minded is my advice. Yep. If you agree with it, then great. It'll help you. I'm an anarcho-syndicalist. I'm a sentient toaster. My chat is the best political views. How do I pick a position where I think everyone is bad? Well, we know that everybody's not bad, though. We just know that's not true. Like, you don't even have to be a Marxist to agree that that's not true. So if you're, you know, joking, sure. But if you really think that everyone is bad, you know, I would encourage you to, like, take a step back and realize that, like, there's more to life than, like, what you think about things. And, like, even if you disappeared, life goes on without you. So how could everything be bad? And what I'm challenging you is to think more materially. I think you're good. There you go. Called out. Called out and embarrassed. All right, let's scan a little bit before somebody starts telling me to dribble the ball. Guys, good to see you. Honestly, it's a big pleasure to be here. To Harvey's point, I think I am toxic sometimes. I think it's possible and it's probable. And no, I just straight up do take arguments in bad faith. I do that. And I do jump on people and assume things. I do that. There's no but. And I'm sorry for that. I'd like to, well, I think I'm toxic sometimes. I'd like to, well, I think I'm talking about myself. I'd like to make sure that I focus on defeating ideas instead of people. It's hard for me though, because I'm like smarmy and toxic, but let's just admit that I can do better and we'll grow. Yeah. Let's see here. We got that and that. So if I do this and this, what happens? Nice. I want to make that clear. Well, okay, fair enough. You didn't say I was toxic. I think I'm toxic as hell sometimes to people that are just sometimes not even warranted of it. You're fair in the argument still? You're in the wrong? Not always, but sometimes I do. Yeah, sometimes. I try to. It's all good, brother. I still love you. Hell yeah, Ziggy. How'd their life go on without me? I demand a refund. No unsub button for life, G. That's Dwayne's politics. Trying to find that unsub button in life. Wow, that's dark as shit, bro. He also said doo-doo. True. I can promise one thing. I can work on being kind of toxic or you know, bad faith and arguing poorly. What I won't do is I won't in my opinion, I won't like give leeway to people I think that are trying to push reactionary stuff here. So I'm gonna make mistakes. You know, we'll leave it there. Someone told me something early in my streaming career that might be useful. Yeah, hit me. Streaming career? Oh, I don't have a streaming career. I just come on here and fuck around with people. But we'll just say my streaming fun. Can you rate my hack posted in Discord? I don't have Discord open because I have too many DMs. I'm scared of it. So not now. On a more serious note, though, I understand it's unlikely to ever see anything, but 100% agree with and support, but I don't really think anything in support more than 50%. What the fuck did you just say to me? On a more serious note, though, I understand that it's unlikely to ever see anything I 100% agree with and support, but I don't really see anything I support more. What? Did Emmy just have a stroke? Poor thing. I think she typed something right there. I just have no idea what the fuck it was. No idea. All right, so first of all, let me identify what I should probably be scanning. Scanning. This is gone now, right? Beautiful. 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 So these, what else? What's a kulak? That's a weird word. Bum, bum, bum. Well, the finest intellectual stream here. I think that should work. And what about this one? God, there's so many. Let's do it this way. Shut up and dribble the ball, asshole. I'll dribble your ball. I got you. Listen, there's room for real Eve streamers and there's room for angry leftist Eve streamers. There's room for everybody. We're a Big Ten category. Anyway, let's start doing the thing here, yeah? Start scanning down, shall we? That's gas. That's cool. We can do that. So one thing that's really alluring about Marxism, I'll point out, is Marxism is not a mode of production. Marxism is literally like a philosophical science or an economical science or a historical science. Like when we talk about Marxism, you know, ooh, core here, what the fuck? When we talk about Marxism, like we're not talking about like socialism. Like we are sometimes. But other times, like we're referring to the idea of, you know, dialectics, historical materialism, right? We're talking about these techniques we use to analyze history. A lot of people think that Marx set out on a mission to like prove socialism and communism, but in fact, he just developed criticisms of current economical, like historical analyses. And then from that birthed his ideas of socialism and communism, or depending on the vernacular and the work, right? That's exactly what a cultural Marxist would say. Calm down. Stop yelling. I can't even pronounce your ideology, so, you know? Let's not give me too much credit here. How are you multi-boxing on Linux? Hey, Seth, that's a cool question. That gets me off of politics, too. So right now I'm multi-boxing on Linux the same way you would multi-box on Windows, right? I'm running multiple clients. Now, if you're asking how am I switching between them, I use my own bash script to do so, but we have, you know, community tools that are better or on parity with Eve O and stuff. So I guess, is your question like how am I multi-boxing or how am I playing Eve at all? Oh, you said multi-boxing, right? Yeah, so I'm going to invite you to my Linux Discord, and you can look at some of the tools we use. Right now, I'm using a bash script that injects a temporary script into Kwin, and it just minimizes all the other clients. I can show you the script if you're interested. I don't know what you're interested in, though. I don't want to, like, bore you, you know? If you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're scanning two wormholes at once with a perfect scanner with Officer Probe Launcher and Satori probes, right? So you can kind of just go as fast as you want between them. It's really fun. I don't recommend, you know, like setting this up necessarily, but if you're in a position to do it, it's like pretty neat. You can also put them in the same system and cut scanning time down by a lot if you want. We should go back to Linux. What are you stuck on? What got you stuck to Windows or Mac? I'm not gonna lecture, don't worry. I don't really care, honestly. Oops, my keyboard, bro. What else we got over here? We'll get this one. Clarify this little relic site here. After we're done scanning, we're going to put them all into the mapper, right? Remember I was trying to describe this the other day? Using 2 perfect scanners? It's really fun. My keybinds don't help for it. Remember I used the numpad to scan, which is fucking deranged. It is actually deranged. My activate scan button is the asterisk on the numpad. My zoom in is minus on the numpad, and my zoom out is plus. So every time I scan, I move my hand. It's like the most inefficient, unergonomical thing on the planet. I've been doing this way for 20 goddamn years. Ever since I started scanning. I don't even know when that was. Probably not actually 20 years, but I've never changed it since I started doing it. One of these things is not like the other? What happened? You hear my beeps from the Satori probes? We've been scanning for 5 minutes. We gotta hurry it up. Is that it? Alright, so this one's done. We can focus on the other one. Let's paste this in over here. It's actually really cool. We got instrumental core here, so that's gonna keep us busy. That's awesome. Let's just scan here for fun because we're having a good time. I probably won't be ratting with the Varga anytime soon on stream, I'm gonna be honest. Seth says, I recently moved to Linux 4 months ago, so they're getting used to things. I tried Evo Preview. Yeah, I got you. Oh, yeah, I got you. Let me finish scanning this wormhole down, and then we're going to hop on. I'm going to show you the Linux Discord and the tools we use, yeah? Give me another 2 minutes. I'm going to take some time to talk directly to you and help you, because you're exactly the type of person I want to help with my Discord. I'm not even going to make you go there. I'll just link you to the tools directly. Using Evo right now? Evo rules. Might use some old parts to build my own Steam machine. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat. I'm a fucking terrible streamer today. No slurs, folks. Hey, what's up, Paul Banyan? How you doing? Welcome. Oh, Wallikins, what's up, buddy? How are you? What's going on, everybody? Sorry, I'm just doing some turbo scanning here, looking for some stuff to do. Ever ride in a C-Fight in a solo Varga? Really? Is it bad? Doesn't it take like 20 minutes to kill the drifter or some shit? Only slurs TM. We hate slurs around here. I love it when marginalized people feel safe here. It's like a fucking personal win. But reactionaries are marginalized too. Well, not them. Fusion 360, that's why, and Photoshop? Okay. Yeah, no doubt. Hardware pass-through? Yeah. Yeah, if you use all these like Windows only tools, is it really worth setting all this stuff up? And my answer is probably no. You know, for me, I hate Windows so much. If I had to do that, I would switch tools or like dual boot or something like that. But quite frankly, you know, I think you're probably rational with sticking over if you use that many tools. It is a great shame though, because Windows is like, you know, Windows sucks basketballs. Let's just say that. Once you start hitting the 68 spawns, you can barely scratch. Ooh. Yeah, barrage like tickles them, huh? Look at this wormhole. Look at all these fucking cores in here. Sheesh. Waiting for the new PoE patch to download? Fuck yeah, I love Path of Exile. You know I used to make videos for that? For like a couple months while I like was bored of Eve. We're gonna talk about Linux multiboxing for like 5-10 minutes though after this. I'm just grabbing this and pasting it in. Very cool. So let me see here. On this guy, we want to make sure to bookmark this stuff so we can deal with it later. I'm not interested in going to any of this, but we do need to at least bookmark it all so we don't lose it when we log out. So let's do that. I think we'll do some gas now, actually. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I think I'll just stick to a nomad tail. I didn't realize you were a jerk. Oh, God. Fuck that. Communism always fails. Read a book, asshole. That's my fucking analysis. Alright, so let's bookmark these as well, and then we'll talk about Linux. I can't believe that Nomad guy's a jerk. Yeah, the reason I'm not a jerk in a Nomad Tail is because I'm just talking to myself. Why would I be a jerk in a Nomad Tail? Okay. So the scan is complete. Let's make sure our probes are back in before we Alt F4 all this stuff. So we're going to kill the clients and then start a little gas scooperino, yeah? Let's bring the regular viewpoint on. I have like a mapping zoom in blur now, or zoom in thing, which is nice. What Linux? Oh shit! Hold on, we're gonna talk about Linux. That's right. Already forgot. One moment. So I use CachyOS. This here, just to cut to the chase. This is my setup. If you're interested in it on this computer, this is obviously Debian. Oh, my camera's blurry, isn't it? You can tell nobody's watching because my camera's blurry, and they're like, it's all good. But I love how there's like a microprocessor in my lamp. My lamp sometimes decides to do a hard reset, which is just awesome. It's like a fucking Logitech lamp you put on your monitor. All right, so I had a question from Seth earlier, and I'd love to take a moment to answer this because this is part of what I do in Eve now is I help people understand they can play Linux. So let me pop on Discord real quick. Seth, my friend. First of all, nice to meet you. Second of all, so to cut right to the chase, and let me just put you onto this. I have a Discord for Linux. Yeah? Eve on Linux. And I'm going to paste the link here in case you are a Discord fan. I know Discord sucks, but we need to use it. So here's the point of this Discord, yeah? The purpose of this Discord is to support and guide Eve Online players interested in Linux. The whole server is that. And we have a couple of members, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? These are online people, by the way. Offline are folded. So, yeah, a couple hundred people online right now. So anyway, what I'm trying to explain is that this is a massive server with 1,100 people on it that only focus on Eve on Linux. And in this server, you're going to find a couple of things. You're going to find a wiki channel that'll link you to a wiki we've built that talks about, and again, I always like to give credit to Taravin. He wrote almost all of this stuff. He's not in the community anymore, but I still appreciate and respect him. He wrote a lot of articles about Eve Online. I think I wrote a quick starter guide, a couple other things. You can go to this wiki and just read about what you're getting into. How do I run Windows stuff? What distro do I choose? You know, how do I update my drivers? Do you want to use Steam to run Eve? Or would you rather use something like Lutris or Bottles? How do I multi-box? And this is your question. So the idea about multi-boxing is that, you know, we're going to skip some of this stuff. But the idea is, oh, this is interesting. We should probably put the other tools in here as well at some point. But the idea is multi-boxing, we have a few things to consider. First of all, you have to use DX11 for performance. But how it's actually done is we make our own client switchers. And they're in the tools channel. We have we have two main ways to client switch that I think most people are using. One of them is Eve Preview Manager, which is almost like a replacement for Evo that works on Linux. Let's go to the repo real quick and I'll show you what it looks like. And so this would be linked here. And so Eve Preview Manager looks like this. It's basically like a GUI with all of these things, like new character, inherit thumbnail position, all your characters. It's like a full management of thumbnails and everything else. And this can do everything you want. I'm not familiar with it. I have used it and tested and looked at the code though. So this is one option. Another option would be this one called Nicotine, made by Isomerk. He comes to the chat sometimes too and hangs out, which is cool. So Nicotine is another client switcher that works on Windows, Linux, and Mac now. It works on everything, as far as I know. And this one's another one. I didn't have screenshots here for whatever reason, but this is another one where, and it's got a silly name. It's got like an inside joke to it. But this is another switcher where it's full stack. It does everything. It manages your characters and everything in between. And just as sort of an example, right, for this, Nicotine for the win. As sort of an example for this, I use a bash script, and that is, let's see, here. The bash script I use is basically a simple like text file that works with the operating system I use. Essentially, we'll just boil it down to that, and manages your characters. And a couple things I did while I was making this was I focused on performance first and foremost. You know, you can do this with Evo, you can do it with Eve Preview Manager, you can do it with EveX, you can do it with Nicotine. But what I proved was that when you have clients that are minimized, it actually boosts performance. So minimizing clients is really important in Eve. Right? And what we need to understand is that if you want thumbnail previews, you're probably not going to be able to do minimization. So thumbnail previews are very taxing. So you have to ask yourself, do I even want thumbnail previews or do I want performance? My script shows that if you run previews, you know, you're going to have a massive utilization of your GPU. And if you just minimize them all, you use almost nothing. So I'm not going to go into my script. It's old news at this point. But my script basically, you know, I use F1 through F8. And F1 through F5 switch clients. F6 refreshes client order. F7 minimizes everything. And F8 kills everything. That's how I play Eve, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I would encourage you to go poke around over there and enjoy it. I'm going to hop on Eve. You could single box like me. Yeah, if you single box, a lot of this is not a concern. Let's just put it that way. Seth, if you have any questions, you can always post on that Discord or just ask me. You know, I don't usually do troubleshooting for Linux on Discord or on stream because number one, I'm not that good on Linux. Number two, you know, it's not the time and place for it. It's boring. But yeah, hit me up in a DM or on the Discord and you can ask any of the mods there. They're all extremely active and helpful. I'm the inactive one. I just make sure that nobody abuses the server. That's all at this point. I pretty much point people towards it, make like one video a year for Linux, and then make sure that none of the mods go crazy. That's my role. All right, let's take a look and see if we can scoop some gas because we have a fucking core right in front of our little scoopers, so that's pretty exciting. Shout out to the extremely bright splash on the character select screen. Really, honestly, love that. Hi, everybody. How we doing today? Sorry, I wasn't reading Twitch chat. I love you. I was just distracted. So what was the thing? Never punish the rest of your chat for the actions of one chatter. Yeah. I don't think that's really something that I worry about, to be fair. You know, I'm not really sure why you think that advice is useful to me. I mean, it is good advice, 100%. I wonder why you think that's useful for me, though. I'm curious. It's been a dream getting away from Windows. Thanks again. You're welcome, Seth. All right, let's start this up. Get this all nice and juicy. Nice. Do my little Dwayne list here. Since the auto pop-up watch list, I've seen the light. I like Marxism, but I haven't studied a real world application with that I like. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not really about liking things, you know? If you're going around ideologies looking for stuff you like, I mean, how serious are you? It's about ethics. It's about like real observations and like actual history and what people have done to each other. I don't like socialism. I just think that fascism is like the modern day way of like abusing the oppressed, right? It's like a step back to feudalism. What's up, Crops? Nicotine for the win. I use a PC on the desk. I love collective punishment. Collective punishment? Why would you say that? Stop saying things like sarcastically that are just indistinguishable from Nazi rhetoric. Stop saying that at me. It's annoying. Same person who said it was justified for nuclear strikes, and it took her a week to walk that back, by the way. Stop doing that. This is not a channel for you to like just meme about being a Nazi. Like, I don't understand why you would do that here. I won't try to crack your OBSEC this time. I already flashed a bunch, don't worry. Jared, how the fuck are you, bro? You good? King positive, not a crypto fascist. Well, if your rhetoric and your sentences are indistinguishable from like your run-of-the-mill, like actual fascist Nazi type of person, you're in the wrong chat. You got to watch that. I'm doing well, Gerald. I guess I'll just say this. You know, I asked Affinity if she, you know, could elaborate on why this was necessary. You know, and I do kind of take a little objection to this. You know, I'm fiercely loyal to my chat as a whole. I'm fiercely loyal to workers and proletariat, right? I'm wondering where that comes from. If it comes from the idea that they don't want to watch me yell at somebody, well, I can see your perspective then. But if it comes from a position of like, you think that I'm doing something wrong and that my chat doesn't want to see this, I think you're misinformed for sure. But I of course appreciate anybody willing to give me advice. I asked for it, right? But the idea that I'm not ridiculously loyal to my chat is just nonsense. Honestly, no offense really intended by that. Question: in your experience, if you're a new player and scanning data and relic sites, would you focus more on cherry picking sites or doing anything that comes along? So day one, you just take everything. You know, a week later, you're probably going to cherry pick, and then after that, you're going to stop doing it altogether because new player exploration sucks now. At least do it as. I mean, don't even do it. Do not say I love collective punishment in this chat. Don't even do an S. Are the sites still escalating, or is that even a thing? So regular sites don't escalate, but the detected ones do, to my understanding. Oh, event? I don't know how that works. Do the event? Yeah, they escalate, right? When it comes to events, I'm like willfully ignorant. It's brutal. Event sites don't escalate? Oh, okay. Look at that, a fresh instrumental. I mean, I don't know if it's fresh, but it probably is. That's so crazy. Wow, that's a lot of Skrilla. That's a Billa in our pocket. P9, are you here, bro? Gravy, are you here by any chance? What the fuck are you guys good for? What do you do? What do you do? What would you say you do here? What is it that you would say you do here, P9? Besides have like a 450 stream watch streak. What would you say you do here? Chlorobattle? True. He's the first level 10, true. What are you good at in Eve? No, what are you good at in Eve, bro? I've been thinking about this. Like, how do I leverage these fucking noobs? Oh my god. I love you for real. How do I make these guys pop off? Mostly scan and hack, yeah. Do you know how server banks work, P9? The level 5 data combat sites, class 5 data combat sites, server banks, and other ones. Do you know how the Talcans work? I don't know if you've ever looked into that. Surely you have. Do you dump a load of subsystems on the MMRK market? Not really, no. I think I still have a bunch. That was someone else. I only put a couple, like literally like 3. What's up? Oh no, dude, how are you? But yeah, anyway, when my chat is like telling me to go easy, I'll take a note of that for sure. I just wonder where I did chat wrong, that's all. I heard you talk about them once, never done one? Okay. P9, what do you think you're good at in real life? Like, if you had to say, like, if a mega corporation hired you and said, well, P9, what are you good for? Like, what would you do if given power and, like, knowing your skill set? Not Eve skills, but, like, real life. Oh, no, dude said I'm good. I'm quite well. Thank you for asking. Just kind of having a struggle session with my chat. They're saying maybe I'm a little bit too quick to jump on people, and they're right. I think so. Glorkin battles IRL, I bet. Hold on, we'll get on a cloud here in a minute. Good to see everybody. Good to put that on a resume. Where the fuck was it? Where was it? Oh! You son of a bitch. Oh, he slipped it in there an hour ago. I got you, bro. I didn't even see it, bro. You trying to slip that in there? Not really sure. Do you like discovering mechanics and organizing experiments and collecting data? Would you consider yourself a researcher? Would you consider yourself like a math guy? Would you consider yourself like a laborer? Would you consider yourself like, you know, if you don't know what you're good at, that's fine. But take a guess. I'm just curious. What's something you would like to do then in a mega corporation you think you would be good at? Not proven. This is just a question. I can ask anybody. I'm just asking him. Running would be my skill set. You find it difficult to point out something you're good at, it might be a confidence thing. That's right. It is. That's why I walked it back a little bit. Something you think you might be good at instead of something you could confidently say I'm good at. I'm sure he doesn't want to say like, yeah, I'm a good accountant and then find out he's not that good. I'm sure that's what he's worried about. Definitely enjoyed research and mechanic. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, so you know, in a corporation, you could be like head of R&D, research and development, for example, right? And you'd be basically trying to figure out mechanics to get an advantage while doing novel exploration, novel mechanical exploration as well. Very good. I mean, it's not that difficult, right? What about you guys? What about everybody else? What do you think if you were employed to a mega corporation, think like dystopian mega corporation, they do everything. What would you do if they asked you? What would you do? This isn't the question of like socialism, what would you do? This is a mega corporation. What would you do for them if they asked you? You want to see someone different with sight fast, warp in and watch? He's like, I have 12 Jovian navigators at all times. Jero says, I don't know. I'd write amazing AI prompts. R&D design. I'm a huge fan of faking it until you make it. Well, you know, I'm alleviating you from needing to do that and saying, well, what do you want them to do? Like, what do you can learn on the job here. It's no problem. Manual labor, something like physical, keep you going, and then you use your brain power for leisure kind of thing. Is that more your style of work? I mean, I'm like that too. I'm not very academically smart. Well, that's not really what we're challenging here. We're saying, what do you like? What do you think you'd be good at? It's not like, how'd you do in school? You know, fucking George Bush Jr. was like a C student. Man was the president, right? You shoot your shot. You feel me? All right, let's see who ruins my day today. Who's good at dodging shoes? I love it. To be the shit disturber? Is that your job? Is that like custodian? Who's good at dodging shoes, though? I like, you know what's weird about me is I like navigating and like logistics. So like I would be like a perfectly good like hauler in a corporation. You know what I'm saying? Like if the job pays well, I'd love to like do deliveries. You know what I'm saying? That sounds dope. Imagine getting $200,000 a year doing deliveries. It's like, you know, if I'm just trying to explain like what the theory is, right? It sounds fun. Prefer physical work, but time and time again, it seems I'm good at working with people. Really? So it's like a preference versus gift issue. Well, that's when you take your preference and make your hobby and your skill, your work or something, right? Something like that. Sucks, but you're cursed. The square hole, exactly. God, that girl is so cool. She's literally so cool. The girl in the meme. Sorry for the flashbang. Holy shit. Sorry for the triple flashbang. Wow! That is bananas. Are these just not approaching? Ah, I see. I turned this one on earlier. Okay, hold on. Idiocracy scene. 200K a year for delivery sounds. Well, I mean, in this theory, like the corporation's going to pay you $200,000-$300,000 for whatever you do. It's just what do you want to do for them is the idea. I'm like challenging you with, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you want to do? You tell me. Because, you know, we had this conversation earlier. I asked people, like, what do you think you make for your job? Like, if you make $100 an hour, like, how much do you think your job makes off of you? And they're like, you know, 50 to 1, 100 to 1, 500 to 1. They're like, yeah, I make my company thousands of dollars a day, but I get paid like $200 or something. You know what I mean? And I challenged people by trying to do the math and actually figure it out and share it, right? And like normalize it. So what I'm trying to get at is like, there's actually a lot of money on the table that could be given to you for even the menial jobs at a big corpo. Now imagine an entire state, an entire country working together. Imagine what could be alleviated. You know, instead in this country and in capitalism, especially the more advanced capitalism, it's all about kind of just like picking the corpse dry instead of fixing the issues that the proletariat suffer from. It's a delicate balance of bourgeoisie interests. What's up, Hazy J? What's going on? If you become a hauler, just don't get a dog named Seymour. Only thing I know about Seymour is butts. Those light bills are really expensive, you know, with planned obsolescence and all. Yeah, I heard electricity is hella expensive in Europe, which is wild. Why don't y'all get solar panels there? They must be so valuable. Sabotage? Problem solving, ops management, process improvements for a megacorp? Yeah, hell yeah, I love that. You know, I'll be putting together a co-op over the summer, so you know, put a pin in that. Everybody with your skill sets. The ticket to getting into the co-op is to read Capital and take a 400-point quiz. I'm just kidding. Fry's dog in Futurama. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, don't make me cry. Stop. What's up, Animaniac? How are you? What kind of co-op? No, so I have a corporation, right? And basically, there's two goals with the corpo. Is to do research, make videos, have fun, get to know each other, explore Tapestry. The other one is to put together some type of collectivist, social-based corporation, industry, sorry. So I'm going to start very basic with some people, but the idea is simple. We're going to leverage the power of people wanting to be a part of it as a way to put out good products, or in this case, make surplus and redistribute it back. We're not doing socialism. We're just doing a co-op. Is this an Eve Corp? Yeah. This is my Corp ChloroKitties. We haven't done anything with it yet. It's just a few people, but I'm gonna do some cool stuff. And we scored 10 out of 400 on a quiz. Yeah, that's all you need. You only need a 5 out of 400. What's up, Gravy? You should move over here to Switzerland. But one of the things we're doing is just having fun in Tabbits here. That's it. Easy. Just chilling. Where's the comment? Tabbits here. This is where we explore out of. So one of our functions is going to be doing exploration and research. So Tabbits here is where we're going to live. Why is Tabby so low? You tell me. Why is Thera loved? Why is Turner loved, right? What is love? You live there? It's true. I mean, I could tell you a ton of reasons why Tabby's cool, but I think I even have a command for it. Ooh, nice. We got to change that to 12. Oh, fuck it, I'll change it now. Let me get on this next cloud. Anybody want a ban? Anybody want to cop a small little ban as a treat? I like living in main staging systems until they shoot my paws. Always so much company at home. I mean, that's pretty fun. That's based. I like that. I hope to run into you guys over the summer. You mean our corp? Oh, I don't think we'll like fight. We're like kind of like Signal Cartel. We're kind of modeling after them partially. So we're not gonna. I mean, if I see you and you ask, I'll get a ship and fight you. But we know I don't think many people are gonna PvP in my corp. I just don't get that vibe. Most of them aren't interested. But they, of course, can. I'm just assuming you're talking about fighting me, right? If you're talking about hanging out, dude, of course. You can even access our tabby map. You can put an alt in my corp and view the tabby map if you want. It's totally allowed. We let anybody, as long as they're cool, put an alt in the corp and view our stuff. Intellectual property is bullshit. All right, Scott. All right, dude. Look at this dude spitting over on YouTube. All right, dude. Yup. What else? What else? Go on. He says, intellectual property is bullshit, my guy. Last time I nomaded, unless some randos crashed on my couch, they anchored citadels all over the place. Ooh, that's annoying. Wait, I feel like it's a story. Didn't wormhole, but they don't take time to let randos on their couch? Yeah, no. I mean, you know. What up, Bang Biscuit? What's going on with you? What up, Seffi? Who else is sliding up in here? Just got back to K-Space. I found an instrumental core fresh right in front of my face. That was dope. I'm about to take this Baron and then do that instrumental. Life is good. But anyway, my plans are pretty simple. They sound grandiose, but it'll be pretty simple. It'll just be people trying to, a couple people trying to make surplus. And then it'll be people scanning Tabitzer. I haven't really done recruitment, and it's intentional why I haven't done it. I'm glad I haven't, because I'm not really ready for it yet. We'll eventually do a video and recruit people and have, I don't know, you know, 10, 20 people probably scanning the map. Right now we have like 2 or 3 people top scanning it, and it's still up most days. I'm probably going to change the scanner requirement from a month to 1 week. Was an engineer for Boeing. Intellectual property is this destruction of fresh ideas. What are your politics, bro? Holy shit. I mean, you're spitting fire. What do you believe in? Like, I'm not gonna debate you. Well, I may. Okay, I'll debate you if you're like, if you say I'm a Nazi, but you're clearly like some leftist, yeah, some anarchist or something. What are you? Like, that's pretty base what you're saying. If I'm gonna steal an Asmongold quote, you know. Remember that guy that came into my YouTube chat? I was like, MAGA. And I was like, dude, I swear to God, I will fight you with my pillow noodles. I will tickle your feet. And he's like, well, hold on. I was just joking. I'm like, oh, no. I've been punked. Dude, how is Ashton Kutcher doing? Wasn't he, like anti-pedophilia? Didn't he, like, put together some, like, anti-pedophilia, like, force that was, like, solving crimes? Is this a Mandela effect? Is this, like, a figment of my dumb imagination? Wasn't Ashton Kutcher on some, like, anti-pedophilic shit? Isn't everybody? Funny question. The answer is very, very abjectly no. Chloro reads a message like, what's your political stance? Let me try and fire you. Exactly. My dude, it's PoE time for me. Hey, Paul, thanks for hanging out with me. Enjoy PoE 2, and I'll certainly play it again. Don't trip. As soon as they buff Melee and Dwayne can play, I'll play again. What's up, Spooks? What's going on with you? Dude, I beat him to it. I forgot to get my dog her insulin, so I'm dipping real quick. Shit! That's a horrible thing to forget. You better run. You wanted to say hi first? It's like, look, my dog is dying of diabetes, but I wanted to come by Chlorokin stream and say hi. Just kidding, Spooky. I know that's not right. I know you're good. I know she's healthy. I know you would never do that. I'm just teasing. I love you, bro. Right, Eve? No, you want to talk some politics, though? Yo, Wilksy says, hi, can I ask what you're doing in Eve right now? Yes, sir. How are you? Or ma'am, or Fado, or NB, whatever you are. Good to see you, Wilksy. My name is Chlorokin. I'm a player just like you. And what I'm doing right now is collecting wormhole gas. So I have an outrider here with 4 prospects behind it. And we are going around the outside of this cloud and like holding our scoopers open and collecting it. Right? And so you can see this number here is how much money's left in the cloud. We're going to go to another cloud with like 1 billion ISK in it next. So it's pretty exciting for a gas scooper. Biscuit, how we doing today? What's up, J5? Mr. Atrocious. My favorite expat. Going around and around, going around the outside like a trailer park girl. Do you know where that comes from? You know where Eminem got that for his song? Go look where that comes from. It's kind of cool. It's like an older song. Stream died? I don't think so. It's 420, take a hit. It's 520 here. Come on, Scotty. Just a realist, not particularly informed. Okay, good for you. Well, anti-intellectual property is a really interesting thing to be. Usually it's like the sign of someone that's like against capitalism, but not always. So Scotty, let me ask you this. Like, if I'm anti-intellectual property, does that mean you can take a Nomad tail and put it on your YouTube channel and monetize it? The answer is yes. Does that mean you can clip my stream off and make a clip chimp channel and monetize it? The answer is yes. Does that mean you can take my guides and repackage them? The answer is yes. You can take my code? Yes. I don't care. Go for it. I don't care. If Laura reposted a Nomad sale, he'd make more money than me and I wouldn't stop him. I just don't care. I can't even believe people support me and like me. It's bizarre to me, the whole thing. Now, let's be clear here. And most people don't like me at this point. You know, it seems like, you know, the average person is not into me anymore, which is fair. But there's still people that hang out here. It blows my mind, and I'm appreciative. My internet's weird now. Yeah, you scared me. My internet did actually die today when I was on my phone. You're very entertaining, says Hemi. Shit. Well, thank you for that. And with a lower voiceover, let me take all my likes back. There you go. See? There's a Praxis there. Let's hit him with a prime. Dude, I fucking love Laura. I don't care what you guys say. I don't care. I'm gonna stand for Laura, and I don't care about the fallout. It's good. Wait till Chlorokin reacts to Laura reacting to Ant. I'm obviously gonna do it. Just give it time. Yeah, there's just a little cloud poop here. There's a little bit of cloud poop on the floor. We're gonna go away from that. Reaction over. Yeah, we're gonna do it. So he's on episode like 4, and he's already 19 episodes in. So by the time he's finished, he's gonna be like 120 episode of Nomad Tail React. So that should give me a couple thousand episodes if I keep the formula. Oh, it's my boy. Laura with a mustache or Chlora with a mustache? I had a mustache on stream once. I remember Flack came in here one time. He's like, you know, I didn't expect you to have a mustache. And I was like, you know what? Fair. But now I just rock the full beard because, you know, ain't nobody got no time for that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody got no time for that. I got bronchitis. My man makes his battles like first hit is free and wonders why we stick around. The chlorobattles. I like to say you can play the game on your own, but nobody would dare. They want that XP. Yeah, I'm playing 5 accounts right now, Wilksy, yeah. So this would be the lead, and then there's 4 behind him. Which, you know, we talk about multi-boxing a lot on this stream, and my opinion has largely remained the same, which is that it's kind of the way the game is played by a lot of people, but it's not the only way to play. Is that common in this game? Yes, it is. I personally know a guy who does this with, how many does Monkey have? 25? He has 25 or 30 accounts he'll use to do this. He'll kill the entire site in like 10 minutes. You know, the average person has maybe 1 to 3 accounts. And that's like probably the normal range of people. If you look at the distribution, that's just me conjecturing, right? You know, past that, you're either somebody that has like specialized interests, somebody that really loves Eve, somebody that does PvP and needs the power, somebody that, you know, is a content creator, so you get hookups like me, right? Where's the beautiful antenna of yours, handsome man? Aw, Seffi. Yeah, so what's funny is not only is it allowed in Eve, it's actually allowed in WoW too, or it was back in the day. Isn't that insane? I used to think this too, and somebody proved me wrong that it was allowed in WoW. Isn't that insane? And in WoW, you're like literally even allowed to input broadcast, I heard. Now, I don't know if they've changed the rule, but the point is back in like, you know, the first couple expansions. It's not encouraged in Star Citizen. So do you multi-box in Star Citizen? Get the fuck out of here. Is that real? 3 with 1 being Omega for Soapy. What's up, Red Dog? What's up, Soapy? Don't play Eve anymore, but came to see what the Nomad is up to. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm just getting some gas. Got an instrumental core reservoir here. This is pretty much the best site in the game for, you know, gas scooper. So we're happy. Happy, 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 happy. You can do the game solo. Yeah, so exactly. It's an interesting challenge to play this game with no alts. And it seems weird to say that, but that's the truth. Playing with 1 account is how we all start. But some people evolve to multiple accounts and some people stay 1 account. If you stay 1, you're playing the game with a handicap, and you should take great pride in all of your accomplishments, is my advice. Used to be allowed in WoW? Yeah. Yeah, they probably banned the input broadcasting part. I really don't know. You multi-box many games? Can you run more than 1 instance of Star Citizen? It's all distributed kubernetically. Finally on PC and not my phone so I can chat. Day is good. Spend the morning with my little man, and he and mama are off on an adventure. Yeah. You and his mama get along, or how's that work? I mean, not really my business, but it seems like you have a real good relationship with the kiddo, which is something that I really admire in men, honestly. I do in women, of course, too, but it's more commonplace there. Married 15? Oh, cool. Good for you. Hey, what's up, MS Joss? How we doing today? Never heard somebody multi-box in World of Tanks. Yeah, Crops is an advanced level of delicious autism. He is a very serious gamer. He knows a lot of things about Eve that would blow your mind. Right? His only problem is that he speaks German. He's such a nice guy, too. His only problem is that I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about half the time. But he's awesome. He's a good guy. Get to know him. That sounds... Exactly, yeah. Yeah. The German part, right? I'm just kidding. Scott says, I'm speaking more about, with regards to the intellectual property, the corporate machine taking the ideas of their employees to further themselves while maintaining an aggressive control of the people that make the profits. I mean, you're anti-corporate at this point, you know. That's kind of an even more reasonable way to present your views than saying you're against intellectual property, right? Just anti-corporate practice. Like, we really just want corporations to be held to the power of the people is what we want, like as socialists. That's like the big thing. Input broadcasting may not be allowed, but apparently a lot of groups are not getting banned in WoW, yeah. Oh, in Eve? Well, name and shame them, bro. If you know a group that input broadcasts and you can prove it, name and shame them. If it's just a guess, yeah, I probably wouldn't name them. My problem with people doing accusations is that I feel as though a lot of them are guessing, and that's not how these things are done. I'm not talking about you, though. You've always struck me as a pretty level-headed chatter and willing to, you know, be held accountable. But you know what I mean? There's a lot of people just look at an Ishtar and say he's botting, and I think that's honestly really dangerous, to just assume every Ishtar you see is a bot just because you can't kill him. That's not what we're doing here, by the way. I just want to be clear. Bad weather out, the heater's on. I have no excuse but to play some Eve. Yeah, I can't do anything else. Bellafor says, wait, what? Multi-box? Yeah. Wait, which game? In Eve? You didn't know it was allowed in Eve or other games? Because if Eve, I mean, shit, dude. Like, you know, where you been? Amount of times, and World Tanks God, I was going to say. Amount of times a mediocre me was called an input broadcaster. Does it you got called an input broadcaster with your 5-box setup? Are you cycle switching and just like F1ing, or how are you doing it? It's like a 2-tick cycle, right? Tops. You can do it in 1 tick sometimes, and they call that input broadcasting. That's the point. If you can target with 10 guys in 1 second, that doesn't mean you're an input broadcaster. That's not what it means. It's not about how good you are. It's about what tools you're using. Do you have Omega on every account? Me? Yeah, I have 8 active Omega accounts. I'm a streamer, though. It's not fair to compare yourself to me. People like subscribe, and you're like an Eve partner, blah, 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 blah. I would play about 2 or 3 accounts if I didn't have, you know, a stream thing going on. If that helps. Yeah, to multi-box, you must have Omega. That's a good point, Starkey. Yeah. So the whole thing's a big racket, to be honest, Wilksy, and we all know it. And something we criticize this game for, not even CCP, but something we criticize them for is this whole scene is that we really don't, in public copy, acknowledge multi-boxing. We don't do it. We like to pretend to the business world of real Earth that multi-boxing is not really what it is in Eve. And we do that because it looks better when it looks like there's like 40,000 people playing instead of 10. You understand? So there's a bit of a lie by omission going on with Eve from the game developers and the community in that you don't have to multi-box. And it's true, but they should acknowledge it. And we should be honest about what this game is to new players so they stop coming here and being like, wait, you multi-box? It's like, that's not coincidence that you don't realize that about the game. That's part of like the obfuscation of the current business model, which is to encourage multi-boxing without explicitly announcing that you condone it, you know, and then milking people. The truth is we're fine with it, but their business model would be affected if they acknowledged it. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Well, it's certainly normalized. It's not acknowledged in market copy. Yeah, because of this, because it would be putting off the new players. And this is the lie, right? Is not this, but this is the problem with the lie, is that players don't realize that, quite frankly, this game is largely about multi-boxing. It doesn't have to be. You can just play one account in Mine Veldspar and have a good time forever. You could also play single box and enjoy it and be part of a nullsec block, right? But the lie is that, you know, there's not most people multi-boxing at this point. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that needs to be like put in the copy, and the business model needs to suffer for it. It's just how it should be. I personally think that people would actually come to EVE if they realized what it was, instead of new players exodizing or being ostracized. But it's up to you to determine which is right. I'm not a business guy in capitalism. I don't really know how it all works, how to make money, you know. For computers? Oh yeah, that's against TOS, yeah. No, you're not allowed to do alphas in any way, shape, or form. But there's so many ways to bypass it, right? Last time I talked about it, I said the word VPN, and the reason I said that was because that kind of hides what you're doing and adds plausible deniability. But I personally don't condone people who multi-box alpha. I think it's cheating, and I think, quite frankly, like, it would really affect the game if everybody could do it. So it's not good. So I don't condone it. I just talk about mechanics. That's all I do. There's no way they can prove, but that's not the point, right? Well, that's what you're saying. Sorry, but my point is a little different. My point is that, like, you know, it's still against the rules. That's all. Whoa, Noah, what the? What are you doing? It's fucking party time. Hey, buddy, from my custom. I called him a mechanic yesterday. Fucking funny. Yo, thank you, dude. I snuff out bots and EVE by log off trap with ascendancy hyperspatial dictals on the structure they warp to. It's more common than most think. Yeah, but this is kind of disingenuous, I think, because I think the point being discussed here is more that, like, it's not okay to just assume someone's botting based on whatever analysis you're using as another player. You really do need like tools, like heuristics. You need like the ability to monitor people. You need the ability to form like a nexus of patternation, right? It's not fair for players to look at other players and call them bots. There's no way of knowing. That's why it's weird to me. Like, stuff like this, like, yeah, you're catching bots, no question. But that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people just being like, oh, these Ishtar bots, right? You feel me? Is botting common too? The truth is that in a game like this, botting, it happens every second of every day. But the type of botting is generally just pretty mundane. Some people maybe auto-click their ship to go to a destination. Some people run like an Ishtar bot. There are more advanced things, but advanced bots are not common. Only like using a basic, like, oh, I'm just going to kill these goblins with my sword kind of bot. That's the only thing that like really people use, if I'm just going to be straight up with you. And I, of course, don't condone that. But my rationale is simple. It's compared to like botting, such as like creating a botnet and like affecting the economy dramatically by like economic adventurism, right? Compared to that, it's actually kind of benign and it actually serves a purpose in a way. You know, RuneScape players are more aware of the role of botting in these games. I talked about this in a video once, but it's ancient. No, it's not. There are people that cheat in this game, though. The biggest, like, most unethical thing in this game is, like, the selling of the proceeds. Like, the ISK that you get in the game can be, like, somewhat easily laundered and then distributed for real money. We call it real money trading. It affects all MMOs, right? And some non-MMOs. But in EVE, it's like, it is the biggest problem with, you know, the criminal side of the game, if you will, in my opinion. Now, I don't even mind it, personally. I know, and some people are very interested in it. I don't really mind it so much because I play this game as more like an arcade style, right? Just kind of put my quarter in and enjoy. You know, do my little roguelike story, you know? But it's worth being aware of the fact that that's pretty much been the most significant arms race between the developers and like the criminals, like, in this game. And it goes way back. And again, you know, you don't want to be slinging things around without proof. But the idea that EVE has an RMT problem from the developer's point of view is pretty clear. What's up, Binax? Thanks for showing the Linux stuff. Oh, hey, that's blah, 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 who are you? You are Seth, yeah? What's up, dude? Works perfectly now. I love it. Thank you for for the follow-up.
Autopilot jumping.
I got a Gunstorm Botter banned by watching his YouTube channel and posting on Discord to help on region. Ah. Ah. So, like, talking to someone like our boy Crops here, like, you know, how do you do a vigilante-style anti-bot campaign? It's hard, you know? You can potentially get things done, but it's tough. Yo, thank you very much. Noah, stop gifting me subs. I swear to God, I will come over there and tickle you. Okay? I will. Joss with a sub, thank you. Wymick picking it up, paying it forward. I love it. He's like, dude, don't threaten me with that. I'm into that. He's like, you got to tickle my cat too. Both of them.
Autopilot jumping.
Wait, what? I get to ban people? Stop. What a day. Do you know EFT? I don't think so. Where's my other credit card? Yo, thank you for the hype train,
Our
nerds.
escape pod was destroyed and you died. Well, actually, your old self died and I miraculously escaped.
Oh,
Lucky for
Tarkov?
you that you have been
Oh, yeah.
reincarnated through an insurance clone.
Yeah.
Open the medical services and I will show you more about this nifty little thing.
Yo, thank you for the hype train. If you've never been here before during a hype train, let me explain how this works. Typically, a hype train would be a way to milk your viewers of money. Right? But what I like to do is kind of flip it around. I like to punish them for it. So while I could, you know, buy a dread and be like, oh, hit a level 10 hype train to get a dread, I could do that. That's too cool for me. I prefer to do a more dark, a more emo approach to this. So what we're going to do today, and the same thing we do every time we get a hype train, is I'm going to start randomly banning chatters based on how many levels we get. So that's the way it works. Thank you for your subs, and prepare for bannage. Yeah, it could be you. I'm not even joking. Anybody who's talked since the start of the stream is in the list. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. See you later. I mean, no, you can still get... I mean, if you typed, you're in the list. Here, let me show you, man. If you've done any typing at all, you're on the list. Socialists love making lists. Let me get rid of some of these bots. Easy. I missed a ban the last few trains. Well, just get ready. I mean, I don't know who's going to get it, but they're going to be half-hour bans today. Yesterday, I kind of chickened down and did 5 minutes. Judas is like, please, me, I want to be banned. Anyway, the idea is to, instead of incentivizing it, let's just fucking goof off and start banning people randomly and kind of throw it in the face of traditional streaming. What up, Nth Dimensional? Oh, I hope we ban this fucking guy. What up, G? I haven't been hit since I started coming here. Maybe today's the day. Listen, I've never been on a list since the incident. I told you I was reading a book earlier by Stalin, and now I'm talking about lists. So I'm just putting 2 and 2 together here, folks. That cloud is 850 million. Yeah, this is a fatty. This is a fat, stinky boy. Wish I get banned. I don't even play Eve. Dude, I'll ban you whenever you want, man, as a treat, just for you. Because, you know, how would you rate Stalin's style? You know, I like Stephen King better, but, you know, Stalin's all right. Fucking awesome. All I can tell you is the man loves the word hence. I've never seen hence written so many times until I read Dialectical and Historical Materialism. Chris Stocks with the fat raid. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Yo, I'm in the middle of doing a ban train. Whatever you do, do not type, because you're about to be entered into the ban train. Uh-oh, he's in! It's alright. Yeah. Yeah, I get to ban a couple chatters. Whatever hype train level we get, I'm gonna ban that many chatters for half an hour. Chris, I appreciate you, kid. If you guys don't know who this is, used to go by Chris Docs, changed the name up to something cool. Let me give you a shout out. Or check him out for real.
Cleaning completed.
07. Can't spell the new name. Appreciate you, King. I hope you have an awesome day. Anybody that came here from his raid, do not type because you might get banned. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. You feel me? No, with 100 bits? Okay. Chill, 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 chill. We don't want to ban too many people. Josh says type harder. Shit, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my god, the police. The gas police, they're coming for me. Uh-oh, they're coming in hot. Oh, shit. Target spotted. Oh, shit, they're coming right at me. Oh, they're launching missiles. Holy shit. It's so Jover. Ramming speed. Galuk says, nice, something I can win. Even if it's a ban. No, stop gifting subs. I swear to God. Please stop. This is like a real life friend. He's literally gifting subs to get more people banned from my chat. He's like trying to do the pirate software rig, but I'm like blowing his cover and like telling him not to do it. Remember how Thor used to pay his friends to do his hype trades? He's trying to do that. Noah, thank you. Next time my girlfriend's here, I'll take you guys out to dinner if you're down. Get these MFs out of here. Sheesh. Do you have a license to huff that gas? I mean, I don't know. I don't see Vinegar Douche around here. You guys see Vinny Douche around here? If he's not here, I don't see who's going to stop me. Any Wormhole Police Department members around here? All cops are bastards, especially Vinegar Douche. And you can clip chimp that. What overlay do you use to censor the system name? So it doesn't adapt lengthwise. It is just a blur pattern. I can't really show it to you. It'll take it away. But what I did is I took a screenshot and then I put a square over the things and I removed the background. And then I use that as the mask for the blur. And I use an up and down blur so it looks like a barcode. Apparently yesterday someone pointed out that you could kind of see what system it was before. It's Jerry. When those gas cops finally catch up to you, they're going to have a stern word. It's true. It's right. This is like what the American moonshining industry was like back in the day. Anybody get that? Fucking hot rod right here. People, that little Crown Vics can't keep up or whatever they got back then. I don't even know what they got back then. Aren't they shooting? Yeah. These guys are just, I'm really far away. It looks like I'm close, but look, I'm 200 kilometers away from them pretty much. Bootlegger, yeah, that's the word. Chloros of Hazard. I like that. I like that. Fucking Noah. He's like, no, we're banning people. I don't care. That's a huge ass cloud. Yeah. So this would be a core cloud. The way it works is there's perimeter, there's frontier, and there's core. So core would be the huge, expensive ones. That's one we're doing now. Absolutely massive. I always miss the trains. That's true, you do. Well, it's kind of like chill nowadays. We're kind of more sane these days with the gifting and trains now that FG finally decided to be normal, you know? I kind of enjoy it, you know? Like the occasional little hype train action, get a couple of people banned. It's nice. You know? I like it. No, it says normies. He's spending money on his children now instead of me. I can't believe it. The guy's a traitor. Scam me a rat. Looks like you need help with that instrumental. What are you saying? I'm not scooping fast enough? The scumbag counter is going to increase. I can feel the bigotry. I'm just kidding. Starring Chloroquinol, in their 5th guest episode. Chloroquinol, is it not worth one of your 5 accounts as guns? So you're wondering why I don't have any guns? Well, the reason is I'm playing like a gazelle right now. Like I just outrun everybody. I can hop away, right? Here, I'll show you. For example, like let's just say a saber lands, like right now they appear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boop. And then I just blink away 100 kilometers. The saber's back here now, right? I also have a bunch of I have a bunch of warp core stabilizers. I have EC drones I can pull out, right? There's a bunch of things you can do, and that's assuming they can even get on top of me. It's really hard to catch this. It's basically like the Gazelle setup of J-Space. You can't really stop it. Personally, I've never lost a prospect ever playing Eve, ever on a cloud. Granted, I do monitor while I'm doing it, but sometimes I've taken AFK breaks. Only time I ever lost anything on a cloud was a venture when I was just fucking playing Roller Coaster Tycoon on the other monitor. Yeah, gas is very broken. I made a video about gas that it might be interesting to watch for you. I'll just link it just in case this is somewhat compelling. So there's this video called 17
Once
years.
upon a time, there was no wormhole
breaking
gas because
Shut
there
up. There's this video called 17 Years of Breaking Wormhole Gas, and this basically goes through the whole history of how we came up with these techniques, who did them, like why we did them. You can basically, in 6 minutes, learn everything there is to learn about like why we do these things and how they formed. It's definitely worth a watch if this gas stuff is interesting to you. So now we're going to jet can the gas into a random trash container out floating at a safe spot somewhere. Checking D-scan to make sure we don't see any combats pop up. Right. So we'll name the can the time so that we don't have any issues, and then we'll warp back to the instrumental with the whole crew at 100. Choo, choo, choo. All right, who the fuck is getting banned? Yo, thank you for the gift of subs. I appreciate you guys. Seriously, fun time to be here. Is this not going to work? Oh, I misclicked. No, I appreciate you, kids. Stop gifting me subs. That is bannable. Speaking of bannable, who the fuck's going to get it? How many do I get? 3, right? Bang Biscuit. You guys ready to play some chlorobattle? Now that he's gone, we know he's going to not be able to earn any experience. Yo, see ya, Bang Biscuit. Thanks for being yourself. But, too mad, too bad, so sad. Guardian Knight, I think he just got here from the raid, and he asked about the ban train, and now he's banned for a half an hour. Sheesh. Sheesh. You hate to see it. We got one more lucky chatter. Who's the last one? Who gets it? Starkey the Fox. Not like this. Here, I'm going to charge this one up. I'm going to charge this one up and do the Donkey Kong punch. Look at him. He's saying his last words. I'm charging this motherfucker up. Here we go. The fuck out of here. Why are you watching this stream? Get out of here. You goobers. Yo, thanks for the support, nerds. And if you got banned, well, you got to work on it. You clearly aren't talented enough to stay here. Imagine watching the stream and not being able to chat. This is why you lurk and don't talk until after the ban. Rob knows how it works. Rob knows. What's up, Rob? So I got a little bit too close to the sun here, and you can see that I am currently dying. So we should probably fix that right now before I actually die. While we were doing the hype train, almost lost a prospect, but managed to save it just in the nick of time. Let's reconsider this, yeah? Chill out, Icarus? I mean, you say Icarus, but I say not even close, baby. I need to get Donkey on a soundboard. He is probably the best YouTuber, objectively. So, slight issue here with the ban train interfering with the ops here. How much is one prospect worth? Not that bad. It's really not so much the prospects that we're worried about. It's more the idea of like, how would we get one back here? It'd be a nightmare. It's more the idea as well as the scoops. Probably 100 mil or so a pop. Not really that big of a loss, but we really don't want to lose stuff to rats. That's not good. We're blocking the watch list and we're banning chatters, and I almost paid the iron price for it. What's up, Stratios? How are you? You may be looking at my merit here and going, "What happened to my merit's health?" Don't worry about it. Is my answer. You don't have the record in Bowser's Big Bean Burrito. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do it like this instead. I'm gonna warp the Magoose to the site at 100, and I'm gonna make a save spot, and then we're gonna enter slowly from orbit. So stand by. How are you, Stratios? How's your day? You just missed the ban train. We just copped a couple fools. I think this is actually Rob's fault. He's like, hi, I've been lurking. Oh, I warped the whole crew here anyway. Okay. Okay. I have to censor when you make bookmarks because CCP decided to add no streamer mode. And when you make a bookmark, it shows you the J code. And they're all of their fucking wisdom. So.
Winkle says slug slug varger pirate side.
Slug,
Cat Mock is
slug.
slug.
Varger. Slug.
The Magoose? How did I say Magoose? Oh no. I think Magoose is still with us spiritually. Please get Donkey on. Dude, Donkey? Are you kidding me? Donkey's Hollywood as fuck now. Are you kidding me? Donkey ain't got no time for this shit. All right, so we're going to do this slightly differently. We're going to warp off to the strange and then back from the other angle at 100, get on the cloud, and we'll be all good. Yep, just had to see what I was doing. It turns out that the we warped a little bit too close to the sun there, and we felt the hot radiation inside of our skin cells. Game must be a pain for stream snipers. On the contrary, it is very stream sniper friendly. Very stream sniper friendly. I mean, says I got your J code. Doesn't know that we don't joke about that here. You forgot about TTS? Well, now you know. Meant paying for the streamer. Ah, yes, it's a major problem. Yeah. Not necessarily for me, because I'm just a noob who just hangs out, but for like people doing fleets, like Loru has had some pretty unfortunate incidents. I've been sniped once on stream, pretty badly. Broke my heart. Got your postal code? Make sure the vans got rerouted somewhere. True, I did betray that the other day. The life of a streamer. Laura eats himself in a lot of stuff. Yeah, but yeah, of course. I'm talking about, actually getting his newbie stream sniped and stuff. Granted, how you doing, buddy? I guess I don't know who needs to hear this, but we don't really joke about sniping in game or doxing, so, chill out. Ask yourself if you think that would be funny from the reverse perspective or not. Strat says, give me the J code. There you go. Poor my Merit almost lost her life for the cause. Well, I guess her crew's life. She would eject like a coward and respawn. Why did they get the pod? We should put all the non-capsuleers in the pod. There should be like lore that the people all leave in escape pods. Wooksy says, my bad. No, not you. You're good. I was talking about Emmy and Dwayne. Gonna drop in the stream chat or should I DM it to him on Discord? Getting real fucking sick of Emmy pushing the line, dude. I'll see you in a week, Emmy. I'm getting real sick of people just not understanding and pushing my buttons. I just said that we don't joke about stream sniping or doxing, and you said, should I DM them the J code or send it in stream chat? What are you not getting about these rules, Emmy? The reason we don't let people joke about stream sniping is because then it becomes a game for them, right? So we don't let them do that. And I just warned you. What is wrong with you? Honestly, I should permanently ban you because you're a button pusher, and it's really irritating. I wish you weren't like that for what it's worth. But I'll see you in a week. Hopefully you can stop pushing my buttons after that. Rob says they do. They put out a list in the percentage of crew that make it off the ship. Do they really? Well, do you know what that percentage is by any chance? So these rats are still extremely close over here. So you might be looking at pinging off and back here, just so it's a better. We're gonna monitor the situation. If we take any shield damage, I think we're good actually. They're drifted. They're gonna get with him a little bit. We have to pass them once to get them in rotation. Is the idea. The only reason we are in any issue is because any trouble at all is because I blinked. Or I was distracted with stream and had to blink off and almost lost the guy. Otherwise they'd be stuck to the middle by now. Just watch this and see if we get hit at all, and we'll blink forward if we do. I think they only hit out to like 110 or something like that. Maybe less. I can't remember what these guys hit to. Is it different by class of ship? What's up, Stardog? Think crabbing is still a good isk maker? Oh yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Oh yeah. That's like one of the fundamental ways to do it, right? You know, crabbing or ratting in general, you know, you start off the game doing some missions or whatever, and then it goes all the way up to like dread ratting or like super carrier ratting, right? Its scale is very high. The crab beacons, yep. Oh, you talking about crab beaconing specifically? Oh, I don't know anything about it. Sorry. I'm sorry. Crabbing specifically, the crab beacons, don't know anything about it. I heard they added some for carriers that they couldn't do or something, which just tracks. Crew sizes per lore per ship. Okay, we got a source here. Thanks, Crops. So our frigate would have 2 to 10 people. Oh, that's it. And so less than 5% survive. Huh. Interesting how Titans have a huge survival rate. Huh. Oh, sorry, the frigate here, yeah. Well, this is cool. I'm going to save this source. This is awesome. Shout out to the old lore, the old wiki. Thanks for that, Crops. Like the Titanic. Too soon, bro. That just happened. Come on. Women engineers first. I gotta put the engineers. Women and German people first. I forgot how this works. I'm so sorry. Children after the Germans. If anybody's wondering why I have this play beef with Germans, it's because, like, you know, we're all autistic EVE players, right? I have this trouble understanding German speakers' sarcasm. It's really funny. It's like a recurring thing on the stream. It's my fault, not theirs. What's up, Del? How are you, buddy? Miss even. I don't know what you like. I never asked all these years later. Titans, they said, if they get Doomsday, it's incredibly low, but otherwise they die slow and have a good throw. Yeah, I think the Doomsday is probably not going to provide for, you know, time to find the lifeboats, right? If you're wondering about this right here, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Mind your business. Mind your business. Doomsdays used to be able to shot through a sign. Dude, I've heard of that. I don't know the specifics of it. Have you seen Nico recently? Nah, we don't really hang out anymore. Honestly, he just annoyed the shit out of me. And he's a good guy. I really believe that. I just couldn't stand talking to him anymore. He would always just say something like, oh yeah, but. Like, he was actually me constantly, and I couldn't stand it. Also, like, you know, with all due respect, like, he also joined my corp, wanted to be a scanner, and then started telling me, like, what we should be doing. And I just couldn't stand that in a person. The German sense of humor is no laughing matter. Try to tell my Germans out there, honestly, push back against the far right bullshit, and honestly, you know, there's hope for us imperialists. Lucas says, make your own corp then. Yeah. He wasn't like, you know, demanding. He was just trying to give advice when I'm trying to get him to conform to our system. And it's just, you know, it's just, we clash. He's got good ideas. He's a good person. He's smart. He's honestly welcome to lurk, but I really just can't stand it. Nico is a good guy. I really don't want to talk shit on him. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to explain why I can't deal with it. I wish him well, though. I do. It's called boundaries. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I don't really know what's happening today. But some people are kind of crashing out. And I guess it's fine, but, you know, live your life, I guess. I have no idea what the fuck Emmy's problem is. I have no idea why she continues to do that. I think it's just she thrives on the attention of it. I really hope that she stops that someday. But there's not going to be another appeal process here. It's just, I'm going to get tired of it, and she's not going to be welcome here. It's Friday Crash Out Day? Hell yeah. You want to see what this guy said, Noah? Well, you don't, but... He says, damn, I made a mistake coming to this stream. I really enjoy your Nomad Tale videos. I'll stick to those. Didn't realize you assume bad faith and jump down people's throats over typos. That's wild. Perfectly characterizing what I'm doing here, obviously. Titan Doomsday through a Sino? Alright, maybe we can watch it. Give us something to do. Can be easy to get carried away, just learn from it. It's all Gucci. Let's see this. Whoa! Crazy rock music. We don't need that. Alright, so this is somebody lighting a Sino and ripping a Doomsday through the Sino without their Titan present. So back in the day, if you don't know, you used to be able to light a Sino and then Doomsday through the Sino. And this is really old school, Eve, if you don't know. You can tell by the graphics. It's fucking square resolution, too. So basically, this is what it would look like. Is he launches the Sino, and then you warp a Sino into all these people, and then you just let it rip from afar. I mean, this is like brain dead game design. And here's what it looks like after he did it. It's like 50,000 wrecks there. You basically just warp a newbie ship to the enemy fleet and one-shot them. Cool. Glad they changed that. What's up, Thadrin? 217 dead in one shot. I love it. What was the typo about? Ah, yeah, I'll show you. So basically, this is what happened. We're having a conversation. So let me just walk it back for you, Del. The person joined the chat, and this was the first thing they say. They say that communism always fails. And I remember taking like 5 to 10 minutes explaining to them that this is idealist thinking and it has nothing to do with like the actual way that these modes of production formulate and take their course. This isn't real, the idea that communism always fails. I also clarified that socialism isn't communism. I was actually super charitable to this person. And then they typed this. They said, China is socialist, comma, or communist. And then they said not. And when I read this, I thought they meant that China is not socialist or communist. And so I spent about 5 minutes explaining to them that you're stupid. Like, this is obviously agitprop, right? You're obviously clueless. Like, it's clearly a socialist country. Turns out what they meant was China is socialist, not communist, which is true, right? But I need you to understand something. This is also a deeply reactionary person. They have some understanding of how China works. Yet, they also think that communism is destined to fail. The linchpin of like fascistic like rallying point, right? So you got to understand something. The typo, I knew they made a typo and I just misinterpreted what the typo was. And then after they pointed out, I walked it back. So my chatter was like, hey man, you're jumping all over more of a typo. I said, my bad. I misread that. Your actual idea of communism will never work is false still for the reasons I talked about. And then the next message they said was, damn, I really made a mistake coming to this stream. And my message to this person as they departed was, maybe you should take a few seconds and actually articulate your thoughts instead of being a dumb fuck who expects me to read your mind. The level of charity I gave you as a reactionary was far too great, in my opinion. My chat had a problem with me jumping on somebody for a typo, but I don't think that's what happened. I think I quickly realized what they meant, despite them being extremely confusing, and I walked it back. Now, my chat made some other points that, you know, it is the case that I, you know, will make assumptions about reactionary stances and stuff, and that's true. That is true. I gotta work on that. Politics is always a bad idea on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know how to say this, but I don't care. You know, it's part of the show at this point. Governments are always going to fail due to human. That's another idealistic stance. Like, that's just not what we understand the mode of production. Well, you said governments, which is definitely not true. But this is not how it is. We know governments don't always fail. We know governments have a start and an end. Every government ever had a start and an end. All the ones that ended or failed. Like, this is a very flawed way of thinking. You have to think dialectically. Like, governments form and end. They are birthed from something and they birth into something. Or they're conquered and they're revolutionized. The idea that all government is bad, all communism is bad, is idealistic, and it can be discarded in the same vein as a religious interpretation of history. It's not made for academic discussion. It is made for other things, cultural things. The reactionary the other day was hilarious. It's funny how you can drag them around. They don't even know sometimes. Yeah, and I suck at this, right? He was just salty. Well, of course, I understand. He got yelled at, and it's very unpleasant. But if you come here with zero investigation as to the idea you're about to opine about, you cannot expect your opinion to be taken seriously. In fact, on the contrary, if you come with a reactionary idea that you can't even articulate and have a conversation about, which is that communism always fails, you're not going to be welcome here. You should lurk and read. Because we have some real sharp chatters here that, like, you know, they can see immediately the liberal cope from people. Basically, I agree. Yeah, no doubt. I don't expect people to say that, you know, I think communism will work or socialism will work. I don't expect liberals to think that. I expect you, though, to not immediately say it will fail, because that's just not real. And we know it's not real. And you know it's not real. The idea of all government being bad, this is like a cynical kind of cop-out to the idea that our government's not serving us. A government that is dictated to by the proletariat, the working class people, is a government that serves the public interest and the working class. Look no further than China. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. All right, Noah's letting his politics fly, finally. Yes! Can we get some boys references? A couple Star Wars references in here? Is it true that Star Wars, the original 3 movies, were modeled after the Vietnamese conflict, the American-Vietnamese conflict? Is that true? I don't know enough about Star Wars to even understand that. Is that true, or is that just a rumor that people tell? How many prospects should be running to make an outrider worth it? Technically, you can start boosting with 2 accounts, and it's worth it. But I would highly recommend starting with 3. When you go 3, you boost. 2, keep running 2 prospects. The reason is because you won't have much cargo hold. You'll have to shuffle stuff around. It'll be awkward. But you can start boosting with 2, and the reason is because the Outriders boost double it. So you're basically getting free stuff. Rebels or Viet Cong. Star Wars is 90% politics. Homelander. Oh, silly billies. I've been told all polyamorous relationships fail by serial monogamous. Yeah, you're a couple people in my chat are polygamous, which is wild. I have no idea how any of that works, but quite frankly, I don't care. Like, the sanctity of family is deeply unserious to me. I don't care about it. If you want to have 50 fucking people, as long as you treat them right, I don't care. To say that there's not been exploitation in the polyamorous model throughout history in religious names is to deny reality. But guess what, folks? To say there's not been patriarchal exploitation in the nuclear family model is to deny reality. It's the family model that you know you should have a problem with as a socialist, not the style of parents or children or the number. Although I do get suspicious when people have like 50 fucking kids. I'm like, what are you doing? You building an army, asshole? Like, what are you doing? Stop. Nobody's trying to have 50 Thadens running around. Hayden, Thaden, Raiden, Baden, Jaden. It's like, dude, fucking just go the Elon route and start naming them like weird symbols at that point. Used to be poly, but it was great. But it's like Eve, lots of admin. That's funny. I've never had any interest at all in polyamory. And it's not to say good or bad. I'm like kind of like conditioned, pretty vanilla, you know? Cis, het, monogamous, right? I'm a fan of hand holding. We know what he's doing. Preferably no children in my relationships. Could you please explain where communism falls in the left versus right spectrum? Sure. Gotta love the most demonetized Eve streamer ever. I still make money doing this, which is wild. You guys are extremely kind to me. Guys and girls. So Wilksy wants to know what communism, like, so basically communism was birthed from socialism. Socialism is birthed from capitalism. Capitalism birthed from feudalism. Feudalism birthed from slavery and slaveholding and slave owner systems, and slavery birthed from, you know, primitive communist systems. So the idea is like communism comes when you have a government structure that is ruled by the people, the working class, and they produce so much that really human suffering is like off the table at that point because there's so much production unlocked by the economies of scale and the collectivism. Communist is, as you know, just about as far left as you can go. You know, on the opposite side, we have fascism, and you may be wondering, what is fascism? Well, you know, it's actually incredibly complicated, more than I could understand, but between us, we can describe it as a complete rule of the bourgeoisie class over capitalism. It is when the corporation owners make and enforce the law. And it's just one big body of government and corporation. You know, Mussolini called it corporatism. We call it fascism. It is the antithesis of communism, where the people have the ultimate control over their own day-to-day lives. In fact, in fascism, it is the corporations that have the complete control over the proletariat's lives. Not in the same way as slavery or feudalism, but in a new, novel, insidious kind of, pervasive and very, poignant way. It is. It's sad. I don't understand poly relationships. You need a little bundle of sticks, right? The fascies, yes. I thought that was a joke about the F word. Interesting. I always thought liberals were the left wing. Yeah, and so that is how this works, Wilksy. I need you to hear this because I spent my whole life as an American Democrat on the left wing, the progressive, the bleeding edge. I care about people's side of politics. It just turns out that in America, we don't have framework to understand going outside of capitalism. It stops at the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders for us. That is as progressive as you can get and seriously make a difference. We don't even understand that there is a whole body of science and, in fact, nations built on the concept of outlawing profit and making public ownership a central position of the entire state. So what happens is, like, people like you and I, we spend our whole lives thinking we're the ones that care, but in reality, we are making the empire, the capitalist mode of production, the imperialism, in some cases the fascism. All we're doing is reforming it and extending it. It really is on a left-leaning liberal to realize they are on the right-wing side of history. And it's on them to kind of break out of that eggshell and realize there's a criticism to be levied. Once you do that, and you develop this concept we call working class consciousness, you realize your friends are the people working, not the boss. Well, you know that, but you don't know why or how. Well, maybe you do. One fun way to look at it is like, what happens if the people fight back? Who will point the gun at you? Your fellow workers or your boss? Like, just understand this. Now, maybe your boss is petit bourgeois and they work too, but the point I'm trying to explain is, understanding that the criticisms of capitalism and the caring of people goes far beyond your social democrats and your democratic socialists even, is really the breaking out of the eggshell of understanding there's more to do in this world and care about than just how do we steer capitalism and make it better. That's my response. Satula, how are you? Satula says, don't you feel perhaps not just missing a framework, but on a human level, lacking maybe some empathy for those who find themselves in less fortuitous circumstances? Of course. Well, I mean, a lack of empathy is a very, very important tool for dividing classes. But if you're asking, like, is empathy the leading, is stamping empathy out of people and making them selfish, is that like the leading cause of exploitation? The answer is not really. See you, Stratios. For example, let me give you an example of how, like, selfishness gets us in trouble. Right? If you're, like, living in a primitive commune and you have, let's just say your job is to, like, you just like growing corn and, like, giving corn to people and getting, like, a sheep back or something. You just like growing corn. You have to, like, plant the corn and dig it and stuff, and you're using stones to do it. Somebody comes along and shows you how to do it with, like, a piece of metal, right? And you're like, wow, this is really good. Like, I can do this so much faster. What you don't realize in that moment is that by embracing this, you're actually, like, leaving everybody else behind. And it's not a bad thing. You just want to do the best for yourself, but you want to use the metal tool instead of the stone. It breaks less, right? But what you're doing is, like, that social agreement for your good in that commune. And we're using terms, interchangeably here between our criticisms of capitalism and describing a situation in a commune. But the idea is simple. Like, you're upgrading your technology, everybody else has to catch up, or else you're going to have an advantage in bartering and trading. And that translates through slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and even socialism. I really just love growing corn. It's like a maze. It's a maze out there. Life is a maze. Why don't they call corn mazes mazes? It's ridiculous. But yes, Satula, I mean, truthfully speaking, humans have varying degrees of empathy. We can observe that all around us, right? Sometimes you learn to be more empathetic. Sometimes you're conditioned. Sometimes you want to be. Sometimes you want to be less. It is true that less empathetic people have an easier time adhering to hierarchies and believing that they are born as a supreme something to somebody else. It's also true that people with more empathy have a more easy time understanding that the people should be in charge of their destiny through the mode of production, right? it is true that there is some self-sorting, but it is not the case that, you know, people are born unempathetic or whatever. That's just not how it is. That's not what you were saying, but I just want to clarify that. Must suck for you as an American if you have a two-party system and you don't align with either. Are you a U.S.? Are you a member of the U.S.? Oh, okay. Well, so in the U.S., yeah, we have Democrats and Republicans, and both of them are parties that purport to further the stranglehold of the mode of production in the name of the bourgeoisie. And putting that into English, it's like, well, the Democrats and the Republicans both play ball with corporations, don't they? We don't have to talk about APAC. We can just talk about corporations and how they interface with the mode of production. What happens if a socialist steps up and tries to be part of the big tent in the Democratic Party? They're thwarted down. And the way that socialists even get any footing is to say they're liberals and to vote liberally, like Bernie and Mamdani. And then in doing so, they become liberals. I'm from the UK. Sorry about that. Sorry to hear that. There's some real motherfuckers in EVE Online. Rip Vile Rat. I really love growing corn. It seems our current system for the US sets up the circumstances for the narcissistic and non-empathetic people to have power. Well, I mean, you can't argue that feudalism didn't do that too. The kings, the aristocracies, and before that, the slavery. I mean, it sets up people that have narcissism and supremacies and hierarchical views. And before that, communes. Interesting. Communes were kind of based. People were just living. Now, let me ask you something. Why did humanity have to even form communes? How do we know humanity forms communes always? Because if you don't form a commune yourself, a neighboring commune can come take all your stuff. Fundamentally, like, communes existed as a way to interact with other communes, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to have any power. It's just a ton of people against you. It was like a quasi group. I mean, this is basic stuff, but you gotta understand there was no problem with primitive communism or primitive communes other than the idea that people suffered because they didn't have the technology, and we didn't have the collectivist thinking, and we didn't have the progression and the innovation and the thought experiments. That's why, like, you know, it's not enough for a society to stay in a primitive commune forever. We need to grow and get technology and do better. We should chase better. And it's proven in history, every single country, every single civilization started as these primitive communes and moved to slavery, into feudalism, into capitalism. Some skip around depending on when they were formed, but it's not about where you are. It's about how humans act, which is measurable. We can get averages. We can put it together and look at societal forces and see that this is how humans organize their mode of production. Even communists have a chief? No. So communists don't have any government at all. There's no class, no money. Primitive communes were people that had basically like a house they built, and they were like subsistence farming and doing bartering. And this is characteristic of primitive communes. Very ancient livings before people were able to collectively organize. All a commune was a group of people that interacted with each other to make things to do. Like they didn't have TVs. Like they just had to eat, right? Very simple ways of living. You didn't need much organization. You knew a guy that had goats, you'd go bring him some stuff for the goats, whatever. I mean, we're not talking about bartering, but I just want to explain how it worked. Who runs a company in a communist system? So do you mean communist or socialism? Because the answer is much different. They're basically extended families. That's one way of looking at it, Garbanzo. Interesting. I've never heard somebody describe primitive communes as that. Thank you for that. Devil's advocate here. The left right have controlled for so long. How do you think America's international ties... Sorry, let me read this again. Lucas says, devil's advocate here. The left right have controlled for so long. How do you think America's international ties, the good ones and the bad ones, think how they would shake out with a progressive lead? What? Can anybody translate that? I don't want to yell at him for a typo. Lucas, I have no idea what you just said. I swear to God, I'm not being rude. Maybe try that one again. I'm not even trying to milk you. I literally don't know what you said. Seth was talking about communist system. Got it. How would corpse run? Yeah. So, you know, Seth, it's a good question, but I think we can take a step back from communism. We can actually talk about socialism first, because we know how corporations work in capitalism, right? You have like an owner, or maybe like a co-op, or like a shareholder board, or it's publicly owned through stocks, right? We know how it works here. How would it work in socialism? Because you got to understand, communism doesn't come from capitalism, it comes from socialism. This is the idea. So let's first talk about socialism, then we'll talk about communism. So how does a corporation work in socialism versus capitalism? I'm going to make this brief. In socialism, each corporation is regulated by law to take the surplus and democratically deliver it to the constituent workers that run the business. They're also by law forbidden from privately owning any part of the means of ownership. What this means is that your business can still make money and invest back in itself, but one guy or girl can't take the money because this doesn't exist. Instead, the money is democratically elected by the people that run the corporation in the same way we elect the leaders and settle council issues, and it's distributed back to them in the forms of higher wages or better machines or investing in the future. In fact, it's generally all of these, right? The idea is you're taking the surplus and you're actually regulating by law that it can't be distributed. So you're asking yourself, okay, why would anybody make a business? Why would you ever do this if you couldn't invest? And that is capitalism brain. Because the truth is people want to create businesses and interact with their communities and create good products and sell them and make a good living. Socialists want that too, and socialists do that. What they don't do is employ people and steal their profits for private gain. So the next question would be communism. What does a business look like in communism? Well, in communism, it's to talk about it would be to admit that, my understanding is nebulous, but, a communism can be defined in a number of ways. A hard way to define it as a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So a corporation in communism would be a group of people that make things to give out to society because everybody's needs are taken care of. That's the point of a corporation in communism. What's the incentive? Because people largely on average want to do good work and help people. It's not to say that there's not people that want to shit on each other, but if you had every need taken care of, wouldn't you want to make a really cool guitar and give it to somebody that could use it as your living? Wouldn't that be cool? Or something that helps back, right? Hey, welcome back, friendo. So my answer is definitely depending on communism versus socialism. Socialism, still people are trying to make money. They're trying to make money, bring it home for their families to spend. They're just not getting stolen from their boss. The downside is, you're not just going to be able to show up and do nothing. You have to work and you have to make good things if you want to succeed in your business not to collapse. There's a slogan in, Soviet Russia, he who wants to eat works. And I think we can all abide by that slogan in life. Work is not bad. Work is bad when it's stolen from you, when wage theft, when you're treated like shit, when you're laid off, when you have no workers' rights, when you have to interview 50,000 times to get some job you're trained for, right? That's what we can do without. We all don't mind work, though. Next question was, next statement was, we have international relations, NATO, UN, trade relations, progressive leadership like Bernie. How would that change? So Bernie is a liberal. Granted, he had roots of socialism, and he's obviously a guy that cares a lot, but he's also like the other, kind of progressive Democrats. Or independent in this case. He's also, a Zionist, and I have a big problem with electing Zionists. But putting aside the Zionist question for now, which is crazy to think about, putting that aside, how would things change under Bernie? Well, Bernie is somebody that the democratic socialist side of things thinks that capitalism can be palatable if reformed enough and sustainable. Bernie is wrong about that. He is wrong about that. And we've talked about this. We've watched videos of Michael Parenti about the ideas of AOC, Bernie and stuff, how this is not going to save capitalism. On the contrary, it's going to make it more palatable and extend it and make the suffering extend and reduce revolutionary conditions, right? But what would happen if you got power? Well, first of all, people would probably be taken care of much better immediately. It's true. Does taxes go up? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Huge taxes in socialism. And the idea is so for example, when Cuba did the revolution and socialism took hold, they made a couple bucks for a work shift. But they had free unlimited food, they had free housing, they had free transportation, they had obviously, the military protecting them, they had free trade with the USSR. They had all of their basic needs taken care of to where they could go to work and make a few bucks and spend it on fun stuff. I don't even know how to, and this is not a joke. You can go watch a doc. We got to watch a doc on Cuba on the stream someday. You got to watch a documentary on what Cuba was like after the revolution. You literally have people that take care of each other and get some money and just live their best lives. I don't know how to describe this. There's no romanticizing of it. This is what it was like under a competent, strong socialist government. You may want to get rich and like become a gazillionaire, but that's not allowed by governments that care about the working class. Is it profit sharing like Raytheon does? You know, profit sharing under capitalism is funny. But yeah, we like profit sharing. It's a good thing. Yep. I mean, this isn't your company, friend. This is everybody. Colombia, US, right? Yeah, for example, like socialists and communists, they take insane taxes, and the reason for that is because you need to do that to live. I mean, that's just how Marxist-Leninists understand. You know, you have to pay for the defense military, you have to pay for the agriculture, you have to pay for like all this stuff, and like there's no better way to do it than to just take some of the proceeds from everybody's work and use it for them. That's the smartest way to do it. Yes, please. I love. You've been to Cuba? Oh my god, that's based. I don't work for Colombia. Ah, right. Thank you for the clarification. I think you've told me that before, but I can't remember everything. Thank you, Johnny. Random video I saw yesterday. Cuba has more doctors per capita and live longer. Well, so nowadays it's a little different. Nowadays Cuba is deeply hurt and it's a terrible place to live. But it's because of the United States embargo and blockade. The fact is, after the revolution, I talk about this, the next decade after the revolution, 1 in 200 people were doctors in Cuba. Do you know what the number is in America? I don't know what it is. It's not 1 in 200. And the reason is because they could get a free education. It was an accelerated, competent education that was designed to make good doctors and not make universities money, right? And there's no healthcare getting in the way. You have literal doctors able to work immediately. No bullshit 24-hour residency rotations, just people learning and working and wanting to do good. That is what socialism unlocks. And that is what Stalin talks about in dialectics and historical materialism. You know, does Cuba have problems? I mean, after the revolution, they had one big problem. That was the United States of America. Stalin went completely crazy on his own people, right? Stalin executed hundreds of thousands of people. Many of them should not have been executed. Stalin did a major crime against humanity with his purges. But he also executed a lot of Nazis, which we have to just point out was in there. Right? We have to put that in there because you go to the US, no Nazis execute. Anyway, I digress. You know, his purges were like the paranoid ramblings of somebody trying to make sure revolution was not destroyed by fascism. And quite frankly, you know, if Stalin hadn't done the purges in the way that he did them, like it would almost be undeniable that his tenure was, as the kids say, based. You know, I can argue Ukraine and Holodomor and Kazakhstan. I can argue the famines and what happened there materially to cause them and how there wasn't this intent of genocide there, but still millions of people died that didn't need to do, and it's still the USSR culpable. We can have that conversation again and again. But Stalin's crimes were these... His true crimes were these purges, not overseeing World War II, not overseeing times when famines happened, right? That is kind of what I mean when we talk about this. Fire Java says, found your wormhole. Spam that guy. Guys, I don't know why you think it's appropriate to joke about stream sniping me. All right, we have like multiple people joking about stream sniping. We're going to stop playing it and go play chlorobattle. I'm so sick of this. How fucking dare you come to my stream and joke about you found my wormhole? I'm going to start permanently censoring my entire JSpace stuff because of these chuckle fucks. Like Emmy and this guy. I'm going to start putting mad censors on the screen because we literally can't have anything nice because of you fucks. This is what Affinity was talking about when she was like, don't take it out in your chat. This is a good example of that. I'm obviously not going to do that. I'm just joking. We kind of like a non-censored stream around here, so it's just so absurd that I have people coming into the show being like, haha, I'm going to snipe you. It's like, what is wrong with you? What is, honestly though, what is wrong with you? Did Emmy stream? No. She was just joking about my J code. I said, stop joking. And she said, oh, should I give it to him on Discord or in stream chat? And I just banned her for a week. Like, what is wrong with you? That girl loves to push buttons and it's so fucking annoying. Next time she annoys me, she's going to get permanently banned from the stream forever. She's already been permanently banned once. And I unbanned her out of the goodness of my fucking heart. She likes being here, but she can't stop being edgy and pushing my buttons. So I don't know what to tell her. It's like, that's not enough to want to be here. Not joking, they care more about Z-Kill than the discussion viewership. The sniping? Well, I mean, yeah, you invite sniping when you put yourself out there. I get that. And I know people will snipe you, but I don't understand why they think that they're going to be able to joke about it. Like, what's funny about ruining my stream? Why would I find that funny? No, that's not it, Gerald. Nah, you're good. We just have people being weird is what it is, right? Like, if you're going to stream snipe, just shut up and do it. Don't seek attention and make me paranoid. That's just insane behavior that I'm not going to put up with. I baited a gank last night. What's up, D-Bars? How are you, buddy? Welcome back. Why'd you say sorry to hear that in the UK? Because you have shit politics just like my country. That's why. I'm just teasing. D-Bars, how'd it go? What'd you do? You said you baited a gank in an impel. You have like one other account or what happened? How much did you make since the stream raid? Here, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look for you. I'll calculate it up. Give me 1 minute, yeah? Got something looks interesting? Yeah. We can keep going here, I guess. I'm not going to get myself off the map, though, if these people are going to keep fucking with me. It's even worse here than in the US. Well, the good news is you guys don't have the strength of, you know, power that we do nowadays. Your empire is largely dwindled. So you can't actually be the tyrants, the terrors that we are. But don't get me wrong, Britain sucks. Your politics are dog shit just like ours. Right? Let's not mince words here. So somebody asked how much gas I've gotten since the start of the stream. Let me see. Looks like 729 million, sir. That's awesome. I mean, I have 5 accounts. It's not really fair. Also, I spent a lot of time dicking around. I think what I'll do is I'll actually hide and try to transfer this gas off to like a hauler or something like that real quick, and then we'll go back and kill the rest of that cloud. I kind of forget who the hauler is. You still making the series? Yeah, Seth, back once a year. I make a Nomad Tale. Yep. So if you hate my politics, you can still watch my video if you like. Once you're comfortable, it can be pretty relaxing. I find it therapeutic. Yeah, gas nowadays with the speed that we can scoop them. I should make a video about this one day. But the speed we scoop gas now, it's more about finding the gas than it is slowly capturing it. It's just so fast. Sorry, I was in the kitchen when you responded to my empathy comment, but I can still hear you. Got you. No worries. You're good. It's a common question. Is like, you know, where does empathy come from? What's the order of operations here? It's a good question from a curious chatter. I appreciate it. Gonna see if I can get some kills later with the kill rides. Hell yeah. Just give me a minute or two here. I'm just, what's the phrase? Krillin chillin'. Cooling off? Nah, you Gucci. I'm just getting rid of the gas. You know how it goes. I haven't had people joke about sniping me in a long time, and today it's like 3 people. Guys, it's not okay to joke about that. I don't know who to tell. It just makes the streamer paranoid. It's like, what is wrong with you? Alright, we will jettison that and click that. Like, do you like doing that? What's your problem? This is like the shit people used to do to Hateless, you know? Hateless just didn't have the understanding of knowing he could shut them down like I do. You know? Nice! I got a full miasmos of gas. Love it. Miasmos is hella based. Alright, let's log off of these nerds. We'll go back on our gas dudes, finish the site like a Chad. Arjuna Tuna, what's up? I'm gonna watch that 6-minute video later on YouTube. I'd like to try this out. Does it have to be a prospect? Ventures can do it. Yeah, Ventures can spin everything except the vital as well. Some of the faster sites are a little slower. I have a spreadsheet for gas. It's broken right now. I shouldn't link it, but you know, I'd like to make a newbie guide to gas, but it's going to be a while. Right now, if you get a venture, put a 5 meganewton micro warp drive on it, and then orbit the cloud at 500, you'll be fine. You can also go into the cloud and right click it and orbit at 0 instead of 500. Makes it even better. You'll be fine right now. Most of the rats will never hit you. If they hit you, warp off. Right? Easy peasy. Yeah, Bang Biscuit's also a gas giant. He knows the drill. He does it just like me, or vice versa even. Stula, I'm gonna read that in 1 second. Hang on. Ventures can start. Well, you can spin with ventures. A lot of people don't know this. You can perch everything with a venture, but you can also spin most of the sites with a venture. They're fast enough. They're not fast enough to do all of them, but most of them. Just it's just not really commonly talked about. It's not really something you should know. Just throwing me off that you're orbiting. Yeah. You can also drop a jet can in the middle of the cloud too if you can't get the orbit right. You know what I'm saying? It's funny that my dude took so much damage. Oops, not what I wanted to do at all. We're just gonna throw him over here. All right, very good. Let's finish that off now. We have baked beans, though. I mean, you know, I feel like most places have baked beans. Hang on, I'm holding to read this until I get on the cloud. Hoping the new Fados get it right, dude. You have my full permission to teach about gas to anybody you want. I love it. It's a huge victory for me that people are propagating the gas cultures. All right, so I think we'll just warp to the warping point at 100, see where it puts us. Can always warp back. Finish my antibiotics today. Ooh, that's huge. Are you sick, or is this just something you do to treat yourself? All right, we should be good here. So I can tell you that if you want to get into gas, just hop in Adventure and just start playing with it. Don't be afraid to die a few times to the rats and pay attention. Watch my videos on wormhole gas and like ask me questions. Also, you know, there's plenty of other people here that do gas just like this. Dwayne does it just like this. Bang Biscuit does it like this. Pretty sure Gravy has a setup. Blitz has a setup. All right, let's pull open this chatter's chat here real quick. This chatter was in the kitchen when I was responding. Can you believe the nerve of them? Unbelievable. Imagine not being glued to your computer while I'm talking at all times. Oh, goodness. Let's put the scoops back on. So Stula says, I wanted to expand a bit. I think it might not just be a lack of alternative political frameworks, but that political imagination is heavily shaped by market-first assumptions where capitalism is treated less as one model among alternatives that are then available and more as the default baseline. When a system is framed primarily through individual responsibility, inequality tends to be interpreted as the result of those effort choices or merit rather than instructional conditions. I guess I'm not understanding how a lack of alternative political frameworks is any different than a system framed primarily through one trait. Let me keep reading. The framing also pushes political thinking towards individual cost-benefit logic, where people ask why they should personally pay for things like healthcare rather. So you're just elaborating. Okay, I'm going to keep reading, but you're elaborating on like, you know, how mechanically people got to this point. I think why they should personally pay for things like healthcare rather than see them as a shared risk for responsibility. What can sound like an everyone for themselves attitude is not necessarily lack of empathy, but the result of a framework that filters moral choices through individual self-interest before they become collective policy views. I guess, you know, the knee-jerk reaction would be like, what's the difference in reality between a lack of empathy and someone that filters moral choices through an individual lens of self-interest. My challenge, my response would be, what is the difference in practice, right? You know what I mean? And I'm certain you might be able to articulate something, but it seems real similar to what we're talking about, which is the idea of they're not thinking about others. I'm interested to hear your response to that. Thank you for the very well thought out post. That feels like a copy paste in Twitch chat. Who types like that? No, I think that was real. And even if you use AI to frame your thoughts, it's okay. I don't mind, as long as they're your thoughts and you're comfortable posting them. I'll just take them as yours. I don't care. If you do it, if I think you're using AI to talk to me about politics, though, I'll probably be pretty upset, right? Reminder, I forgot my meds. Get on those meds. Get them hormones, girl. Or whatever the hell you're taking. I don't even know what you're on. Shout out to my trans chatters. I'm going to make a video, I think. You know, I should just do it. My next video should be the new player's guide to gas and just be done with it. Unfortunately, I had to write it in Notepad. Yeah, I bet. And paste it in, yeah. So I guess my only response is like, you know, I think you're trying to poke at some pretty serious things here, which is that capitalism is more than just a lack of alternatives. It actually feeds back into people that want to make decisions that keep it part of the status quo. But this also applies to slavery and feudalism, right? It does. You know, some slaves would convince themselves to like play along because it's going to be better. And that may be true, right? What if we identify as an AI? I have a chatter that does identify as an AI. And my official response is, I don't care who you are and what you identify as. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just interested in, you know, how you are to other people and seeing if you kind of understand some of the political rhetoric or if you're like, if you can hang, right? I hang out with furries. If someone wants to be an AI, I don't care. If that's what you feel you are, it doesn't matter to me. I don't discriminate based on how people see themselves. You know, I discriminate based on, are you somebody that's anti-progress and proud of it? Like that kind of stuff. What do you want? Let's not share our meds in chat. Fuck it. Go ahead. Why not? You can. So the idea is if you identify as an AI as clanker racist, well, to be fair, you know, there's that Affinity was mad at me for that one. But the idea is, no, I don't believe clanker is racist at all when we're describing people that use AI as like a tool to replace thinking. That's really not what we're getting at. Clanker racist. Yeah, it's not enough to me that clanker ends in an ER. Am I willing to bet that there's cretins that use clanker as their sub for another word? Oh, yeah. But it's not really that bad. For example, wireback is extremely no good to me. I would never say that. We had a chatter say that and didn't know what it meant. And I explained to them that that's actually a real slur that it is definitively linked to. Antidepressants, they suck but necessary. I fuck with antidepressants. I've never heard of that one. Reminded me that I forgot my meds this morning. I should start every stream and be like, all right, Grandpa, take your meds today. It's Friday. Dude, I'd lose all my audience instantly. Let me go get another drink and let this streamer, or let this guy stream snipe me. Oh yeah, that's because I'm in 3 different meds in my time. It's taking me ages to find the right one for you. Yeah. Nobody in my Twitch chat can help you find the right med for you, but it's cool that you keep looking. Antidepressants are an incredibly important part of my life in general, depending on when depression hits, because, you know, depression is like a, you know, it can be like a fatal disease, right? It's important to not take it lightly. People joke about why I don't have a gun, you know. It's because I've felt suicidal before in my life. What are you, stupid? You know how many men shoot themselves in the face because they can't cope and they have a gun? I'm not doing that. If fucking Chester from Lincoln Park with like 80 kids and like a mansion just can't cope, you know what I'm saying? I'm not above that. I believe that money corrupts. I believe that power unchecked corrupts. And I believe that guns, quite frankly, should not be in the hand of people with depression. We'll start there. So that's why I can't get that shit. Even if I'm cured, it doesn't matter. As much as I want a gun to protect myself, that doesn't mean I should have one. That's just my opinion. You guys are, if you're in America, you can do guns. It's all Gucci. I'm not really that bent out of shape about it. I just know that if there were fewer guns, fewer people would shoot themselves in the head. Fewer people would shoot up schools, right? Just saying. Where are you from? I'm from Pennsylvania, United States of America. East side of it, closer to Jersey. Belief is a doubt. Know it. What's up, Babloony? There are solutions to gun ownership while suffering from depression. Most of it relies on having a support system. I bet. But quite frankly, it's not a solution I want to solve. You know, if I hang out with you and your crew, I'll certainly shoot a gun. I like guns. I'm just not going to buy one. I think if somebody suffers from depression and still wants a gun and it wants to do it, that's a personal choice, right? I would rent personally. I know myself. I've been in the bricks, guys. I've been in the bricks. I've been to jail. I've been shortly homeless. Like I've lived life just like many of you. Live by the Dunder Mifflin. Nah, that's up north. Most of the people are, you know, in the valley or outside of Philly. Not too many people up by Wilkes-Barre. Some people though. That's Dunder Mifflin area. That's funny as shit. Office nerds. What's up, some guy? No easy way out. Send him to the gulag. But Blooney knows. Fascists hate work. So no better way to punish them to make them work. McGee's Tree's over on YouTube. What's up, buddy? Good to see everybody. Hope you're all having a good day. A little spicy today. Couple mistakes I made, but nothing crazy. Remember, I'm the one that got to go to sleep tonight. I'm the one that has to, you know, not feel like a piece of shit. You guys can just like laugh it off. Yeah, but yeah, I think guns are based as shit. Like it's like one of the coolest inventions of all time. It's literally a wizard's wand that kills people. I mean, how do you not like that? It's just I don't think I want one. Now, if I lived in a place with like wild boar and stuff, I'd probably buy a rifle, right? No question. That's not really what it's about. But just to have one, just to feel safe, it seems pretty antithetical if I'm a depressive person, right? I do on the road for a living. I want to move to PA because of all the forestry. What does OTR mean? 1 second. Let me see. I have somebody asking me about something I didn't send them. Let me see. Yeah, OTR. Yeah, I got it. How do I give this person the thing? Yeah, I didn't post it because I didn't see the message. Let me take a look here. I think I'm going to log a guy off here real fast and go take care of this guy. He got a prize. I never sent it to him. Let me log a guy off. You'll see my prospect just shoot off. I'm going to go send him his prize before he thinks I'm scamming him. How do I do this? In fact, I guess I got to log everybody off for this. Let's just warp everybody off. Just quick little pit stop here. This guy got an Odysseus skin, but he never collected it. And then the contract got canceled and I told him he could have it, but he didn't get it yet. I feel the temptation in New Zealand to own a gun just for home protection if society breaks down. Well, we all feel that. I mean, I live near a bunch of chuds that would shoot my face if they could legally, you know? I don't even know what they would do to my girlfriend, you know? Because she dares to be not white. Let's axe all this, and let's give this guy his prize so he doesn't freak out. What's the username? No, it's not bad at all to feel unsafe. Like, that's just you feeling something. Like, there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's cool. I would just argue that, you know, the idea of feeling unsafe and adding a gun to the equation to me doesn't track logically, sort of. But that's not to say you should think like me. I willingly admit that this is just an avant-garde opinion. I learned to shoot because it's fun. We're not going into our country, so yeah. I mean, you know, if a revolution comes, I'll learn how to shoot. But that's not really what we're getting at here, I think. Well, maybe that's what you're getting at exactly. Who knows? And maybe that's exactly what you're getting at. But that's not really what I'm thinking about when I say I don't want a gun. You know, being ready to shoot for, you know, some military action. You know, I can appreciate that at all times. And quite frankly, I think I could get ready quickly. I've shot guns before, but I don't think it's something you can just do innately. Carbon glints. All right, let me send this guy his prize. It was an Odysseus skin, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go back to scooping. Shout out to that guy. He won a chlorobattle tournament or something, got a prize, but it never went through, and I like rescinded it. And he's like, "Where's my money?" Start beating me up like Stewie. Someone who owns a gun, I would have to agree with you about generally not actually providing defense in a self-defense situation. So I guess that's not what I meant necessarily. I'm not trying to, you know, make you look any type of way. My message was muddied. What I had meant, and we'll come back to your point. What I had meant is that, like, you know, adding a gun does actually increase danger for non-dangerous situations was my point. But the idea that it's not going to save you from all dangerous situations is certainly true. You know, I think you'd find most gun owners would probably agree with that, but maybe not. Some of them are pretty nuts. I'll make it a point to go shooting with Oven Roush and his buddies at some point this summer. Would be a fun outing. See what type of crazy ideas they got. This is why people take a class about it and kind of nuts. PA doesn't require one to carry. Yeah, for real. You know, I got plenty of misdemeanors and stuff. I don't really know the laws in PA, how that works. Think you would find that a lot of them wouldn't agree, unfortunately? Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. I'm just wrong. Fair enough. I know a lot of gun nuts. Well, yeah. A gun nut to me is somebody that doesn't want to acknowledge the downsides of guns. That's what a gun nut is, I'd say, to me, probably first and foremost, right? It's not necessarily a gun enthusiast, although, to be fair, there's a pretty big Venn diagram circle there, yeah? Is that safe to say? It's not necessarily every single one of them. Where Black Panther's gun nuts, it's like, well, this is just a gross mischaracterization. I could probably consider one. It's on my entire personality. My buddy Noah loves guns too, and he's my buddy. I'm just trying to explain to you that, like, you know, it's weird to be anti-gun in this country, and I get that. Let me drop this gas since I'm here, might as well. It's a pretty big overlap, yeah. My friend has multiple safes full of guns. I'm sitting here with a little Glock, yeah. I mean, multiple safes of gun is pretty wild. But hey, I mean, if you like it, if it's a hobby, who am I to tell you what to do? It's really not my fucking job. Not my business to tell somebody not to buy guns. I'm telling you why I don't want one. That's all. It's allowed here. It's legal. What do you want me to say? If you gave me the ability to get rid of guns, I would. I would snap my fingers. They'd all be gone tomorrow. But you know what's wild is, like, I would probably be hated forever for that, even though it's like the most base thing you could ever do. Oven is like, I got 2 small safes in Iraq. He's like, I gotta put small so he doesn't think I'm a nut. Bro, it's cool. Be a gun nut, but what I don't want you to do is to deny reality. And I don't really sense that from you as somebody that, like, engages in at least some forms of leftism, right? I don't get the vibes that you're out here just, like, hoping that, you know, I don't bring up some statistic of gun ownership. That's not really what you're about. I think it's about having a good time for you, but who knows? A little hot in here. Put the AC on, yeah? Really close to these things. We're going to have to immediately jump away. So let's regroup and activate our MJFT. Trying to go with the follow. What's up, buddy? Orbit at 0. We'll do a quick approach on all of our guys, and then we'll fire up our micros and wait for it to settle. I forgot to say big burpees. True. My bad. Wait, who says that? Pretty simple stuff. Buy a gun if you want, but if you use it to shoot somebody like extrajudiciously or something, like just as in the commission of a crime or some like flimsy home defense scenario, I think you're a cretin. You're a piece of shit. That's kind of my opinion. Almost have a Feeble skin from Twitch Drops. Wait, is this Twitch Drops right now? Okay. That's awesome. Huge. Huge news. Very based. I was about to ask how far you were. Yeah, almost done. Couple interruptions here. Taking my time. +3s. You know the drill. Oh, didn't you ask about the scoops, dude? Yeah, I didn't read the DMs. I saw the flash on the notification. I mean, I probably don't want to sell them to a friend, you know? I have 8 +9 scoops I'm like thinking about selling, and like, you know, that collection is whatever I want it to be. It's just will they pay, you know? They're at least a bill of scoop, at least. A collection like that, you could probably charge a premium to somebody that wants to just save time organizing. My idea is like a collection like that could be worth over 10 billion, possibly 15 billion, but I really don't know. What's so special about these scoops? The ones I'm talking about or the ones I'm using now? These are the ones I'm thinking about selling. This is basically 8 scoops that are all +9 mining speed, which is one from perfectly rolled syndicates. And so the idea is like, I don't know how many people are selling such a collection, probably 0. So the idea is like, you know, if I found a buyer, I could probably charge a premium. I may not, but I could. I may not even sell them. It was painstaking to get these. This one's perfectly rolled too in the amount. What I use instead is I use these because I've noticed I only scoop gas on stream these days. So I just use +3s. They're only like 100 mil or whatever, you know? You should keep them honestly. I think you'll regret selling them. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that, as advice to you, I don't think you should buy them. I think you should stop at 6s and 7s. And I also think that anybody I sell them to, I should probably explain to them that it's probably not worth it too. But if somebody wanted to pay 15 bill for them, I'd probably do it because I don't use them. Otherwise, I could go for a +10 collection. I saw a guy sell a +10 for 2 bill. I almost bought it. I'm like, whatever. Mr. Fish. I still want to know how to get this Bloom badge. You told me you just have to watch the stream. How come nobody else has it? What is this? Let me fix my hair. No antenna. Why even tune in? Oh, shit. I'm getting shot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus! Not like this. We've been going back and forth with this cloud so much. It's actually kind of funny. The rats have been continually getting shots on me. It's not normal for this. I'm just not paying attention. So let's go back to the cloud now, and we'll recycle it now. +10 is the max. Yeah, +10 represents a perfectly rolled syndicate scoop, meaning that the amount and the speed are both maximum. So +9 would be extremely close to that. Do you not launch the drones anymore? So the drones would be only for Vital Core Reservoir, right? Oh, am I actually orbiting into it? Jeez Louise. Let me get out of here. I gotta pay more attention here. Hold on. So the drones would only be really useful for Vital Core Reservoir. You don't really need to do them. The only reason I'm taking shots is because I'm not paying attention, right? That's it. That's the whole reason. If you actually just spin normally and pay attention to where you left, you can just hop back at the same spot and keep going. I just keep entering from random angles like a goober. It's kind of a fun example of like playing with the mechanics, right? So launching the drones would be a good way to get them to stop shooting you here, but the problem is we shouldn't be getting shot at all from instrumental routes. That's just a huge failure. You know how it works. Nah, there's no point in using them for the micros. I don't even think they can keep up with you. It's a week over a week thing. Then you have to pick it up from the push picker. I think that's the technical word. The bush picker. Yeah. Yeah. Fish has lived a tough life. Let's try this one more time. This is really kind of funny, actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to warp to the center of the cloud instead at 100 up here. Actually, no, we can do the warping point. We're just trying to stay the fuck away from them. It's really funny how I keep running into them despite this being a settled site and such an easy site to do. Yeah, now we're good. So let's do this. Let's orbit at 0. Yeah. We're going to regroup. We're going to approach. Turn on our micros one more time. Drop the boost. Turn on the scoops. Get a couple cycles before we get kicked out. And I'm going to actually look at where we're orbiting this time. Let's watch. Let's see if we're going to run right into them again. Because they're starting to piss me off. Fish, how's your day, dude? What are you doing? You goober. Time to drop the Vargar on their asses? Oh, true. Yeah, that would solve this. You're right. Never thought about that. Why don't we just kill them? This is like Diplomacy 101. Why don't we just kill the infidels? Isn't that easier than doing emissaries and envoys? It's good, still working, actually getting some things accomplished, oddly enough. Really? So I'm not distracting enough? Okay. Do you want me to play Baby Shark, or what do you want me to distract you with? You want me to start talking about, like, I don't know, Quentin Tarantino's feet fetish? That'd probably distract you. You're the Imperialist guy, right? True. Chlorobattle will do it? Oh, true. Yeah, when the cloud's done, we'll do Chlorobattle. This is the last round here, I think. We got 3,000 units, and they're 5 a pop, so that's 15k. We got plenty of space. Or 20k. So another, I don't know, half an hour or so, this cloud will be gone. We'll be a billion-esque richer, and we can... I mean, shit, what's really funny about this now is because I have this scanning UI here I can turn on, like this. Where is it? I can do this now, which like kind of hides the scanning activity. See this? And still lets you watch. So I can actually like scan my way out and even try to bring the gas into K-space and stuff all on stream now. It's kind of nice. Can the orbit be planned? The orbit is actually random. It's random direction and what's the mathematical word for the slice of the sphere, whatever that is. Yeah, you can force a log off where we'll calculate a new one. But basically, there's really no problem here. My problem was that I just refused to pay attention and see that I kept running into them. So you're noticing a problem that doesn't really exist. What happens in the real world is when you start orbiting the cloud and you suck them towards the center, the first pass, they tend to shoot you. But what's happening here is I'm warping from like perches and from weird angles, and like every time I'm just running into them over and over again. So in theory, what you want to do is do one full pass and jump over them with the MJFD, or just pilot around them manually, and then they'll be set for the rest of the site as long as you keep going back. But I'm taking breaks, I'm being goofy. It's like I'm amazed I haven't lost any prospects yet doing this today. Been having fun though. What do you go through ISK? Honestly, I give it out to chat. There's like absolutely nothing else I spend it on. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm not even trying to make myself look cool. The only thing I spend profit on is maybe upgrades to my gameplay loops, or literally doing a video maybe, or giving it out to chat. It's pretty nuts. I literally do the industry so I can give out prizes to chat. So for me right now, we talk about it openly. I have a couple $100 billion-isk net worth, probably like 400 bill maybe at this point. I don't know what it actually is. And about 250 of that is tied up into an industry project, which is more or less full stack Tech 3 production, as the stream title says today. So what I do is I make cruisers and tactical destroyers from the parts we get in J-Space here. So my money that I make from labor and from, you know, running a manufacturing plant, so to speak, I use that to self-invest and give out as prizes as a way to essentially buy attention and to make people feel good. Is that honest enough of an answer? Definitely not in your A game today. Dribble that ball, bitch! I love that emote so much. It actually makes me mad when I see it. It's actually perfect. I'd snap away all my money first. Yeah. Some guy Snapcaster maged me yesterday when I was playing Magic. He Snapcastered some red card. It's like X and red. Destroy all artifacts with X cost. Nuked my whole board. Still killed him. Killed him with an Urza Saga token and a skateboard. Honestly, skateboard and Urza Saga is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in Magic, and it's not even that good. I literally won multiple matches yesterday in Magic with an artifact token from a land in a storm deck. I know half of it, man. So what I do with it in English is I invest some back into my EVE activities, and then I give the rest out to chat or sit on it. That's what I do with the surplus. And I don't give out to chat as like a goodwill thing. I mostly do it as a way to, you know, make the show hype and buy attention, if you will. It's sort of like advertising, right? If you want to look at it honestly as what it is, that is what giveaways are. I try to do them in fun ways. We made our own game for it. Like, you can't tell me that I'm a shill. However, with that said, you know, I do giveaways, and it is for attention. It's smart. Well, sure. My whole thing is that I don't want to make a business out of the game, out of the stream. I'm happy to do it as this way to make side income, as a way to hang out and have a good time and do something really fun, opportunistically fun, right? I'm not comfortable making it into like, oh, this is what I'm going to do forever. This is what I'm doing in life. That's not really what it is. It's an opportunity to put yourself out there and get attention and kind of just entertain people. And I'm going to take advantage of it. But what I'm not going to do is go the Loro route, which is like, I'm going to make this into a thing. Number one, I'm not good enough. Number two, you know, that would kill it for me. But with all that said, I still do play into some of the commercial side of things, right? Like, for example, the YouTube channel has ads on it. Twitch, people subscribe to me, right? I play into that, and I do make money off of it. And I am, you could argue, hypocritical for being a part of a society, but the truth is I get income sources from my chatters through some pretty vile companies. Google, Amazon, right? It's true. And one day I'd like to change that. Nothing wrong with that? I beg to differ, but the idea is, as somebody living in empire, as an anti-imperialist, right? You have to understand that you don't have the luxury of, you know, just not participating. You have to either, you know, work like we all do, or do some little opportunistic entertainment thing, or whatever it is, or crime, you know. I'm just a very lucky guy to be able to do this for any marginal income. Quite frankly, it's very low. We know that, what I do. But Loro's is quite high. It's actually like a real living, you know? So there's a spectrum there. Now I do it in Mandarin. I would love to learn Chinese. If I learn Chinese, though, the whole rumor about me getting paid from Beijing is not going to go away, though, so I'm a little concerned. I would love it if fucking China paid me. How do I sign up for that? Where the fuck is George Soros when you need him? I moved my main search to DuckDuckGo today after Google's it. Good for you. Yeah, I've been using DuckDuckGo for a while. I got my girlfriend on it too. You know, DuckDuckGo is not perfect. It, like, you know, it uses Yahoo Bing advertisement networks to sustain itself, and it, you know, uses some of these other companies. But the thing about DuckDuckGo is it's usable. You don't feel like you're getting, you know, some marital aid rammed up your ding dong or your bum. You know, you don't feel like that. Although, to be fair, That's not a bad thing for many of my chatters. They they're like, well, what's the problem with that? I love that. Streaming is entertainment, and my entertainment deserves a reward. My other issue is the unethical amounts of money the top streamers make. Interesting. Well so why? Why does that? Are you saying that there's like some criminal component to it, or like what's the unethical come from? Just talk about Loro. He's like my peer, right? He's like a friend of the show, right? He does a big show and makes it into a lifestyle and a living, right? Whereas I'm just a goober, right? Hanging out, playing the game and complaining. Different vibes. But let's talk about him. Like, what is unethical about the way they do it? Maybe you can tell me. Keep that away from my ding dong. Yeah, that would hurt. DuckDuckGo is a great way to do. There's actually more too. If you really want a great search engine, you can try to use Kagi, but you got to pay for it. You can also self-host search engines these days. You know, a year ago it was like CRXNG. Everybody was talking about. I don't know what the self-hosting options are these days. But make no mistake, if you're using Google now in 2026, you have to be careful. The way you find information is about to be irrevocably, reclaimed from you. You can't get it back from google.com. There's no way to do it. You have to change your website you use to get information. So I recommend DuckDuckGo for now. A new one will come up, you know. And as far as streaming deserving money, I don't know if I agree with that. I've never thought that I deserve a penny from anybody I watch. You know, I never really thought that. In fact, even to imagine that for 1 second feels incredibly wrong. It feels like I am literally pulling out a lute or like a guitar on the side of the street and just singing music, and some people are hanging out with me. That's what it feels like to me. Or people are watching me play a game and like, you know, throwing in money for snacks kind of deal, right? It doesn't feel like I'm putting on a show like on the BBC or something, right? It doesn't feel like that. And maybe it is though, I don't know. I stream pretty much every day a week because, you know, a couple people subscribe, you know, my lifestyle is extremely minimal right now, and it hopefully will stay that way. I don't need a whole lot to survive, and it just so happens that, you know, I'm kind of a lucky guy. I say it because entertainment deserves a reward, yeah. Provides luxury over jobs like doctors, I see. So you're not talking about Eve streamers, are you? You're talking about like Hassan and Asmongold. You're talking about them, right? I think he's talking about those guys. Magic was something I always wanted to play, but didn't have friends to try. Well, you can play online, but I think at this point the ship has sailed. If you're not playing it for nostalgia, probably no point. You meant the top 1%? Oh, okay. Well, okay, that's a different story, yeah. I mean, that could be applied to all entertainment, right? Sports, acting. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, they make crazy money, but they exploit their audiences too. Like, come on. Hassan's not the worst at exploiting, but, you know. People like XQC and Asmon go, come on. Come on. But Hassan makes a ton of money, which is nuts. The truth is that, you know, I make enough money to survive with the little things that I do. But, like, I don't know what you guys think of me. I don't know. Maybe you just guess. Nobody really asks me. Like, Chlorokin, how much do you make from this? Or, like, Chlorokin, like, you know, like, how do you... Somebody asked me how I paid my bills once. That was interesting. I don't mind talking about it. It's just not very interesting. The way I see it, the money from this could be gone tomorrow. And that's that. So every day I stream and people show up, I'm like, wow, thank you. Every time somebody uses my code for a commission, I'm like, wow, I can't believe they chose me. I don't think that's ever going to change in me, dude. And I'm not just saying that to try to like garner a smile. It's literally the guiding tenet for why, like how I do this. It's why I couldn't go the Laura route, even though I do like what he's doing. I don't like Hassan that much. Yeah, me neither. My problem with Hassan is because of politics. You know, you're talking about a very educated leftist who spends a ton of time just basically being a liberal Democrat, which is bizarre. But we still appreciate his entryism. He's a hot himbo, right? He's fun to watch. He's funny, but it's just frustrating to watch somebody who studied political science, somebody who understands Marxism at a deep level, just not condemn someone like Graham Planner. Like it's just bizarre to watch the mental gymnastics, talking about rehabilitation as if you truly believe that this man's rehabilitated. The whole shot collar thing, yeah. I saw the whole Zap thing. It just looks like horse shit to me, to be honest with you. I didn't believe for a second that he shocked his dog, even though it looked like... It just doesn't matter to me. It's like, you know... Anybody who would even, like, here's my take. Anybody who would even put a shock collar on a dog is an asshole. So Hassan is innately an asshole for even having it. I don't know if he did it. If he did it, he's a total piece of shit. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter. My criticism of him kind of starts and ends with, you know, his ability to somehow act as a, you know, this funnel to leftism, like anti-capitalism, anti-imperialism, yet somehow he's obsessed with flirting with democratic politicians. It's bizarre. It's honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. I think it's a streaming only thing. I used your code for a few days ago through my stuff. Thank you, D-Bars. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't tell me who used this, so I can never say thank you to people. It just says, somebody use your code. You got $1 or whatever it is. Remember that time somebody used my code and I got like $98 from the sub? You remember that? Anybody remember that? It was like $89 commission. Somebody used the code Chlorokin and I got $89 for it. Usually it's like $1. Right? That means 20 times 90 is what he spent or she spent. I get 5% of whatever you do with my code or whatever it is, right? That's how that works. And if you want to know, like, I don't know, people aren't curious, but like a couple $100 a month from the code, from each code, you know, it's a lot of money. You guys are extremely generous. But I'm not out here like Loro, like buying houses off of this shit. You know what I'm saying? GG's, what's up, Cranit? How are you, dude? The instrumental core is kill. Fantastic. Let's go scoop up the rest of that. And then we'll move on to some chlorobattle, I guess. We can check our indie too before we dip. They whaled Eve instead of a trip to another country? Nah, I mean, straight up, people spend ludicrous amounts of money on Eve. I have a guy here who's gifted 700 subs or something in my channel. Money is like very relative, folks. And like, you don't really pay attention to it in your own little circle, but you put yourself out there globally and like, you'd be surprised. So anyway, if you're curious about what Chlorokin makes from all of this, it's literally just enough to survive, to the point where like, I love working, actually. I hate working for shitty bosses like every one of you, right? I have so many skills. I went to university, right? I'm not worried. I'm just taking advantage of an opportunity. That's why people like that landlord cycle repeating brother, like, that's why people like him are so sad. Because he really thinks that like, this is me leeching and like, I have nothing else. It's just like, you have so much to learn. I'm just a happy boy who's, I guess, learning about himself and the world around him through this stream. And I honestly, it's been incredibly awesome. So the final amount we got was like, I think just over $1 bill, including the Baron, for the person wondering what we got. All right, let's kill the blurs now. You can see where I'm at finally. Wow, very sneaky. So somebody was asking me what we do with all the materials, right? So we basically hoard them in Amamake and then we produce ships. So we're going to open the industry. It's going to take a little bit of time. 320 homies. I get that joke. You ever hear somebody call C13 space Tripnol? Dude bought a lifetime supply of Plex. Yeah, it was a lot, actually. It told me what they bought. I want to say it was like... I mean, I guess I could go look, but it's no big deal. I don't want to, like, you know, draw attention to it or anything, but I digress. These are blueprints that we're making. I want to see if they failed or not. It looks like we're doing pretty good so far. Doing well. Wow, okay. Wow, I literally got one of each, I think. Yeah, I literally don't have to do anymore. I got at least one of each. Because each of these are 2. Ha! Neat. I also just made 18 Tengus and 4 Proteuses. Neat. So, what is next here? Looks like we have a bunch of reactions finishing pretty soon. I try to have them finish on the weekends so I can pop them in on Mondays. It looks like we have 10 Legion. We have 34 Legions and 48 Proteuses still in the queue here. And then this is going to be our next order. Whatever the fuck all this is. This is a crazy amount of stuff to make. These are 24 runs. So this is 96 Tengus, 24 Lokis, and then is that 511? So 240, 248, 248 subs. Crazy. 15 days to make? Yeah, so some of these are nutty. And that's just remaining. It's already been going for a while. This is 24 tactical or strategic cruisers we have making. Never seen this part of the game before. Yeah, industry is a huge part of EVE, but it's woefully misunderstood. I'm not claiming I understand it, by the way, because I don't. But it's woefully misunderstood, and there's a few things about industry that don't make intuitive sense. For example, some people make things at a loss. And it just boggles the mind why they would do that. But I don't worry about it. Some people just make to have fun. For example, I've personally sold maybe 800 billion-isk worth of ships and subsystems. That's revenue, not profit. I don't know how much I made. I don't track profit. So technically, I could have lost money on that. So when you're playing EVE, you're not dealing with rational, self-interested, educated MBAs. You're dealing with dumb fucks like me that don't know how to price things. So the pricing is all weird in this game. And sometimes you just have no idea why this market exists. That's part of the fun. Hey, Jerry, have a good night, brother. When you say vertical, is that from your corp, or are you gathering all the mats on the way to putting it on the market? Did I say vertical? Or did I say full stack? Wait, what do you mean by vertical? Arjuna Tuna. I'm curious. Know of any wormhole gameplay adjacent industry guides videos? No, but if chat wants to let some rip, I'm sure they can help. I can't think. You know, Corvette the Cinnaball, I don't know if he did it in a wormhole or not. I still gotta watch it one day. Oh, vertical is full stack. I just didn't know the term. So vertical in this instance, the full stack. So I'm gonna explain it to you. Yeah. It's a good question. Sorry for not knowing the lingo. I used full stack when I didn't know the alternative synonyms. It's funny. All right, what am I looking for here? I'm gonna find an image for you. I just want to pull this up because this is kind of relevant for this conversation. So if we're going to talk about industry real fast, oops. Whoopsies. Here we go. Oops. God, I hate having a monitor above my monitor. So this is Tech 3 industry, right? So full stack in this instance, so there's two ways I think you could interpret this, and maybe I'm using the terminology wrong. Full stack to me would mean that you're doing something at every stage. Not that you necessarily do everything all at once. It's that you could do everything. I think that's what the terminology means in computer science or IT or whatever, but feel free to correct me. But long story short, the idea is what we do is we mine most of our own gas, and then we import fuel and salvage, and we kind of go up the tree here, right? Some of this stuff we simply don't really want to get. For example, getting sleeper salvage. This involves dread ratting. It's just not really a thing I want to do. I mean, you can do marauders, but it's not fast enough. Ancient relics are things you can find in space, but it's just boring, so I just buy them, right? But I still research all my own blueprints. I make all my own polymers. I make all my own hybrid tech, and then I make my own subsystems. So to me, it's like, I'm not sure what to call that. Maybe it's a bit of a misnomer for vertical. I'd love to hear your opinion, though, because, you know, I've never worked a white-collar job. I've never made any money on code. I really don't know what that's like. I don't want to misuse your terms. What's up, Drez? Hey! How you doing, Slime? Right in time for chlorobattle, my guy. This is an old court mate of mine from way back. 2016. Circle of 2. Nullify. Thought NBA was required to play Eve. Hey, Tulo. Yeah, anybody know of any, like, real intro guides to industry? I mean, quite frankly, you might as well just start, like, picking it apart yourself. Tech 3 industry only has so many things to think about. You could probably get a complete overview and understand all of the components in Tech 3 in one day if you decide to read through it and make your own little sheet or whatever. That's not to say you could train into it or make the stuff, but understanding it you could. Tech 2, a little bit different, but not crazy. Feels that way. That sounds like very integration. Got it. How you doing, Silva? So as far as getting in industry, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making money. I'm assuming I am because my money's gone up. But I'm also petit bourgeois in this sense if we're role-playing, because I'm doing labor and I'm leveraging markets and industry, and I'm not leveraging labor though, so it's not fair to call me petit bourgeois. Full stack to me would indicate you're running the whole infrastructure you're using for this project. Ah, I see. So what if a company hired a full stack dev for a job? Are they not a full stack dev even though they're not doing everything? That's kind of my thought. I feel like oh, I see. It's funny how we're arguing over semantics. It's totally innocent argument. I just am interested in understanding how the term's used. That's a huge sale. Is Amamake a good place to sell Tech 3s? You can sell some here. I actually started off selling them right here. I used to sell them in Amamake, matching Jitta prices, and they sold quick. And then people started competing with me. I was like, okay, I'll just go elsewhere. What the fuck? You're gonna compete with Jitta prices here? Fine. And then I kind of branched out and started hitting Rens and other places. And nowadays, I go wherever. I have a jump freighter. I mean, fuck, nothing stops me. It's just a matter of where I want to list them. Granted, most of my sales are in Amar, if that helps. It was the only game where every avenue seems interesting to try, but it takes way too much effort, so I watch other people do it instead. That's why so many people just sit in Amamake and play faction warfare all day and shoot each other 1v1 with, like, rifters. Technically full stack dev, yeah. I feel like it's one of those terms that may have shades of meaning, and I probably shouldn't worry about it. But the point I was trying to make is that I do everything. I just don't get my own salvage because I don't want to dread rat. So technically, I think it's a slight misnomer. Never heard you use it wrong. The nicest thing you could ever say to a pedant like me. And yes, I'm 12. He said doo-doo for the record. Me too, I'm also 12. Good to see you. Full stack Eng would likely have experience in running at least iteration of a full stack. So in that instance, I suppose the question becomes, have I done all the other steps? I have got my own salvage, and I do have a Varga rat. I have done my own Talakan ninjing and clearing of sites. I have done all this. I just don't like it. Oh, I've never made a fuel block. Oh, I've never made a fuel block before. So technically exposed. Technically not full stack. Yeah, I'm technically not full stack because I never made a fuel block. Everything else, though, I've done. I haven't done dread ratting, which is the industry standard way of getting that, but I do know how it all works, and I have done the thing below it. So I think I'm probably safe. I probably would have to do dread ratting and make fuel blocks to be a full stack Tech 3 guy. Fucking exposed. He's just so fucking phony. He's a big phony. The mouse icon always gets bigger when you get exposed. Wow. The next ant? Yeah, next ant is 4.5 hours of me learning how to make fuel blocks. All you have to do is shoot the other... Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's any different, but it is different, right? A Marauder can't really be stopped by most rage rolls. That's like, I have Bouchers, you know what I mean? Like, a Dread, I think, just dies sometimes, and there's nothing you can do about it as a solo guy. I think it's just how the difference to me. But I don't know, you guys have Dread ratted, like, you tell me. I feel like when I'm Marauder ratting, if the holes are quiet or watched or closed and somebody rage rolls into me, like, I'm not gonna die. I'm going to, like, double boost it while it cools down and then warp it off. But a Dread, 5 minutes at the wrong time, like, there's nothing I can do to stop that. And that's a big step for me. I don't like positions where there's no way out. I don't like that. You can tell most of my activities involve doing things that are really slippery or things that involve knowing I'm going to die. And that's like a personality thing. That's like I don't want to take a big loss kind of thing. Fuel blocks are pretty chill, yeah. It's ice mining. I heard there's competition for ice, which blows my mind. Really? It's like you're going to fight over scraps in high sec? Do most people pronounce it Jitta or Jita? Most people say Jita. I say Jitta and it drives people nuts. Hey, Harvey, what's up? I was worried I pissed you off too bad. Need someone else there to rescue you? Exactly. Yeah, I need friends to save my Dread. Refit the Haw and brawl it out. Yeah, so I'm just not prepared to do that, and that's probably the issue. I am prepared to fight back with the Marauder, maybe one day. Oh, yeah, to brawl, got it. It's a Jita. Yeah, most people say Jita. I say Jitta, and like, I also say Anoikos, you know? You technically can't stop me. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, both ways they say. It's so troll. Isn't that so troll? Whenever someone tells me it's not Jitta, I'm like, well, technically, they say it in Jitta. And I saw an Indian doctor one time pronounce it Anoikos. Right? And I discovered that after I started saying it. It was a little post hoc, you know, rationalization. Jotun was streaming it, butchered my name. Son of a bitch. Wait, Novak also rage rolled somebody else yesterday that I interacted with. Jita, it's 6'7". Love me some 6'7". The only thing I like more than 6'7" is foreskin. That's a good one too. 6'9" is not very good. 4'4". So it says, oh no. Remember when I first started streaming, everybody would always try to get me with those? Like, I want 4 skins, please, Chlorokin. And like, I'd read it out and be like, oh no, I've done a sexual innuendo. And nowadays it's like, I guess I don't care as much. I just don't like it when chat gets like super horny. It's really obnoxious. But I don't mind the jokes. It's funny. Chat's like, dude, this is fucking authoritarianism. What type of regime, what type of oppression is this? I'm not allowed to be horny. I don't mind check my message. What happened? What'd you do? Let me look. What'd you do, bro? What'd you do? Uh-oh. Anal. Oh, you said anal. That's illegal. Here, I'll allow it. Anal eye kiss. Anal. You say anal eye kiss? Damn, that's progressive. My man's got some butt love. My girlfriend was playing RimWorld the other week. I'm like, do you know what a rim job is? And she's like a job in the game? And I'm like, yes, baby. Nailed it. She's in her 30s, by the way. Me and her are perfect. The annals of history. ASL? 30-something, male, Pennsylvania. How about you? Had worst Friday nights recently. It was fun. Okay. Oh, here's the brawl. Let me pull it up. This is Harvey's fight he just had. So is Novak. So is Jotun and Novak now? Is that how it works? What happened to Turbo? They don't play anymore? So they have a Marshall in a wormhole. Pretty badass. So it looks like a Naglfar died, Widow died, 11 bill to 22 bill. I mean, that's still a fun fight, right? Everybody's not that happy. I mean, this is a pack of probably the strongest legions you've ever seen in your life versus like a Nighthawk squad, right? Yeah. They really outnumbered you, didn't? No, not really. I mean, they did, but it wasn't double. The fact that you had the double dreads, though, is like, really? Did they just not apply? I don't know how this game works. Did this push them off after you took losses? How'd this work? I don't know what team you're on, actually. Oh, it's People Tom. They came from high sec. Got it. We were rolling a C5. They're dropping us. You're in... Wait, who are you in? Beal and I forget what group you said you joined. We're rolling a C5. They're dropping us and killed the rolling nag. Ah, okay. Novak dropped on you. Got it. You Beal and I? Okay. So they dropped the rolling nag, and then... From that, it was an escalation. So the escalation involved a lot of losses. They killed some ships, and then they pushed them off with the dreads, and I'm assuming that's how the fight went. Is that safe to say? Interesting. P&Is live? Yeah, they're not red, so they must have lived. I mean, there's really nothing you can do in J-Space. You can only fit one dread through the hole, right? Kind of thing, if you want to bring it back. So if you want to bring the dread in, like, you can only bring a small army in, or you'd have to risk stranding it there. So, like, multiple dreads on defense is, like, pretty much a way to win the grid, I'm assuming. I don't know how this works. Went back, yeah, like, the LIF and the P&I is going to secure the grid, so it's a matter of how long they want to stay before they leave, I'm guessing. Or if they have a plan to deal with it. Pretty wild to see a Marshal. I've never seen this before. Is this common now, or what? This is a Marshal in J-Space, just marshalling it up. He also had 64k damage. It's not even like he hid. I've never been that interested in this type of gameplay, outside of the idea of just chilling, right? But here's what I will say, is that when my chatters do this, I'm very interested, because I care about my chatters, and I want to know what they're up to. Marshall's not common to my knowledge, he's just showboating? Yeah, I think so. There's the Deemer here. I mean, Deemer is cheap, it kind of makes sense. High damage, maneuverable, nip back in the hole and get out. He's hitting the high cycle. Oh, it was a high cycle? Oh. What a friggin' loser. Just kidding. Novak's chill. Cool stuff. So you may be sitting here wondering, we just mentioned it, but like, well, how do they lose with dreads? Well, these dreads took a while to get there. And why don't they have dreads? Because they can't bring the dreads through the wormhole. You understand how this works, guys? JSpace PvP largely has a defender advantage. Right? For so many reasons. Another fun thing to understand is that when you get potted in this fight, you don't get to respawn. You have to actually go back to, Jitter or wherever you are, and then get back into your hole and reship. So these losses are not immediately replaced like they are in K-Space, diminishing some of the defensive advantage. But there's a huge defensive advantage in that you can only fit so many guys through the fucking hole. Legions, Proteuses, they're incredibly small. You can fit like unlimited of them through fair. But they can't just bring in mad caps and stomp you is the point. They can bring one, exactly. And also you have to worry about if it's siege, somebody else could go through and close the hole with like their own thing. And then you're stuck there. And then they could take their time to escalate, and then they could jump their thing out, right? Most of our losses during the initial drop? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, must have been the case. Very cool. Very cool. This is a little bit of a non-Bushido fight here, right? This is an example of somebody pressing the issue by catching the rolling nag and finishing off with all these ships on demand, and then these guys coming and reclaiming it back. But obviously 22 bill, not great. But it's not like they only killed a bill or two. They did get 11. I'm assuming you guys also get the loot, which is pretty significant. I like 14 better if you're in it. I've only kind of sort of seen like negative-ish things from them out in the chains, meaning like farming based, but like from the way people do Bushido. But truth be told, like I don't have any beef against people out there just trying to rat and avoid everything too. That's not what BLNI does, but I'm trying to explain to you that like even if they were roaches, I wouldn't even care. We looted 1 million Sentry Drones. My man. Harvey, where the fuck is my lighter? What did you do? What did you do? What did you... Harvey? 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 Oh, it's behind the keyboard. It's always behind the keyboard. Bunch of freaking hooligans. You stole my... Imagine stealing my lighter. Can you imagine if one of my chatters stole my lighter? I would go on a fucking tantrum for 4 hours. I don't think they roach much. Okay. Got the wrong impression then. It could be the name. But what I'm trying to talk about is like, oh, maybe Harvey. Harvey, what do you think can anybody in JSpace define like what they think a roach is? Because those chatters here that aren't going to be familiar with that, and they're going to be like, well, why are you dehumanizing people? That's not what I mean. Where the camera goes. Sometimes I turn it off. I'm not a permanent camera kind of guy. It makes me a little uncomfortable when it's up for too long. Jordan has a video up. Probably won't watch it. The question was, but you can post it here though. I'm sure somebody will. The question was, how would you define roach in JSpace? And anybody can step in. Oh, did it cut out? Really? I haven't dropped any frames over here. I'm blaming Bang Biscuit for this insurrection, this mutiny. Someone says a person who only rats for the definition. Farm someone else's hole is a definition. Or probably behavior of what they do. Makes me uncomfortable when your video's off. How are we going to fix this? Oh, my bad. Here, it's back. You don't like it when it's on? Why? Because you can hear me, but you can't see me? Does it make you sad? My bad. You guys got a dropout? Did you? Oh, wow. I wonder if it's on Twitch and not me for once. Sorry for the drop. I'm not seeing any frames. That's how I can't tell. Roaching is rolling your static C5 connection and taking a dread and marauder into someone else's owned wormhole to run their sites, yeah. So I think we could probably define roaching as like not engaging with the PvP side of JSpace, right? All of these things fit the definition. Some are behaviors, some are like more, you know, they just don't PvP, they're just there for the money. So a roach in JSpace is a bad thing. The people think that you should fight if you're going to be out there as part of like a social contract. And I don't know if I agree with it, but that's how the prevailing thought is, and I think that's understanding to know that. The bad thing about roaching is using someone else's hole. I mean, I've personally seen people call corpos that just exist in C4 roaches, just for existing, you know? Even though it's not even really clear what they're doing. So people are pretty loose with the term. Not engaging with PvP people living in JSUS is bad. Yeah, to be clear, if I was ever going to have a group out there, I would have to explain to them how we're going to have to fight sometimes, even if we lose. It's just part of the social the contract, right? I haven't been in a big fight for a long time. I'm jaded by title fights when I was in test. You were in test? Oh, boy. Shout out to the testicles. Any other testicles out there? There was eviction a few days ago, yeah. You guys want a 1v1 for some prizes? In chlorobattle? How many people are watching this stream? 80 people today! What the fuck? 80 angry leftists mauling from the waist down. Let's do this. 1v1, 0-0, 1v1ing. Chloro battle 1v1s for 100 mil.
Mystic Mist 07 says don't put bananas in my butt. Don't put bananas in my butt. I've told you several times before. My butt is not a banana door.
Yo, who's putting bananas in your butts? Yo, point them out so I can beat them up with my pillow fighting skills. You know, I would never do a violence. Yo, who's putting bananas in your butts? I'm gonna come teach them a lesson. With chalk. Some guys are rolling C6 statics to kill ratters. Oh, interesting. Huh. I'm not sure I agree with the PvP portion. I think groups out there make a lot of assumptions. Everybody out there should be required to PvP. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. End up in goons in my first week of playing. Nice. There's nothing really wrong with playing with goons. I mean, Matani's no longer in charge. Just chill. I'm on a leftist channel. This is like going to the zoo for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He wants children to have lunch. Ah! It's a bit of a might makes right. If the donut wants you evicted for not doing PvP, you're gone. Yeah. What's happening right now? What's up, G? We're about to do 1v1s in chlorobattle for cash money. Would you recommend Cash ES to someone who's just going to dabble in Linux? Is somebody you or a friend of yours? Like, who am I talking about? I mean, short answer is yes, but I mean, I could have more nuance to my answer. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you heard me do the spiel, but Cash ES is one of 3 things I recommend. If you're afraid of Linux, you can try Linux Mint. If you're not afraid of Linux, you can try Cash ES. And if you're not afraid of Linux, but you are kind of paranoid about like fucking something up, you're not afraid of doing it, but you also want to be very careful. There are immutable distros like Bazite that might appeal to you. I would say Cash ES is the simplest plug and play way to access all the power of what makes Linux great with none of the headache of the setup. You get access to the Arch. Sure, you can brick your machine, but the idea is like, you're probably not going to. I haven't. Cash is great. I mean, are you on an Elix Discord? You gotta come by and do it. A lot of information about the distros too, but I mean, it's slightly dated. We gotta update the wiki this year. Yeah, you should definitely join it. And the only reason I'm saying this, dude, is because you'd probably be able to contribute. That's all. As you learn, you can actually share your experiences and people can grow. You know how the whole FOSS thing goes, the whole freaking lefty thing goes. Honestly, that Linux Discord is one of my biggest pieces of praxis in life right now. And I know that sounds so weird and pathetic, but it's true. That's one of the only things I've ever built in life that was instantly successful and pure-hearted and helping people in real life. Like, it's actually helping people. And granted, I'm not saying it's all me. It's a small part me, but I started and got it going. It's like actually really proud of the people there that work with each other. I'd like to do more cool things, but that's just one of them. That song is too happy for me. I mean, this is how I feel, Biscuit, as a gas miner. When I go on my Varga, it feels a little different. PvP demons. Sounds fun, Dr. Choppa. Hope you're having a good day, brother. A lot of corpses in C4 are less honorable than hide all the time. Well, yeah, if you want to hide, C4 is the place. It's no question that it's a good place to do roaching from. I was just a little confused back in the day when people assumed everybody there was there to roach. You know, some hiding is okay. What if you just do like gas? It's really not that big of a deal, right? Yeah, I'm with you. Bazite was a pain for you? Yeah. Yeah, Bazite would really be for somebody who's like paralyzed by the idea of fucking something up. That's why I recommend it. That's really the only thing it's for. And I only throw it in there as something to keep in mind. Because I think if I just recommend Kashi only, it gives the illusion that there's a best. And I don't think that's what I want to do. But this is still good advice. Think about Linux, unlike Windows, you can unbrick it. Well, depending on how ballsy you are. One day I'm going to pay for this. One day I'm going to pay for typing that out. Obviously you have to do your password, but oops. Not really coming back from that command. I've typed it like 4 or 5 times on stream. Now one day I'm going to fucking push enter. If you break it, what are you breaking? The mother? Oh, no. You would just be breaking the install. You can just do a reinstall. You would just be breaking like, it'd be like going to Windows and like deleting System32. That's kind of what we're talking about by breaking. Not the hardware. My point is, there's a bit of contradiction. JSpace is limited, combined with there aren't many groups that can live out there. Dude, yes. Yes, thinking about the way we talk about JSpace dialectically, yeah, you're going to come up with a lot of things that are indirect contradiction with the statements that are said about it. Yes. I don't know how much ratting you do, but, you know, you have a lens from a gas guy as well. I don't know if that paints our perspective any differently, but... Yeah, you would need the instruments of production, surely, to live in high class. I sent her the Discord. Yeah, it's just great. And the good part about it is like I don't force my politics on anybody there. I don't even get involved. I just try to make sure things stay organized, and I'll advertise it once a year and I send people there. My main PC can stay on Windows and I swap this laptop to Linux. Yeah. Yep. What entitles you to be able to demand PvP? Why can't the PvP bros exist? Yeah. So you got to think of it, you know, in terms of what it is. We can't really talk about it in terms of real ideologies and modes of production, but, you know, JSpace is at the high class level talking about a limited resource, which is sites in high class, and then the people that can do them. And so I think what the problem is that, you know, you have gatekeepers of this content. And the idea is as long as you pay the tribute of like participating in that contract of Bushido, you know, they're kind of fine with you dipping your toe into it and, you know, paying the price of prey. But I think what sets them off, and I don't agree with this, I just want to be clear, is that, you know, how dare you use the commons of high class without playing the game everybody plays? And I don't think it's fair, but that's obviously what it is, what we're dealing with. What's your favorite instrument? Like musical instrument? I think the coolest instrument I've ever played is probably the trombone, right? Played mostly treble clef my whole life. Trombone, obviously everything's in bass clef, and you're dealing with an instrument with like essentially a continuous spectrum of tone. It's a very fascinating thing. So maybe I'll just pick that, but I didn't really play the trombone for long. It's just an interesting instrument because there's no like, everything else I ever play has keys or, you know, they're sliding around on strings, right? And of course there's mouth manipulation on brass and woodwinds you can even play with the reed, but you know, trombone is on another level. I don't even remember how to play. I don't even think I could read music these days like I would. I'd have to relearn a bunch of stuff. Bass clef, I don't even think I can understand it anymore. It was the only bass clef instrument I've ever played. I wanted to play the sax or trumpet, but according to the music teacher, I was more suited for a trombone. It's probably what they needed, not what you were suited for, let's be honest. Accordion's the coolest. Accordion's cool. Can we get a trombone stream? Yeah, no doubt. We're going to play 1v1s for cash, so stick around for a little bit. Did I change the title or no? Did I ever change the title? Oh, I never changed it. I started playing instruments in elementary school. First instrument was a clarinet. I played the trombone in elementary school. I played a bunch of instruments in middle school, early high school. I was in like bands, orchestras, ensembles. I did all types of stuff. Traveled, did competitions, went to places. It was very nerdy. I played a lot of different instruments when I was young. Now I don't really play any instruments. I have some guitars. Don't really care so much for the guitar. I can play a bunch of songs, but I'm not really so much of a music performer. People begged me to play the guitar. I finally played it one day and strings broke. Never played it since. You have to be pretty determined to break the hardware. That's true. Yeah. When we talk about bricking, you know, in these contexts, we're just talking about your install. You can always get it back. Bricking the hardware is pretty tough. Nowadays, bricking the hardware is almost impossible unless you're like you're an engineer. You teach music now? No shit. What do you teach? Well, I guess don't dox yourself, but like vocals or instrument, I guess would be safe. My favorite instruments are the banjo and the washboard. Piano and cello. Did you say you were Asian earlier? Look at this stereotype. I dated somebody a while ago. Her family a Taiwanese, right? And like they like made her learn all these instruments. It was so fucked up. It was so bizarre. It's like, are you trying to be a caricature? Why does she need to know how to play the violin? You know how hard the violin is compared to every other instrument on the planet? Anyway. Shout out to shitty Asian parents that want their children to overachieve. And shout out to shitty liberal white parents that lie to themselves and tell them their children can do no wrong. Shout out to shitty parents everywhere of all races and creeds. Yeah. Because the musicianship is a extracurricular designed to get the engineering or doctor position. I don't know if you know this. My girlfriend's Daisy, right? So like her family, you know, moved here. So like there's that shit in there as well. Her sister learned a bunch of instruments and shit. Is what? Daisy. D-E-S-I. It's a term for South Asian people. Please educate Portuolo. Daisy, it's a term for people from South Asia. So this would involve Indian, Pakistani people, Bangladeshi people, right? But and my girlfriend's American. I mean, she doesn't get the credit of, you know, being Daisy anymore. Like, moved here when she was young. I think you pronounced that wrong. I didn't. I didn't. You might have seen a Japanese word similar, maybe, and that's not what we're talking about. Poor Silva. He's like, I think you pronounced that wrong. I did not. Wait, what do you got? Daisy? Desi. No, it's Daisy. You are wrong. Dude, are you going to argue with me? Holy shit. Are you from South Asia or no? I learned it from people that live there and were born there. What are you trying to say? It'd be funny if your girlfriend was trolling. That would be funny. That would be funny. No, but I've heard other people say it too now. It could be that they say the word differently in English too. And maybe it's just an issue of, you know, divergent thinking, right? Are we going to tell you work with people from there as well? All right, let's do a vote, chat. Nah, you're going to vote with me. Well, let's just say this. If it's however you want to say it, it's fine. I don't really care. But to tell me I'm saying it wrong is wild when I learned it from people that are that. Google agrees with, yeah, I mean, Daisy people agree with me. I got to get on litter. Oh, you want to battle? Oh, shit. It's pronounced Caucasian. True. All Caucasian people from the mountains of Dagestan have cocks. All of them. Well, except for those that weren't born with the cocks. That's true. Bang Biscuit wants to battle. He's like, shut up. Fucking dribble the goddamn ball. Dribble the ball. Except the ball in this case. The ball in this case is chlorobattle. This is bizarre. I've never experienced this. This is like a good thing. He's like, dude, if we're not going to play chlorobattle, I swear to God, I'm going to unsub now. You want to play a few free-for-alls, and then I'll do the 1v1s when you're gone? How's that sound? Yeah? All right, let's play a few free-for-alls. I didn't update the scoreboard. I should probably do that now. We'll do it after today or during the weekend. If you have never seen chlorobattle before, welcome. You can go to chlorobattle.com and learn about the game. You can also just type join if you want to join with a random pawn. I am going to join with a classic style here of flicker parkour skates. Google says specifically to avoid how I pronounce it, avoid pronouncing it like Daisy or Desi. The word Daisy or Nas was particularly, yeah. I mean, listen, I love that you went and figured it out because this makes me really admire you, Silva. Most people wouldn't have even posted this. They would have just let it go. I literally admire you. No, you haven't pissed anybody off at all, bro. You just like me learned how to mispronounce a word and now you just feel slightly embarrassed and we'll all move on, right? No, even people you work with, you didn't piss them off. They just think you're a dumb American. That's all. Don't worry. I seriously love that you went and found that out. It's seriously so admirable. All right, I'm going to let it go. Good luck, everybody. The shoe fits? Nah, you're good. This is literally how we learn as part of the oppressing class, is when we're called out, like, we just do the legwork and see if we're wrong. There's nothing oppressive about saying Daisy wrong. But what I will tell you is that it was funny when you told me I was saying it wrong. I was like, come on. You're a goober. I'm going to kiss you. Missed it? Oh, it's okay. We're going to play a bunch of free-for-alls, and then Boy's going to go to bed, and then we'll play some 1v1s for cash. Gotta listen for the Bing Bong fam? I said I think. Oh, okay. It's cool. I don't really care. I actually mispronounce things all the time on stream. I didn't know if it was Luddite or Ludite, and at this point, I'm going to keep calling it whatever it's not. Oh, I love my chat so much. You guys are awesome. You literally just let me work it out. It's great. I'll miss it a lot when my stream is dead and nobody watches anymore. I'll miss you guys. I'll start thinking about your usernames 10 years from now. I will. The good days when I had a sweet stream and people were open and entertaining me and hanging out. So I just want to say I appreciate y'all. I love your faces, and I refuse to take the fun we have for granted. What's up, Paul? He says you can't escape us. That sounds like a sexy threat. We're playing a couple of free-for-alls here. We're going to do some 1v1s for cash soon. Join for the Twitch app. I have no idea how to play, but it lasted for a while. Hell yeah, Sinker! I love it. Yeah, so if you want to learn, I know you're on your phone, so you're probably not going to be able to look it up, but the way it works is you can get like a piece, give them a style, and then give them an item. Right? So you're looking at like 3 guys, their items are the same. They all have killbots. They all have these things. So we know their item. We also know he's a mighty style from the red orbs. We know he's berserker style from the green orbs, right? So you customize a piece. And sometimes we do free-for-all, sometimes we do 1v1s. Top right of the screen, we're in the lobby mode. Yeah, it'll kind of tell you what you joined as, right? Yeah, nice job, Drez. Damn, Drez coming in here, just stomping people immediately. Did you do random? You just random and murked everybody. Okay, well, I'm embarrassed. So we're going to play a few of these until my boy has to put his kid to bed, and then we're going to play some 1v1s for cash. And you'll literally get 100 mil or more if you beat me 1v1. Now, I think we're probably going to get rid of counterpicking. Yeah, we have experience in levels and costumes. If you hit level 10, you get a costume. First person level 10 with each pawn gets to help choose the costume. Wait, P9, are you here? Can you show him the Pharaoh? I don't know if P9's still here. He's the only other guy that hit level 10. There we go. Yeah, look at his skin. So this is a normal mummy. If you hit level 10, look at what you get to change into. A faceless pharaoh. We literally added an experience system because I realized that you guys actually really like this game, and like, what better way to spend my time than to give you some of the fun tropes of video games, like maining guys getting cool costumes for free, obviously, but like as an ongoing experience. I should just write down a script that always joins more than 5 people join. You could. You know, I was thinking about having an auto join thing for subs, but I think of like not subs, or like however we want to do it. It wouldn't be subs. It would be like people that have a certain rank or something. We do an auto join thing, but I think I'll just make it manual. It is kind of a pain, but I think the fact that we can even do this is what we should focus on. My own, you know, tangent there, not yours. How do I get the 5% fire damage is a good question. I think you've misunderstood. We all hate this game, but we can't stop. Yeah. Imagine if we actually did betting. Imagine if you had a streamer that was like into like betting and shit. This would be a real nightmare. If for whatever reason your stream is a little delayed, you can always try to refresh it. You got 60 seconds to join, but if you miss it, you're probably pretty lagged. I have my favorite joins in Notepad so I can copy paste it. That's so incredible. I cannot believe that. That just made me smile. I guess you can see it. Awesome. Look how swaggy P9 is, for fuck's sake. We did a great job with that costume. I can't get over it. I think I'm just going to keep his white gloves. I was going to change them maybe, but... I was in a Polish polka band with my grandparents. That's incredibly based. Shout out to your grandparents. I met my one grandfather one time before he died. I consider setting up an auto hotkey for it. Auto hotkey? This is a cheater. He must be hacking. Faceless Pharaoh. Yes, with the PH. Alright, so Dell's still alive. Interesting graphics there on the plus marks. They're like kind of screwed up looking. Oh, the killbot kill. Oh, shit. And then died. I don't even know how you died. Mjos died to a killbot somehow? That wasn't even his. That was bizarre. Nice shot, Ratu. I'm not even sure. I'm going to pause it. How the fuck did he die? What was that? It says... Oh, you were sick. You were sick. Who made you sick? Oh, the slug killed you with the sickness. I didn't even notice. Sickness is a debuff, or a debuff, a status that can kill you. Bleed can't kill you. Let's play 2 more and then we'll do some 1v1s. I'm not sick, I'm ill. Alright, chill out, Wheezy. The F stands for fuck the imperialist intruders. The hantavirus. It's called the Haka virus, excuse me. It's the indigenous people of New Zealand responsible. Slug is OP. Slug heals and shit, it's crazy. You can see all the items above me here. If you want to just type in, like, you can do like join, exclamation mark join, pawn style item, or any order, it doesn't matter. If you choose 2 items, it'll pick the first one alphabetically. How many characters are there now? I think it's 12, 13. Looks like 13. We're going to add a fun character coming up. We're going to add a character that... we're going to add a character that you can only random. And it's a literal pawn piece. Let me show you. This is the next character we're going to add, and it's only available by randoming, and it starts in the middle of the board, and if it hits the edge of the board, it turns you into a queen. Yep, I said it. It's going to be incredibly broken, but incredibly fun. So to level up the pawn, you're going to have to random every time, and just hope. Every time we make a new pawn, it's going to be less likely that you'll get the pawn. The pawn. But the pawn will be a special pawn made for special boys and girls that are unique randoming snowflakes that I love very much. Draz's about to take a fat stomp to the face, disarmed, disoriented, disemboweled, disgusting. What could be more fun than a chair? I don't know, G. I'm still alive, which is pretty much the only thing I give a shit about right now. Ah, fish, come on, bro. The full fucking package right to the face. And Ratu finishes me off. I don't know why I invite you people to my chat if you're just going to shit on me in my own game. It really is just, it gets tiresome. Will nobody rid me of these tiresome chatters? Ghost sucks. Wait for the 1v1s. Wait for the 1v1s. Ghost embarrasses all the, like, the fish characters. You just, like, try to avoid, and the ghost is like, haha, I'll haunt you now. We got one more free-for-all after this, and then we'll play 1v1s for cash. I'm just helping my boy out. Disease Kami Bear. He really wants it to be a thing. I wouldn't mind a bear pawn, though. Should we get a bottom pawn or a bear pawn first? Which vaguely sexual term should we use first? Did you see Eben Hawk throw the flask at the chair and the chair just barely dodged it with antimatter? Dude, wait, hold on. The slug keeps throwing the flask directly at the chair. How are you this talented? Every time you drink the alcohol, you just throw the flask in a random direction now. It does like big damage. Bottom has a style. Yeah, my idea was for the fish was to have him create a wave and ramp it up while he's on there and let it launch. For now, we're leaving him because he's like the quintessential burst caster, right? But he's going to get either a rework on his splash or some extra attacks in there. All the one-dimensional pawns are going to get new upgrades. Don't worry. The fish is going to be revisited. The fish, we talked about it before. But at this point, the production cycle has slowed down a lot. Damn, you got +5 experience, level 8 with the chair. Ratu is not fucking around with this chair. It was close. But I agree with this. So keep your ideas, and if you get them, write them down in your notepad, and then when the fish, when it's turn to get like a love rework, we're gonna probably give it another attack or give it like a really fancy main cycle. What's funny is the fish used to be the most fancy piece, right? He used to splash twice, once when it goes under and once when it comes up. And it was murking everybody. But times have changed. Remember, friendly reminder, when the mouth is open, the pawn will haunt you. If the mouth is closed, the pawn will not haunt you. Very subtle detail there. What's up, Azza? Hey, buddy. This is our last free-for-all warm-up round, then we're going to play for cash. And the way it works is I 1v1 you. We're going to do blind picks this time. I'm going to write my pick down, and then you're going to tell me your pick. I'm going to plug it in, right? And so what's going to happen is we're going to do blind picks against each other. We can't counter anymore. I think it's too broken. So blind picks should be entertaining. Well, what's more rigged, that or me just counterpicking everybody? I won't rig it, but it's a trust exercise, you're right. Toto, you want me to DM you my picks before I commit to them? I mean, I end up losing like a billion ISK every time I do this. I don't see how it would be rigged, but you know what? I appreciate the vigor. I like that in a chatter. I like that. Blind pick means I can random. A little bit ableist term here too, my bad. We have chatters out there that are playing chlorobattle totally blind, letting TTS OCR the screen. Really hardcore people, and I'm out here disparaging them. I can't believe it. Jokes aside, my vision sucks balls. You have the source code. If you wanted to rig it, it would be rigged. True. But the question is, why would anybody rig a giveaway? You know what I mean? That's just terrible. That's horrible. You can counterpick me every time? True. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I will probably do that, but you have the option of changing your pick after I lock mine in. I'm going to tell you mine's locked in, and then with like my one hand, I'll drag it into the screen after you pick. Should I turn off my chlorobattle bout form? Nah, leave it on. Leave it on. So the way it works is we do a free-for-all. Winner of that gets the 1v1 blind pick, and you get 100 million ISK if you win. If I win, the next person gets 200 million ISK. If I win again, the next person gets 300 million ISK. No matter what, 100 million ISK is being added to the pot every game. So I'm going to lose. The chair is very strong. It is very, 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 very good. I'll stick to the first random to 1v1. Got it. Sounds good. Looks like I'll slip one in there. Flask on the top is really funny to watch. Does he all be moving slowly now, please? Oh, he hit the fucking chair with the flask. Dead. The fact that people hit with the bullets in the flask is nuts. You can pretty much always tell he died from sickness. If you're wondering how he died from sickness. The slug is no joke. We changed the slug. Every time you touch his trail, you take 10 seconds of sickness, which translates to 10% of your missing health. Polish fish is going to die. Watch. Watch. He's going to die. Oh, he got a heal. He got 2 heals. He really needed those heals. See this icon? That's sickness. So he needed those heals. He needs to also avoid any more things. He needs to directly attack Del here. Del. That was crazy. You directly attacked him. All right. Now we're going to do 1v1s. That was crazy. I can't believe you beat him. You were sick. You had to go for it. So the next match, the winner gets to fight me. Now you'll get experience for the 1v1s too. So if you win, you'll also get a little bit of experience. It's not much. I'm just saying, so it's not for nothing. You also get full experience in the FFA. So if you don't care about the prizes, you're free to keep playing free-for-alls. Polish Fish can only be grouper. He did it himself. Winner of this round 1v1s me for 100 million ISK. Blind pick today, not counter picks. We're blind picking it. If you want to learn about the pawns for an advantage, you can go to chlorobattle.com. It's a wiki I pay for with your subscription money. You can go there and learn all about the pieces, items, the pawns, the combat, everything. The leaderboards are updated probably once or twice a week. P9 styling on fools. I have to fight the urge of joining as a witch to join him. Yeah, why would I fight it? That's my boy. The witch level 10 costume is a white robe instead of a black robe. Got a Sweeple skin? Hell yeah. I couldn't help it. I'm not gonna fight it. There's no point in fighting it. Just enjoy life, right? Motherfucker almost missed it again. Bing bong. Good luck, nerds. If I win, the second place will get to fight me. I'm a mighty, mighty fish, and I'm young and in my prime. Prime? Amazon Prime. I should sample Loro. And every time someone follows me, say Prime. But I'm not motivated enough to do such fun things. I'm trying to get my antenna even stronger. Hold on. I'm trying to... Oh, P9 first to die. Damn, pay to win it is not. Wow. It's fish time. Is this the day of the fish? Woo, people dropping like flies. Dropping like flies. Drosophilias. Oh, by the way, is Blue Star here? Maya, are you around? We changed the cat's range a little bit. I wonder if that's what you had in mind. I don't think Maya's here, right? Nah, she'd be talking. She's a talker. She talks more than some of these other people. Fados, have a good night. Bang Biscuit, take care. Glad I could get something in. And, you know, of course, my deepest condolences for the rambles. I gotta be careful. I can't deny the people their chlorobattle. I love you, man. Take care. I don't want to create a monster and have that monster mutiny. You know, people fork it, start streaming. I have to balance people that yell at me for not playing Eve with people that want to goof around and have a good time. You know? Dr. Cho and Harvey Birdman, two remaining fighters here. The Meows are coming in hot. We did nerf the Meow. Kind of relevant there. The bleed won't do much damage to you because you're low health. It is, I believe, 5% of your current health per second. Now, this yarn is going to hurt. Ooh, good. The way the yarn works is it redirects you. The cat is exceptional 1v1 in my opinion. But this guy could technically one-shot him if he's not careful. Oh, the yarn. It's a fascinating matchup, the fish and the cat. The cat's a complex hero. The fish is very simple. But the fish is very effective. Let's see who can get it done. I think the yarn is going to be the distinguishing factor here. Yeah, these yarns. Ooh, fascinating. That's a glitch somehow we still haven't resolved. Oh! He killed him with the killbot as well. Okay, so there's a slight glitch with the grouper that we still never stamped out. It's mostly gone. But how it works is if you enter a hitbox for an item, after you come out, you won't actually get that on your hit list. It works for attacks. We fix it. We never fixed it for items. I don't think I'm going to fix it today, actually. We'll put it on the list, though. So that's technically a fish unintended buff by not fixing that. Harvey, well done, sir. You get to 1v1 for 100 million S. So we're going to blind pick. Don't tell me what it is yet. Wait. I'm going to commit mine first. And then we'll do it. So wait a second. Don't tell me. Oh, you can random now. Yeah, if you want to random, you can now random. That's fine. You want to random? Sure. Well, You still should wait to tell me you're gonna random until after I pick. I'll pretend you're not gonna random. Let me pick something I like. I'm gonna try this. So now you'd be like random, and I'd be like, okay, here's my pick, and you go random. Sure. Good luck, buddy. So just to confirm, he wants random. I got you. So we need to make sure to match his username perfectly, or else he won't get experience for the pawn. Barv Herdman. I just want to make sure that people understand there's some integrity here in the blind picking. I don't want to actually respond to your picks. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares except me. Good luck, sir, for 100 million ISK. Can you beat my Pirate Mighty map with your ship Berserk Flask? Fascinating pick, sir. I might give 25 Plex instead of 100 million ISK, but either way, it's the same amount. I don't know. We'll see if he has money in his wallet or if it's Plex. Good luck, dude. It's actually not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's interesting to see Berserk on the ship. It actually looks really cool when it gets going. It's hard to imagine it beating like parkour in the end game. Of course, that's not what we're going for with random, but this is not a terrible pick. I run the risk of it kind of getting rolled out if I move alongside with you. I have map though. It's going to be really hard to pin me down. Now the thing of the pirate is every time he gets drunk, he shoots his gun. But I didn't take flask. If you take flask, you can shoot your gun twice, right? I'm hoping he has a flask and some range damage. I have a lot of range damage. I'm hoping to get some shots on him before we get rolling here. That's why I'm not speeding up the game here. I'm hoping to essentially get a few birds or maybe a trick shot to hit him and do massive damage before he gets up close and pwns me. If I can't damage him at all before, like, 2 minutes into the game, I'm going to probably end up losing. Looks like he's headed at me now. So remember, the way map works is the first time I take damage, I run away. So I'm only going to take a little bit of damage. But there's actually a kind of a interesting interaction. If he hits me with multiple bullets in the same frame, they all do damage to me. So technically, you could still one-shot me from full if all your things were on top of each other and I was on top of them. Map technically works as when you get hit, next frame, you're out the door. If they're all the same frame, right? It's not on the wiki, but some stuff is cool to be a little bit, little unintuitive. Hit him with the explosion there, not bad. Really no connect so far. Minute and a half into the game, nothing going on. Looks like I might take a little bit of damage here. The longer this goes on without me hitting him, I feel like the better it's going to be for him. So it's only going to take pretty much one exchange where I map in front of him and he just finishes me off. We increased the cooldown on map when we added the bomb. So I'm not really in a position to want to speed this up right now. I'm just kind of chilling, but I'm getting a little bit nervous. Not a single trick shot has landed on this guy, which is kind of ridiculous. It's not enough for me to be ahead on HP. What I'm really looking to do is to have him under half health by now. And that is really not what's happening. So let's see if I can find a way out of this. Just cannot hit these things. The fact that I haven't... Oh, trick shot. Thank God I needed that. So trick shot comes out of your gun in the direction you're facing, and then it bounces in a random direction. We were thinking about having trick shot bounce based on physics instead, but... Oh, I think I hit another trick shot there. So I'm starting to get some damage off. You can see how map is coming into play here. Map is a great blind pick because it counters a lot of these guys with lots of tiny amounts of damage. They can't really get their full combo on. So he's about to do a lot of damage to me. Oh, gotta be careful. See how the cooldown on map is like a little bit longer? So look, I'm about to take a lot of damage here. Trick shot. It's getting down to the wire for me. He's gonna start stacking up Berserk and doing mad damage, and my map can't actually keep up with it anymore. It's really now or never for me. He's not gonna lose any more Berserk stacks. Oh boy. Can't believe he's owning me this hard with his random build. Ah, bird. Stop. Yeah. God damn, dude. Absolutely dunked and humiliated. Good fight. I think I'm gonna give you Plex instead. I think technically 25 is more than 100 mil, right? Yeah, 117. What's your name, brother? Good fight. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. We're going to do this a bunch of times, guys, so everybody has a chance to steal my money. If you win, you can actually win more than once. You can keep winning. You can take all my money. If I beat him, the next winner will get 50 Plex. That's how it works. Ladies and gentlemen, who's next? Let's figure it out. Good fight, buddy. I'm not really happy, but I guess that's the fun of it. Good luck. We are currently live. If you'd like to get in line to do a 1v1 with me for 100 million ISK or 25 plex, please queue up now. Just found a random Dr. Pepper in my fridge that I don't remember buying. Going for a walk before it gets dark? All right, D-Bars, good man, good man. Whenever my girlfriend visits, we always take walks at night. I miss that. I should probably do that on my own. It just looks weird when I'm walking around out there like a weirdo. Top parkour milkshake. Good luck, everybody, for 100 million ISK. Who the hell is next? Blind pick is tough. I think I know what I'm going to do next. Remember, if you win, don't tell me your pick until after I say I've locked mine in. In fact, I could just lock mine in now. What the hell's the problem, right? I'm just going to lock mine in now. Yeah, I got my shit locked in. Beautiful. So we don't have to waste time. Beautiful. Sometimes we play this game and give out ISK like today. Sometimes we do tournaments, and sometimes we just balance it and work on stuff together. Sometimes we do tournaments for money. Sometimes we do we did a tournament for a dread. Somebody donated. That was crazy. Also, other times we'll do a tournament where the winner gets to design a pawn or an item or something, or at least influence it, right? It's not exactly like make your own thing, but it's still fun. I like to imagine that, you know, these people smile when they see people using their item or whatever. Speaking of people smiling and making items, Dank Gravy murdering everybody here somehow. Oh, dodging the trick shot. Spooky apparently trying to off himself with the trick shot there. I don't know what that was about, bro. Spooky, don't go. I want you here, friend. You're a zany son of a bitch, and sometimes I rub you the wrong way, but I want you to stay. You're an ally of the stream, and you mean a lot to us. You're friggin' libertarian. You're friggin' Florida man. You friggin', what was it? Friggin' cross-dresser. What else? What other things can I make fun of you for that are actually based? Spooky versus Gravy in the finals. Wow, speak of the devil. We have one of my officers in my corp and one of my Florida men. I have dozens of Florida men in chat at any given point. You may think it's actually the CIA, the FBI that we're threatening with, or the military. No, indeed, it's the the Floridians. It's a nice amalgamation of like retired people, Cubans, racist Southern people, impoverished people. It's a perfect blend, really. So here's the deal, Mr. Gravy. My pick is locked in. What do you want? My pick is locked in, sir. As soon as you say it, I'll drag it in here. Good luck, by the way. And just for whatever it's worth, you are allowed to random now. We traditionally wouldn't let you random because I wanted to counterpick you. Turn off Twitch chat. Ghost Bully Milkshake versus Cat's Mighty Smoke. All right. Milkshake. All right. Dank Gravy. All right. That's pretty fair, right? It looks like pretty legit. All right. Good luck, dude. Here we go. You and me. Cat versus Ghost. I think that was my best FFA since the pirate rework. Yeah. I usually get leveled out early. That was quite good. That was quite good. What was your item? I can't remember. Maybe you did a survival item or no? So I'm running smoke on a cat with Mighty. So my goal is to like win trades. I'm against the Ghost though. So it's like, you know, it's gonna be an issue of can I yarn and meow him to death or not. Like right here, it looks probably like he might get a haunt off on me, which is really bad. He might scare me in the other direction though. Yeah, look, he scared me away and then milkshaked me back and scared me back. Look at that. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's a really complex interaction. So each one of these boos, these guys, they cause scared whenever they hit you. So he hit me with a boo, and then I hit another boo, and that scared me away. I moved away from the boo. And then he milkshake brought me back into another boo, and then I hit away from him again. And the whole time I'm hitting him with my claws, and I just dropped a yarn on him. Oh my god. And now I'm meowing into a wall. Perfect. All right, the catch is literally comboed you. And it did it again. All right, he haunted me. He finally haunted me. All right, so right now he's inside of me. And he's, dude, I am absolutely fucking dunking on Gravy right now. Holy ghost snacks. Putting scared on the boos, I figured was going to be an incredibly interesting to watch mechanic. Scared is a debuff. That means whenever you get hit by an attack, you run away from wherever that attack was. So the ghost technically pushes you away from him when he hits you with multiple guys. It's kind of anti-synergy built into the character as a design element. He's going to avoid that yarn there. Yarn is an interesting attack because you turn towards it. And so it's super high accuracy. Smoke and yarn on the cat makes this guy into a 1v1ing machine. Just great. I'm probably going to yarn him here. It's probably over. Oh, the yarn might come out right as he leaves me. He's going to die to it. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, the number of boos. He hit me with 7 boos in like 1 second. Now we're in sudden death. Oh, fuck. My sphincter is clenched. Ah. Bro, I was doing extremely well. Stop meowing into the goddamn wall, you freaking cat. Uh-oh. Not even close, baby. Not even close. Easy. Easy money, man. Who's next? Current prize is 200 mil. And I'm 1-1. Thank you, Gravy. Easy money, baby. He's like, dude, really? Come on, chill. Who's next? Who wants it? My ego grows out of control instantly. It's actually super funny. All right. Who's next? 30 seconds. Join up if you'd like to have a chance at 1v1 me for 200 million ISK or 50 plex. All you gotta do is type join and you have a chance. Now, whether or not you want to try a build, it's up to you. Randomers win sometimes. People are waiting for the prize to get bigger. All right, I see you. Smart. Huge clusterfuck in the middle of the map. You always get worried when you see that someone's going to drop a milkshake and everybody die at once. I sort of kind of feel like the milkshake is not imbalanced. I have not once felt like milkshake is an actual detriment to the game. It actually is kind of interesting. When we made milkshake, we thought it was going to be utterly busted when I revealed it. I think it's slotted in fine. I'm wondering if any of the items even feel imbalanced at this point. We know, you know, Ship and some of these Slug, some of these guys are going to get some changes, but Candle is going to get a little bit of love, right? Witch. We basically want to make sure all the guys have a couple different moves that might line up and create something cool. We want to make sure the Candle does more than spread, for example. We want something else to happen here. Same thing with the Fish, same thing with the Witch. Witch already has, you know, Warp, but I want to add one more thing because I like the Witch. Ooh, the Candle absolutely murked MS Joss with the milkshake play. Wow. I never thought about milkshake Candle. That's actually really clever. What the hell? Has anybody thought of that before? This is the first time I've ever seen anybody do this. Like, instead of redirecting them into your melee attacks, redirect them through your flames over and over again. Huh. Now, granted, it's going to be hard for DKM to win, but he has Slayer. He has Slayer. Every one of his attacks does 4% of his missing health plus the base damage. I just don't know if he's going to survive. Oh, he did. Really close stuff. I'm not sure which one of these people are going to win. It sort of kind of looks like Snoopy is about to bounce right back into the fire. Oh, boy. They're hitting for 23 a pop right now from across the map. Oh, my God. Literally died to the spreading fire from across the map with the Slayer. Slayer works across the map, too. Good try, Snoopy. Yo, DKM. Let me pick my pick real quick. I didn't pick it. Wait. I'm not going to look. My pick. Let me see. Here, I'm going to try this. Excuse me. All right, my pick is locked in, my friend. What is your pick? And as soon as you bring it in here, I will. Let me delete Gravies. I'll pull it in here for you. Same? What was your pick? I'm gonna run ship parkour map. You were, let's see, DKM 91. You were Candle plus Candle Slayer Milkshake. You into that? So I'll warn you that, just so you know this, Slayer's not going to get a chance to stack up. So because we're 1v1ing, you're never going to get charges. And I just want you to know that. If you know that, we're ready to go. It still does 1%, but you'll never get 4 charges, for example. So for example, you may want to switch to like Berserk Mighty or something else, I'm not sure. Okay. It still works. It's not as good. Good luck. For 200 million-esque, who wins? The ship parkour map or the fireball from hell? I personally don't know who's going to win. I know my build instantly wins endgames. This is like an endgame god build. This is like a control build. If we're playing Magic, this guy right here just survives until the map is small and then murders you with parkour. This guy, however, has some interesting ways to kind of chip away you and execute you early on. Like, for example, this is bad, but I have map, right? The truth is that the spreading fire, not bad against map. Could get extra shots off, right? But map guarantees to move you to the other side of the map, basically, is what it does. It moves you at least the radius of the board away, so that guarantees you're pretty much on the other side. So every second that we're not doing damage benefits me, and the reason I say that is because I took parkour, which gives you a stack every time you sprint or change direction. And at the end of the map, when I'm changing direction a lot from hitting the walls, it stacks up to full, and then all of my attacks do like triple or quadruple damage. That's what makes this really hard. So if my attacks do 10 damage now, later they're going to do 30 damage each, which basically kills anybody instantly. So this man has to basically get me killed before then, and you know, so far not looking great, but I could always blink into the wrong spot. You know, the milkshake could go off at the right time. I can tell you this, it's looking really good for me so far. Map's probably ready though. See here, map might not be ready. I'm about to take some damage. I'm probably how lucky am I? Wow. So I just dodged like a ton of damage there somehow. We're halfway through the map closing. Map closes at 180, 3 minutes into the match. He's going to milkshake me. Ooh, nice milkshake. Thank God for map. Map seems very strong, but the truth is, like, you know, before we added map and skates, melee pawns like instantly beat everybody, no matter what. If they touched you, you'd die. See how I'm starting to get parkour stacks? Look, see this? One thing that is worth noting is when you map, you actually change direction, which adds a parkour stack too. So map helps keep it up as well. Phrasing. Anyway, DKMN, definitely not out of it, but it's getting to the point where my attacks are going to one-shot him. He's got to be very careful, and he's got to keep chipping away at me and staying out of my range. It's going to get to the point where it's a nightmare for him. I don't think I'm going to lose, but I've also said that already today and lost, so we'll see. Like, this should kill him instantly, right? Yeah, look at his health. You see what I'm talking about? It's not really that fair. Ooh, he's starting to get more damage with Slayer now. It's definitely not over for him. It's definitely not over. Oh my God, stop. Stop. Stop! Stop! Why? It's not even a good build. It's not even good. It's not even a good build. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah! Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, I'm go fight. Good fight, dude. I'm gonna give you 50 plex for that. We'll play a couple more before I completely lose my mind. And then I'll leave you guys for your happy weekend here. I'm so mad right now. Good fight, buddy. I'm glad you whipped my ass. It's always more fun when I lose, admittedly. All right, let's see who's next. You can keep winning, by the way, so I want you to keep playing if you're into it. Current prize 100 million or 25 plex. Good luck. I'm 1 and 2. These blind picks are hard. I'm in. Love it. Good luck, everybody. I'm gonna keep training my ghost until I hit level 10 ghost. Wait, what? I'm 64. Ratu, you're probably gonna hit chair mastery on like Monday, I bet. Who's next? I can't believe I lost to that shit. I literally told him he could pick something besides Slayer, and like Slayer ended up doing a really good job against me. Pretty pissed off. The reason why Mighty's kind of nice against map and like in general is because every time I map and run away, you do hit me with the full Mighty damage. But still, Slayer got it done. I think he just outplayed me. I don't even know if style mattered, honestly. I think he just outplayed me, straight up. I've never seen somebody style with a candle and Slayer 1v1 like that, though. That's so unique. We know this game is largely luck, but sheesh. Oh, I never updated my YouTube title, did I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, YouTubers. There you go. There you go. Teehee? Uh-oh, what's this? Left values. This URL looks interesting. Concatenated. Ah. This is, you love the quiz. That's awesome. My left values are I'm dumb as fuck, but workers make things. Done. It's a quiz about what kind of leftist you are. Gotcha. Yeah. It's probably a not super, I'm assuming it's not super serious, but it's like a non-bad version of the old Compass bullshit. Oh! I just got inside Joss. Nice try. Dude, I'm about to win with the ghost. Oh, shit. Alright, let me get my next pickup. Let's see. Who do I want to play with? That's the result. Yeah, I looked at it, yeah. I obviously don't know everything I'm looking at, though. Oh, Harvey. P9 doing pretty well here with the chair, of all things considered. Went Slayer strategy. Gravy doing some... Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. This is the entire leadership structure of my corp. Let's see if I can establish dominance here. Boo. I only have 2 officers that don't do anything because we don't do anything in the corp, and both of them are in the finals with me. This seems unlikely. What debuff? I got weakness? Uh-oh. You know what's funny is weakness doesn't affect the ghost. Poor P9, I just beat his ass. Wait, how are you alive? Okay, good. Easy W. P9, though, manages to do it. P9, my pick is locked in. I already have it. You tell me when. For 25 plex. What do you want to play, sir? I should take a fascist quiz and see how fascist I am. You are 89% fascist. So I went top parkour skates. He's going milkshake bully ghost. All right, milkshake bully ghost. I mean, this might have a good idea. This might have a good play against me. I always spell milkshake with an E here. I always put an E here. Always when I type it. It's weird. Ghost bully milkshake versus top parkour skates. You know, I feel like this is going to become impactful. But I almost wonder... No, I'm dead. I almost wonder... We need not wonder. We can watch. Good luck, buddy. Right value test? Yes, I'm going to do that next week. Dude, can you link this to me next week, please? You won't remember, but... Back when my brain is recharged for politics. Good luck, P9. Sorry, Gravy. It's her turn. His turn. That's what Hillary Clinton taught me. It's her turn. Bro, unironically, I would have loved for Hillary Clinton to be elected to the office of the presidency and then, like, have some, like, strapping young staffer come in and give her some head and get busted for it, you know? That would be so fucking insanely funny. Ooh, what was that? What was that? What was that? Did you see that surgical strike? I ran in and got scared, hit him with like 40 sparks and then ran the fuck out. Are you serious? What was that? Avenge you, dude, not like this. I'm too strong with it. It's because I have skates and he makes me scared. So like it doesn't know which way to turn. It's just spamming change direction in the code. It's actually interesting. I never thought about skates plus scared spam. How does skates work with demon? Huh. Oh. It's fascinating. The ghost is almost somebody that struggles to use milkshake because of the scared thing. I just happen to pick skates, which beats milkshake too against ghost. Ghost is a very interestingly designed character, and it's an example of simple design being effective. His attack is not fancy. It's a whirling orb that gives a little bit of damage. Uh-oh, here we go. Wow, this is crazy, dude. He's fucking knocking me around like a ping pong ball. Uh-oh. Oh, couple damages there. I'm doing so much damage per spark, though. It's kind of insane. He's got to be careful with the trades. He has like a couple more haunts in him, surely. But this is so fascinating to watch, actually. There's a lot of code happening here. Oh, man. Jeez, look at this. He milkshaked while inside of me. Kinky. And he healed 10% of my health. It heals him for so much against me. Because I have so much base health. I truly don't know who's going to win. You know, I sort of suspect he's got it. But now it's looking pretty clear. Oh, there it is. He haunts it off for the finish. Wow, I'm bad. 1-3 for the day. I only have one more loss in me. I'm done. Good fight, buddy. 25 plex to the kid. One more loss and I'm done. I can't keep losing like this. You know? Good fight. Whew. Ghost Bully Milkshake. That was such a fun one to watch. It was like watching pinball, huh? All right, last winner. Possibly, if I win, I'll probably play one more. Good luck, everybody. I'm gonna get in there too and train my ghost as well. I'm starting to think ghost is actually kind of a cool pawn. I just think that haunt should be adjusted to be mitigatable. I think haunt should be a normal attack. I'm not sure if y'all remember us talking about, we're going to one day eventually add a mimic pawn that steals moves from other pawns. It's going to be quite fun. The code is there to do it easily. You just have to reference all the other guys' attacks and just reference their cooldowns and just spawn them. Mummy Mighty Skates! What up, Noah? Shot-Stillmatic, how you doing? Old and tired, what's up? 100 million desk on the table. I'm 1-3 for the day. Never done this poorly ever. Pretty shit. And I think I've finally settled on what game we're gonna make next on the stream. Ooh, I'm already sick. I don't know if we're gonna talk about it now or if we're gonna do game design or anything like that. I'm still enjoying developing chlorobattle, but pretty much committed to the idea. You know, I would like to make a cooperative game, but a big part of what makes this interesting is that we're able to harness some of the joy of competition in a totally sterile and wholesome environment. You know, how rare is that? What game ain't sweaty that involves winning and losing? That's special to me. I'm not trying to say everybody gets their little participation trophy or some boomer shit. What I'm trying to explain to you is very simple. This game is better than it looks, and we can do much better even. So who knows what the future holds, right? The game I would like to make next, though, simply put, would be kind of a hybrid, kind of a Dota-esque game, but done from Twitch chat in a way that involves a lot of these same mechanics. And I have some pretty fantastic ideas for it already, but we're going to involve chat in the development process again from scratch. And we'll probably do it over the summer as I'm making a Nomad Tale is my goal. When we get the corp kind of popping on its own as well. I'm going to need content on stream that isn't Eve when I'm making a Nomad Tale, basically. Ooh, big chunk there. Sheesh, that swipe hurt. Dr. Cho, No Narcosis, or Dell might be the last fighter of the day, depending on if I win or lose. Let's see who's got it. Who's got it? And to find out who wins, we're going to be right back after this sponsored break. Woo-wee! Wow, the cat won with the bleed tick. Wait, how did he actually win? Wait, how'd you win there? Wait. Oh, Skateblade. Skateblade. Got it. I knew the bleed didn't do it. GG, let me get my pick, and then it's Dr. Chai, but let me get my pick. Hold on, let me think. Let me try this one. All right, I got my pick. You tell me yours, and I'll drag mine on screen. Good luck, Dr. Choppa. Telsa's so close. We might get another match. We'll see. You can tell we're winding down. Does he have any cash on him? A little bit. Cat Berserk Glue versus Witch Bully Skates. I kind of like the blind picks, actually. You know what would be really fun is to do blind picks, to do counter picks for big prizes and to do blind picks for little prizes. You're going to go Cat Berserk Glue? Cool. Berserk is a fun one on a cat. You know what would be nice to know is if attack speed affects all the cats. No, the gems are not affected by a cat's attack speed, but attack is. So you don't meow, bleed, or yarn anymore for attack speed, but you do swipe more. And you would do those in place of swipe. So technically, it's actually a pretty significant damage source. Good luck. I'm running my classic Witch Bully Skates at this point. This is the build other people used as well. It spends a lot of the time hiding along that side of the map. Surprised I'm not getting Raffle Stomped? Yeah, Unbuffed Slug has been in a bad shape for like 2 weeks. Maybe one day I should do a dev stream and just sit with you and code it. That'd be fun. You've been one of the most benevolent coders on my stream. Usually for a lot of people, it's hard to watch me do it in like an uninformed hobbyist way without making like comments as if you would talk to like maybe like a new junior or something. Whereas like, I don't even know how that works. I'm so new. Good luck, doctor. And what I like about you is that you're like super patient with my hobbyist perspective. It's nice. I appreciate that. Not that other people aren't, but I just something that stood out to me. That's all. I've noticed when you stream, like you can't really know everybody, but like you can notice things that stand out about people and reference them. Something I'm really good at in life is like actually acknowledging things around me. This manifests. This takes form in the sense of like confrontation and like arguing. But it's also not just that. It's also appreciating. A lot of people really were drawn to a Nomad Tale because I appreciate the stuff around me. That's part of it. The confrontation side is like just one facet of somebody just desperately wanting to engage with what's actually happening around him. Instead of just living in this little world of like, oh, this is how it should be, you know? Anyway, sorry, diatribe. So far, not so bad, not so bad. A little bit scared of the yarns. I've never thought about it, but apparently, I guess when Flicker, when the witch teleports, she probably changes direction if she teleports near the yarn. Oh, she's void. Never mind. The yarn's probably gonna get me killed though, if I had to guess. You know, back in the day, we would play Flicker. I would play Flicker Mighty Dice and try to one-shot people with the little patches of darkness. But oh, that's right. The yarn redirects the warp. It's so cool to watch. Couple shots there. Got 2 hits off. I code however I want to. Yeah, no doubt. I'm just saying I like your personality in that way. That's all. I'm not trying to be weird. I don't want to join the crew. I just want to acknowledge you as a person that stood out. Because I'm pretty hard to work with. I'm hard to like criticize. I get it. You just happen to know how to deal with that. The yarn bends space-time precisely, yes. Oh, getting a couple meows here, folks. Dude, fucking dunked on. I went 1-4 today. I don't deserve to be this, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy you guys got prizes, but what the fuck? Dr. Choppa. I just Dr. Choppa. Don't go away. We're gonna play it for one more prize. What's your name, bro? You're the fucking guy with the very suspiciously racist sounding name. I remember you. I looked at this, I was like, huh? The hell is wrong with you? He's like, you know, I'm probably not racist. I'm like, all right, well, fuck you. He's like, it was a joke. I'm like, all right, well, enjoy the cash. Moving on. Dr. Choppa, good job, buddy. Racists are bad, okay. Let's do it this way. We're going to do a free-for-all, but this time we're going to do it one last free-for-all. We're going to do it for an Odysseus skin. I think I have some left. So if you win the free-for-all, you get this. 350 million worth. Anybody can win, even if you already won today. Where is it? Here. You get this skin, not the ship. I was trying to get a ton of texts. Last job, those guys could get so barred when you need to correct them on something technical. Me getting butthurt malding? Never. I could never. Here we go. Last round of the day, then I'm out of here. Winner, no questions asked, gets an Odysseus skin, and then I'll see you guys over the weekend or on Monday. We gotta watch a video next week on the Cuban Revolution, a short one, just a documentary showing you what this actually was and like what socialism looks like when the people, you know, work together. We're definitely gotta watch that, but for now, I'll spare you. You can also go watch one yourself over the weekend if you want to learn. What up, Tiny? Hey, good timing. We're about to end the stream, and this is the last free-for-all. Everybody hop on in here, type join if you want to random, pick your build of your choice. We're going to give the winner of this an Odysseus skin worth $800 gorillion. It's true. Era, what's up? Cat Mighty Skates. All right. Okay. It's a solid build. Mighty doubles your damage if you don't attack for 10 seconds. Pretty good for pawns that don't always hit, or pawns that do a lot of damage. 10 seconds left. I've slowed down time here because it's the last one. If you would like to play, your last chance of the day. Otherwise, you could go to the GitHub and download it yourself, but who wants to do that? So I'll tell you this, if our next game is going to be ARTS, MOBA, Dota style, what does that entail? Well, I can tell you right now that it's going to be a lot like this. But instead of a backbone of free-for-all, pawns will be, there will be healing pawns. There will be farming pawns. Pawns will engage with NPCs in that game. And in fact, they won't actually directly engage with the opponent at all. So we're basically going to make a MOBA where you don't fight the opponents, you only fight the rats, and that determines how well you do, right? So it's basically kind of a team-based competitive game where you work cooperatively with your partners to develop a composition based on this level of gameplay that can outperform your opponent. It's important we don't do, ooh, big milkshake stack. It's important we don't do purely cooperative PvE because on this stream, like, part of the fun is the competition, in my opinion, is that you can be good at this. Otherwise, it's just, well, what are we doing? We're just kind of passively entertaining ourselves. I like the idea that you can brainstorm and come up with mechanics and things are changed. It's very important and fascinating to me. That's going to be our other game as well. This game will still exist as a free-for-all battle royale fun game we can add pawns to quickly, but we're going to spend a lot of time developing this next Twitch game together. And we're basically going to make a pretty complicated, not complicated, complex MOBA on Twitch. So if you believe me or not, fair enough, but it's not going to be hard. It's just about, do you have a community that wants to do it? Oop, nice disease. Oh, is Dell going to win this? Wait, Ratu, Dell, and me are the last ones up again. Wait, am I going to win my own OD skin? That's fucking based. So just keep that in mind. You know, eventually we're going to be making more games. It's going to be incredibly fun. I can't wait. But this is like a prototype for what we can get away with and enjoy. Dell, where are you going? Let me get that booty. Come here. Oh, fuck that. We can also be trash. So this is like a chill game, right? The next game we make will be a little tiny bit more cutthroat, but just a little bit. It'll still be totally playable. Oh. Looks like I won the Odie skin. Looks like we'll have to play again. Is team entering to clear PvP thing together against other teams? So, you know, like the vision is precisely that. You ever see Tetris played in 2v2, how like when you do a combo, it damages them? Right? So they're not going to actually fight. They're going to only fight rats. And there'll be this laning philosophy, and there'll be the idea of different roles. We're going to play again for the prize. I'm not going to give it to Dell. Dell's not that lucky. You guys have to actually win the one, the free fall. So the idea is it would be about picking a competent team. And it would be directly measurable against their team by efficacy of clearing rats and setting the back of the enemy. So we'll have healers, we'll have disablers, mages, tanks. All the actual roles can be represented there. And it can all be auto battle. So we're going to combine like this lust for like a cooperative tower defense game with what we've learned here to create a competitive environment on Twitch just for fun. Not going on Steam, not going to cost any money, just another free project. If I make a game for money, it won't be from Twitch chat. I won't lean on you guys for it. I will make it on my own, completely separate from you guys. I'll show it to you, but you know, it's just going to be totally different. It's going to be probably single player on Steam, right? I'm not going to, anything I make here with you guys is always going to be FOSS, and I mean that. And it's important to me. You don't have to believe me, but it's important to me that it is. I think you guys have great ideas, and I don't think that I should be the one to benefit from them. I think I am benefiting from them, but I oughtn't to be the only one to use the means of our fun production, yeah? I'd help as long as I was learning from it, yeah. I think we'll probably try to fold in chat to see if they want to attempt to help with the MOBA. I don't know if we'll need it, but it could be fun. If I was going to make a game for money, I mean, I certainly wouldn't mind working with people. I just can't imagine I'd want to, you know? I have no idea what the fuck Game Dub's about. I don't know how it works for money, but I have stories to tell just like you guys do, you know? Anybody could probably make a game if you had the time and expertise. I just happen to know how to work the indie game levers. I don't have to guess. If I win again, I'm going to laugh so hard. Just cheesing on my chat. But I think the MOBA thing is going to be the next logical step here, because while we really do love chlorobattle, I mean, this game is fantastic. There is something missing from it that I'd like to work with, and that is synergy and team play. I definitely have to get off my ass and make a mod for this. I never did make the template, but I'm willing to bet you could take like one of the simpler pawns and just, you know, copy paste it. If you coded a pawn and QA'd it and sent me the code, I mean, I would honestly consider adding it on the spot. I mean, unless it's like weird. But I don't know how easy it is to code it, quite frankly. I don't know, you know what I mean? Today will be a good day because you're streaming. What's up, Pink Pastry? I'm about to leave, man. Oh, no. You can see how it works? Okay, yeah. Oh my god, it's you and me again. Wait, didn't we get here before and I beat you? Damn, you earned this shit. Wait a second. Wait, I might beat you still. If I get inside that booty. Can you say that? One little dingle dangle from this guy and I'm dead. One little fucking oozy poozy. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. That's it. He's gonna let me get inside him. No! No! Whoo! Whoo! His razor blade saved me? Remember, if I touch his ooze, I'm gonna die to sickness. If I touch any ooze, I auto die to sickness, regardless of how much damage it does. Ah! I'm still in it! I'm about to win! Watch this. I literally won now. Oh no! Yes! 2 in a row! Del, I swear to God, get good. 2 in a row, me and Del. Alright, let's go again. This was the last one, by the way, but I keep beating Del. I gotta give you something for your trouble. This is ridiculous. You're getting absolutely robbed. Del's like, come on, yo, let me just get the skin. I was second twice. I'm beating my whole chat right now. Let's get some more participants. Yo, in 5 seconds, we're about to rejoin. Can somebody beat Chlorokin? This is ridiculous. This guy's fucking ego is blooming like a fucking algae rift. This guy is out of control. I'm getting XP. I see. I see. You're sandbagging the wins to get more experience. Oh my god, you're genius. What is Smarty Cakes? I fucking love my chat. Even though you are all a bunch of cishet losers, you know what I mean? Imagine being a boy that likes girls. I literally can't. I can't relate. I'm just kidding. You're special too. Boy who likes girls. Girls don't like boys, girls like cars and money. Damn, I remember that song from when I was like fucking 10. Some girls playing it in like, I know, you're not het? Yeah, you wish. You wish you were cool enough not to be het. You're like, well, I literally have a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Nope, not enough. You must kiss them in court to prove it. Not cis nor het. Oh, fuck. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. They're coming out of the woodworks. Next, you're going to tell me I have a trans chatter here. I don't believe it. Not on my Muslim Minecraft server. No way. There must be tongue. Spooky shot me, but I was ghosty style. No. Most of my chat has something cool about them. It's true. Couple of goober butts around there, but you know. Trains in your chat? No. Trans chatters in my chat, we have a nice long talk with them. Oh, I'm going for a ride! I'm going for a ride and tired. Look at that. I took the Witch Express. Am I gonna kill you on the way out? Yup. Oh, you survived. Wait a second. Am I literally about to win again? Stop. Stop. Look at my mouth. I'm ready. I'm ready to make new acquaintances in a city. Oh, big fat damage here from DKM. DKM, knock it off. Knock it off, dude. I'm literally following a fucking candle. This is intelligent. Pink Pastry said it's rigged. The ghost is just OP, and the ghost just killed himself with my flames. I think I'm gonna lose here. Yeah, I mean, how do I get out of this? There it is. GG. DKM winning the Odysseus skin! Guess what? I'm also going to give one to Del because Del won twice in a row and got robbed. So both of them get a skin. How about that? DKM, congratulations! Haunter! Man, you're taking everything from me. You're taking everything from me. Just kidding. I'm happy you won. Hopefully, you know, this puts a smile on your face. I would sell it if you don't use the Odie. Otherwise, you know, live your best life. I mean, if you want to use the Odie one day. Del says don't. Don't tell me what to do. Oh, what the fuck's your name again? Won't be logging in for it. I guess we'll have to play one more game for Dell's skin that he doesn't want to take. All right, one last game for an Odie skin. Oops. Wow, I'm not doing it right. Sorry, I'm spamming my own chat. All right, one last skin for an Odie. One last game for an Odie skin. Everybody left already. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Prime. Remember, if you have an Amazon Prime, make sure to subscribe to Tales of Lumen. He is a struggling, beautiful young man who, you know, he needs your Prime. Just kidding. 20 ounce of Red Bull, and I'm starting my day off with this. I love it. It's a shame you weren't here the whole stream. It was a fun stream. We're trying to get off the stream now, but you know me. I'm just fucking one more. Like a fucking diseased gambler. Damn, Dell at the last second. I gotta say, Mighty Antimatter Ghost is like no joke. I seem to always get top 3 with this. It seems like a pretty good FFA pick. You spend a lot of time hiding like the witch. I pretty much like the pawns that hide during the free-for-all. You notice that? Sad I missed it, but glad I caught it in the end. Fuck yeah. We'll do plenty more next week. Don't you trip. I also got more stuff planned for next week for this game. And Eve. You know, I'm constantly looking out for an opportunity to rat with the Vargar. You know, I'll keep doing gas. And MPSI is sorely overdue. I was thinking about doing one today, but like, fuck, it was just too much fun finding gas and chilling. I think we're about due for an MPSI next week. We need to at least have 1 or 2 a month, even if I'm not feeling it. Nobody picks demons these days, you notice that? Dirty Pink about to let it rip here. Oh, chaired. When is Yeet Fleet? I don't really do them like that no more. I used to do them twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't do them no more like that. Woo, Dank Gravy. All right, I'm not finalist. Dank Gravy killed me. He ghosted me. Look at Dell. Dell, you're gonna win again. We're gonna have to play another one. This is ridiculous. So hold on a second. Dell didn't want the prize, queued back up, and now is about to win again. Hey, Dell. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Think we need another hype train? I think I have it disabled. Only like 1 a day or something. Did you buff Slug? I didn't. No, you're just really good. Oh no, I did buff Slug. Yeah, the trail, when you hit him at the end, it does fold. Remember before, when the slug would hit you, the sickness would be equal to the remaining duration of the trail point. Now it's fixed at max duration. So every trail applies 10 seconds of sickness. And sickness does 1% of your missing health and can kill you. So the slug is getting many more kills now. Like, you just got to kill there. And if Gravy touches any of your trails, you instantly win, even if it does 1 damage, because the sickness will finish him off. So, like, the slug actually has the kill potential now, which is what I've noticed. Plus, you have Slayer. You're probably going to one-shot him. So it's like, you know, do we have to rework the slug? I plan to make the slug fun, but what I don't plan to do is to continue, like, buffing it randomly at this point. We'll either rework it or not. The truth is, the slug needs a rework. The visuals are nutty. Like, the little circles are, like, really bad. But yeah, it's really getting plenty of kills. And you'll notice how long people spend sick. And you'll also notice that sometimes people just get eliminated with no killer. Granted, you're killing them all, but if you die and you got someone sick, sometimes they'll die with no killer. That's always sickness. Dell win again. I guess we got to play again. Dell, are you listen, just keep trying. Just keep doing this. Oh, shit. Keep doing this. Keep seeing how long you can keep me here. We have 2 people that if they win, we play another one. If me or Dell wins, we have to keep playing. And the only reason we can do this is because my girlfriend's with her family in New York. Otherwise, I'd have to get off at some point and, like, you know, play patty cake. I seriously cannot wait to tell her somebody told me I was saying Daisy wrong. No, I love whoever that person was, but that was so funny. What do we want? Fish buffs? When do we want them? Soon? Yeah. I can tell you what's on the radar here. Here, I'll slow this down real quick. We'll take a quick second. So the candle is going to get some mechanic to make it more fun. The cat's good. The chair's not going to get buffed. Demon is not going to get buffed. Fish is going to get some mechanic or a rework. Ghost is not going to get changed. Mecha's not going to get changed. Mummy's not going to change. Pirate's not going to get changed. Ship is going to get shuffled around a little bit and balanced. Slug is going to get a rework. Top is going to get some cool mechanic, and Witch is going to get a cauldron. Those are the current reworks, if that helps. So fish is gonna get changed. We don't really like it as it is now. It's pretty much just all or nothing one-shot machine, which is fun, but it's not the greatest design. We'd like to have some variance in there. Buff top. Yeah, top desperately needs a buff. You know what's funny is top actually not the worst 1v1. And you'd think it'd be better free-for-all. It's just, the flux is too high. What the flux? If you hear us talk about flux, you're wondering what the fuck it is. I'm just going to explain it just in case. I don't want to leave you out in case you're too shy to ask. Flux, in this case, would be the combination of body size and character speed. The faster you go, the bigger you are, the more shots you take on average. It's the exact same phenomenon as when you're driving in the rain and you go faster, you collect more raindrops, despite the raindrops being the same amount. This is called flux. And in this game, it's a bad thing. The lower your flux, the better. That's why something like Flask that slows you is actually construed as a positive, right? In some instances. Oh, this freaking cat's gonna get me. Oh, maybe not. Oh! All right, so Dell is dead, and I'm about to die, so the prize is gonna go out. Oh, P9 on his fucking pirate arc, on his drunk pirate arc, about to take the Odie skin. Oh my god, can this cat save us from this pirate? Nope. Oh! Oh! Direct trick shot to the brain. How sick was that? Nice job, P9. Good fucking fight. Bagfid Tehran. Wait, that's not how you spell it. Badja Fid. Before we go, let me update the XP boards real quick. Yeah? Give me a second. I gotta run the script. That goes to Bagfit, OD skin. Very good, my friend. So let's open the terminal here and go /XP converter 2.sh. Got the leaderboard. We're going to open up the leaderboard. We're going to copy the leaderboard. We're going to go to the website. We're going to go to chlorobattle, the leaderboard, and go to the edit button up here and come full screen this. And we're going to copy down here. We're going to go bang. And then just adjust this to Walker. And now it should be updated. Let's check this before I leave you. I know you're going to want to check your rank over the weekend, see how close you are to level 10. Remember, if you hit level 10, you'll get to help design the costume for that character. The alternate mastery skin, if you will. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. Candle, pretty even. Inverse Flux, top cat player. Ratu about to hit chair. Affinity about to hit demon. Bang Biscuit about to hit fish. Haze and Gravy still working on Mecha. Mummy is there. Emmy Winkle halfway to Pirate. Pirate kind of open, actually. Emmy's gone for a week. Dwayne with the ship. I think Dwayne's going for ship. I love it. Dell with the slug. Chlorokin, of course. Me with the witch. I love the witch. And looks like me with the top too. Top's wide open. Maybe after the buff, somebody will go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me all dang day. Thank you for putting up with my little molding tantrums I throw at reactionaries. If I was mean to you, if you think I'm too toxic, I totally get it. I'd like to be a better person. So help me get there is my ask to you. To anybody that subscribed today, goofed around with the hype train, use my code thank you for the money. I appreciate that. Obviously that helps with real life. I appreciate that. I don't expect it. If it goes away tomorrow, I still love you, right? What are the chances of merging MS Joss with MS Joss Plays? Yeah, we can do that. Ask me next week. I'll do it manually. Yep.
Autopilot
Hera with the Prime. Thank you. You're too kind. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. Everybody on YouTube, have a wonderful rest of your day if you're still watching. Usually people on YouTube go away because we're playing chlorobattle, right? They can't participate. But if you're still over there, I love you. If you're watching the VOD, I love you. Dr. Choppa, goodbye. Get that username changed, young man. Have a good night, Gravy. Good to see you. Good performances today. And I will, of course, be reaching out to you and P9 this weekend to chit-chat about some Eve stuff, some fun stuff. I wish I could change it. Yeah, no doubt. Well, that's good to hear that. I'll leave it at that. Pastry, thanks for coming by at the end. Much love. Arrow, thanks again for the Prime. Take care. Everybody else have a wonderful evening. DK, good performance. Glad you had fun. Enjoy the prizes and have a wonderful night yourself. Yeah? Take care, folks. I love you. I'm going to give you a little heart here. I'm going to give you a little bye here. And I'm going to give you a little happy wave here. And that's just how I feel about you. Goodbye.